you've watched the movie, you may have read the book, but The Fellowship of the Ring isn't just a great fantasy story. It's a masterclass in identifying how choices define who we are. In this episode, we'll be going through the book version of this epic tale beat by beat, paying special attention to the choices the characters make and how they influence the outcomes of the story. On top of that, I've infused many nuggets of lore that will enrich your understanding of this part of the Lord of the Rings, as well as the lessons that are most applicable from Frodo and Aragorn and others to your 21st century life. Let's begin. What's up, my protagonists? The day has finally come. The journey to Mordor has found its way to becoming the main character. I'm not gonna lie, I feel a responsibility to get these episodes right, not only because there are those of you out there that will be in my DMs if I don't, but I just feel I owe it to Papa Tolkien to not approach this undertaking lightly. I wanted to do Lord of the Rings now because this episode is coming out one day shy of the 1-year anniversary of BTMC. And I wanted to do it big. I wanted to celebrate this past year, which has been the most exhausting, the most self-discovering, and the most fulfilling year of my life by taking on the most exhausting and fulfilling project I could think of. But in all seriousness, I've learned so much from these studies, and I hope you have been enjoying learning them alongside with me. And in case you're coming to this from YouTube, yes, there's a year's worth of podcast, but I have only started doing video episodes with this one. So, first video on YouTube, but there's a year's worth of stories covered on any podcast platform that you listen to. And I just want to take a second before diving into the book to explain what's changing with becoming the main character as part of this 1-year anniversary of the show. As of today, I have launched a subscription tier where you can get extended versions of each story. Now, it's important to me to make sure that the heart of the show remains free, so you can always count on the main story episodes as you've seen them in the past, not costing you a penny. But for the diehards, the story freaks who just want more, I'm now making extended versions of the stories that will vary book to book, but I can confidently say that you can plan on at least 20 minutes of extra content per story. Some books it may be like 45, upwards of an hour, who knows? But the content you can expect in those versions will include scenes that I found interesting but ultimately cut for time or very briefly summarized in the main episode, show notes as well as additional context and backstory, and of course there will be additional takeaways and lessons, as well as every character analysis episode that I make for future books. The free podcast will still get the full story episodes with contextual nuggets, random rabbit holes that I dove down, and my biggest character takeaways, as well as access to some of the character analysis episodes. Spoiler, I plan on doing probably half a dozen character analysis episodes at the end of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and several of those will be made free for everyone. If you already know you want that extended version lifestyle, then go ahead and click the link in the show notes and sign up for it now so you can experience the first ever extended episode with the Fellowship of the Ring. And no, it's not a coincidence that I'm launching extended episodes with Lord of the Rings. If you just want to think about it and enjoy this episode to mull it over, that's totally fine. You can check it out whenever. It's going to be $7 a month for these benefits, and there will probably be other random perks down the road for subscribing, but I don't want to overextend myself right now by promising more than I can deliver on. Also, as part of this celebration of 1 year of the podcast, I'm going to run a promo where you could win a free year of the premium subscription. I'll explain the details of it at the end of this episode, but I've already talked about too much stuff that is not the Lord of the Rings, so let's get this party started. 3 rings for the elven kings under the sky, 7 for the dwarf lords in their halls of stone, 9 for the mortal men doomed to die, 1 for the dark lord on his dark throne, in the land of Mordor where the shadows lie. 1 ring to rule them all, 1 ring to find them, 1 ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them, in the land of Mordor where the shadows lie. This is the epigraph of the Fellowship book, the famous little pretext that sets the tone for the story. Of all the books I've covered so far, we've had epigraphs that were mysterious, playful, sometimes curious, but this one is ominous. Now, unless you've never read the books or seen the movies, this poem is familiar to you, but J.R.R. really wanted to set the tone by letting us know that the Dark Lord was coming for you from the get-go. And then we move into the foreword, which was written by Tolkien himself for the second edition of the book. Now, I've never bothered to share anything from a foreword before. Most books don't have them, but Tolkien makes a very strong statement in here that I think is fascinating and honestly puts me on my heels a little bit based on the context of this podcast, but I'll dive in more after I share what he said. So he has just finished explaining that while you can definitely draw parallels between the events of Middle-earth and the Second Great War, which this was literally being written during the entirety of World War II. But he says there is no intention to pattern his world after the world in chaos between 1939 and 1945. But that's not even the part I found interesting. It's what he says right after. Quote, other arrangements could be devised according to the tastes or views of those who like allegory or topical reference. But I cordially dislike allegory in all its manifestations, and always have done, so since I grew old and wary enough to detect its presence. I much prefer history, true or feigned, with its varied applicability to the thought and experience of readers. I think that many confuse applicability with allegory, but the one resides in the freedom of the reader and the other in the purposed domination of the author. So he's saying he dislikes allegory because it's basically a sermon disguised as a story. It's an author trying to force feed you one specific moral or lesson by using the story to funnel you to that conclusion. Whereas simply providing a history of varied characters and experiences and outcomes, like this series does, gives the reader freedom to arrive at their own conclusions. Now, I read this and thought, oops, would J.R.R. have disapproved of me sharing my takeaways because it's funneling my listeners to believe the same conclusions I arrive at? But I do think with this context, he may have approved. The context being that I have never once presented my findings at the end of a story and said, these are the only possible lessons you could take from the story. Anything else is wrong. I've always been clear that I'm sharing my takeaways. And honestly, my goal is to just get you used to the idea of looking at stories this way so you can begin your own takeaways from the stories you read. This show is a model for how you can, and in my opinion, should be consuming fiction. So hopefully Tolkien would have given me a pass because I do not claim to be a solitary source of truth when it comes to lessons we can learn from stories. And he's right, although I think allegories have their place, they do kind of strong-arm you into arriving at the conclusion the author wants you to. We as the reader appreciate freedom to interpret things ourselves. And that is why I thought it was worth sharing something from the foreword. And now, still before chapter 1, we have a pretty lengthy prologue. I'm going to keep it high level, but I also want to make sure I'm treating this story in case there are people who are not familiar with it at all. And the prologue was purposefully designed to catch readers up who have not consumed The Hobbit, giving them the details that they need to know about Shire folk. Hobbits are an unobtrusive but very ancient people, more numerous formerly than they are today, for they love peace and quiet and good-tilled earth. A well-ordered and well-farmed countryside was their favorite haunt. They do not and did not understand or like machines more complicated than a forge bellows, a watermill, or a hand loom. Though they were skilled with tools, even in ancient days, they were as a rule shy of the big folk, as they call us. And now they avoid us with dismay and are becoming hard to find. He goes on to describe that they have great hearing and sharp eyes, but are inclined to be fat and never move in much of a hurry. But they still manage to be very nimble and also have an ability to move quietly and unnoticed. Bilbo, after all, was brought along on the journey in The Hobbit to be a burglar. They often use this ability to move unnoticed simply to avoid man or other creatures they'd rather not interact with. They are described as being smaller than dwarves, not only in height, which they are typically around 3 feet tall, by the way, but they are also less sturdy framed. Hobbits also have extra large feet with rough leathery soles and plenty of curly hair on top of them, much like the hair on top of their heads. They are most often good-natured, quick to laugh, with a rosy complexion that's full of life. They love to eat and drink, which they do a lot with their 6 to 7 meals a day. They delight in both hosting and attending parties, as well as giving and receiving gifts. We then get a lot of specifics about ancient Hobbit history that aren't pertinent to this story, other than showing how in the past Hobbits had been involved with other races in the conflicts of Middle-earth, allying themselves with one faction, even supplying soldiers sometimes, mostly archers. But all of that is in the past, and so long in the past that current Hobbits have no real sense of what it is to be in danger. The Shire, as we will see, has gone completely under the radar of most of Middle-earth for generations. Quote, they were in fact sheltered, but they had ceased to remember it. So they've had it easy for so long, they have no ability to recall life as anything but easy, which is why most weapons in the Shire are now in museums or hung over fireplace mantles like decorations. But make no mistake, they still are a sturdy bunch, difficult to daunt or kill. Not only are they hardy, but they're pretty skilled with a bow, or even just chucking rocks, which came in handy when they needed to scare off unwanted beasts from the Shire. The final world-building element I'll share about hobbits is to understand the terms. The Shire is the entire region where hobbits live. Think of it like a state, maybe, with the different cities and villages inside of it. Hobbiton is the specific village where our favorite hobbits, the Bagginses, live. The capital of the Shire is called Mickle Delving, which serves little purpose in our story other than to show Bilbo and Frodo don't live in the hub of hobbits. They are more rural than their city counterparts. The author ends the section telling us that hobbits put a lot of importance in remembering who is related to who, and that these records are kept in books that anyone but a hobbit would find extremely dull. Quote, hobbits delighted in such things, if they were accurate. They liked to have books filled with things that they already knew, set out fair and square with no contradictions, which sets up our expectations of how little hobbits enjoy change. The next section of the prologue is an entire backstory of the history of pipeweed. Hobbits love pipeweed, and they claim to be the inventors of smoking it as an activity. And other than knowing that pipeweed is one of the many things that Gandalf truly loves about hobbits, I'm going to move on because there are still several more parts of the prologue before we even get to the opening chapter. The third section is about the organization of the Shire. I already touched on how Hobbiton isn't that main settlement, that Mickle Delving is the capital. The only other thing I'd share is that there are postmasters and sheriffs, although the sheriffs don't do much policing. It basically just points out that there is structure and organization to the Shire. It's not just a bunch of randos living in anarchy. The fourth section is a 4-page summary of the key storyline of The Hobbit, or as he calls it, the Finding of the Ring. I'm going to assume most of you are familiar. For any who aren't, I'll give you a summary of his summary. Bilbo Baggins was on an adventure with Gandalf and a bunch of dwarves to serve as their burglar. Remember how hobbits are light on their feet and can move unseen. And during this adventure, Bilbo became separated from his dwarven friends, ending up at the bottom of the Black Orc mines under the mountains. While groping in the darkness, his hand landed upon what felt like a ring. He stuffed it in his pocket, not thinking much of it. Continuing his efforts to get out of the mountain, he found himself at a large, cold lake, entirely underground, which is where he met the loathsome little creature named Gollum. Gollum lived on an island on the underground lake, eating blind fish from the lake raw and holding on to his treasure, or his precious, as he called it. Little did he know the ring had disappeared from his possession, let alone that it had been found by a furry little hobbit. When Bilbo and Gollum met, the only thing keeping Gollum from killing Bilbo was the pointy elvish knife that the hobbit kept pointing at his neck. So the creature Gollum proposed a game of riddles. If he won, he gets to kill and eat Bilbo. But if the hobbit wins, Gollum will show him the way out of the mountain. Bilbo figured he was lost beyond hope anyway, so a chance of being shown out of the mountain was his best shot, so he accepted. They went back and forth, unable to stump each other, until the hobbit, in his antsiness, felt in his pocket and touched the ring he'd stashed there in the dark. "What have I got in my pocket?" he asked when it was his turn. The narrator breaks to say that authorities, it is true, disagree on whether this was a valid riddle or if it was just a question, which should have disqualified him, but since Gollum engaged in trying to answer it, he was bound to the rules of the game. "What has it got in its pockets?" Gollum questioned when he couldn't guess correctly. Now, you guys may still hear my Gollum impression, but I'm not busting it out for the prologue. It'll probably be 2 towers before I venture that on the podcast. But then to wrap up the history of the ring's discovery, Gollum comes at Frodo. The hobbit accidentally slips the ring on his finger as he's running, which makes him disappear because this is a magic ring. Not that he knew it at the time, but Gollum in his dismay ran straight to the path that led out of the mountain, hunting for the hobbit. So Bilbo followed him out. But as he saw the light of day peeking in around a corner from him, Gollum sat there, broken. Bilbo, still invisible, had the thought of killing the disgusting wretch on the spot. But, quote, pity stayed him. He would not use this magical ring to kill a disadvantaged creature. So he leapt over Gollum in the dark and ran down the passage into the sunlight. Gollum's cries of hate followed him. "Thief! Baggins! We hate it forever!" The narrator notes that most tellings of the story from Bilbo since the event have had him claiming that the ring was a gift from the creature Gollum. Maybe Frodo didn't want to be seen as stealing from the less fortunate, but maybe it was something darker than that, something beyond his own influence. And although he never calls him out on it, Gandalf had always been suspicious of that part of the story, but since then the ring has been with Bilbo Baggins. And we're just going to leave it at that because I want to talk about the Fellowship, don't you? The foreword's done, the prologue is in the bag, we're turning the page onto Book 1 of The Lord of the Rings. So hold on to your ears because they're in for a wild ride through Middle-earth. Our story opens saying that in the sleepy little village of Hobbiton, where very little happened that was out of the ordinary, everyone was buzzing with excitement. The one citizen of Hobbiton who had a reputation for being a disturber of the peace, Bilbo Baggins, had announced that it was soon going to be his 111th birthday, and that he was going to throw the biggest party the Shire had ever seen. The eccentric old bachelor had been the oddity of the region ever since he disappeared over 60 years ago, supposedly run off with some dwarves, and then one day he returned. But now with all sorts of stories of trolls and dragons and treasure, the stories of his adventures were almost as elaborate as the rumors that the other hobbits began to spread about him, about what he'd really been doing while he was gone, about how he had hoards of gold hidden in his house, Bag End. But other than spreading fantastical rumors, they did welcome him back as a member of the Hobbit Society, partially because he was such a generous man. Hobbits have a rich tradition of giving and receiving gifts, and Bilbo was one of the best at the giving part. Despite never settling down with his own family, Bilbo did have strong familial instincts, and when he was 99, he adopted the son of his cousin Drogo Baggins, who had passed away with his wife in a tragic boating accident 9 years earlier. And the adoption made the orphan his heir, a lad by the name of Frodo Baggins. Frodo was 21 at the time of adoption, meaning he was 12 when his parents died. Now, in a hobbit's lifespan, the 20s are referred to as tweens, a period of irresponsibility and self-discovery before coming of age at 33. And it just so happens that Frodo and his uncle, and I use that term with quotation marks because they're technically first cousins once removed, but it just so happens that Bilbo and Frodo share the same birthday, September 22nd. And what's even more magical, if you have somehow kept up with all of the years and dates that I've been throwing at you, but Bilbo's 111th birthday happens to be the same as Frodo's 33rd. So this special day of triple ones for Bilbo is also his nephew's coming-of-age celebration. Do you need any more reason to throw the biggest party Hobbiton has ever seen? Now, 111 years is very old to humans, and it is fairly old for hobbits, but they do tend to have a longer lifespan than humans. The oldest hobbit on record was Old Took, who lived to be 130 years of age. But the difference between Bilbo and Old Took was Bilbo didn't look a year over 60. His skin, his hair, his movements all defied the idea that he was a century old. Bilbo's gardener, Ham Gamgee, commonly referred to as the Gaffer, was one of the fastest to start up stories about the two men who lived at Bag End. A very nice, well-spoken, gentle hobbit is Mr. Bilbo, I've always said. But what about this Frodo that's come to live with him? Old Noakes whispered to the Gaffer. His mother was a brandybuck, you know. It's queer folk that go leaving Hobbiton to find a wife. Daddy Twofoot chimed in. Yes, his name is Daddy Twofoot, although it's unclear if he is actually a father or if it's important to state that he had no more or less than 2 feet. But Daddy Twofoot chimes in, saying that anyone who lives that close to the old forest is bound to be odd. The Gaffer comes back in to agree with these claims, but he defends Mr. Frodo, saying that he's a nice young hobbit, much like Mr. Bilbo, and that even though he has Brandybuck blood, he also has Baggins blood in his veins. He then gives a full backstory of how Frodo's father, Drogo, married Miss Primula Brandybuck, how Drogo moved in with his in-laws, and how he and his wife went out on a boating trip one day and never came back. The men hash over the details of how the real shakeup that came from Frodo becoming Bilbo's heir was that it came as a mighty shock to the Sackville Bagginses, who had assumed they would be sure to inherit Bag End, and that ever since Bilbo adopted Frodo, they had been mighty sour about it. Now, I highlighted this conversation not only because it gives some useful exposition, but because it is a great example of how the hobbits live such calm and predictable lives that they busy themselves greatly with gossip and with trying to justify any oddities in their little world. Or, to remind you what it said in the prologue, they have been sheltered for so long, they have ceased to remember that they are ignorant to the world around them. The only other thing to mention from this gossipy conversation is that Gaffer mentions how his son Sam has begun working with him at the Baggins place, and Sam constantly comes home with stories of elves and dragons that he heard from Mr. Bilbo, and how Gaffer hopes he doesn't have to worry about the impact these tales are having on his son. Meanwhile, the rumors of this party of Bilbos were getting out of hand. On top of the food and rumored presents, now there were whispers they were going to be fireworks, a spectacle that hadn't been seen in the Shire for over 100 years. The rumors only intensified when a rickety old wagon rolled into the Shire full of odd-shaped packages. The wagon was being driven by dwarves, several of whom seemed to be staying with Mr. Bilbo at Bag End now. A week after that, another wagon came into Hobbiton, but this one was driven by a solitary figure, an old man wearing a long gray cloak and a tall pointed blue hat. Yes, that's right, he does not actually dress monochromatically as the movies would have you believe. His long gray beard and bushy eyebrows covered most of the skin on his face. The wagon went directly to Bag End, and the old man began to unload his wagon, which was indeed full of fireworks. All of them were marked with a large red G in both the common tongue and the elf rune for the same letter. This was, of course, the mark of Gandalf the Grey, a wizard. Most hobbits had mixed feelings about Gandalf because he brought change with him. He was a symbol to them of something disturbing their peace, but on the other hand, he had been known to bring fireworks, and he could smoke pipeweed with the best of them. But most hobbits never knew his real business, the heavier things that occupied his time that would have made most of the hobbits crawl into their holes. Once inside Bag End, Bilbo and Gandalf began to catch up. "You mean to go on with your plan, then?" Gandalf asked. "I do. I made up my mind months ago, and I haven't changed it." Gandalf then encourages Bilbo to stick to the whole plan if he intends to go through with any of it. Now, with Gandalf there, the real party prep began. Bilbo hung a sign on his gate that said, "No admittance except on party business." And this party was serious business. And when the day finally arrived for this Baggins spectacular, it did not disappoint. Every guest was welcomed upon arrival to find not a birthday party, but a festival of sorts, with songs, dancing, music, games, and, of course, food and drink. But not just one meal. This was an entire day of festivities, so there were 3 official meals provided, lunch, tea, and dinner, but there was also food served throughout the entire day. The gifts were given out. Yes, Bilbo gave gifts on his own birthday, and they were exotic and exciting. The children all got toys of dwarven make that moved in ways that seemed magical. And when it was dark, the fireworks began. Gandalf was not only the pyrotechnician, he had made these fireworks to do spectacular, mystical things. Rockets that flew like birds, singing as they tore through the sky. Others that grew up and up into giant green trees with leaves opening like spring. Fountains of butterflies, fiery eagles, sailing ships, red thunderstorms with yellow rain. But the final surprise, in honor of Bilbo, scared the hobbits quite a bit. He let the previous fireworks completely die out so the sky was dark and the air was silent. A great smoke went up in the distance. Then it burst into green and red flames, forming the shape of a dragon. It was obviously not real, but it was real enough to send them ducking for cover as the fire-breathing creation swooped down over the party, not once, not twice, but 3 times before soaring over the bywater and erupting into a shower of explosions. Bilbo, with a large grin on his face, quickly put everyone's fears to bed by announcing that it was now time for supper. Now, all the attendees were fed an amazing dinner, but there was a special family-only dinner party that was limited to 144 guests. Now, this wasn't 144 Bagginses, mind you. They were Tooks, Boffins, Brandybucks, several Chubbs, Burrowses, Bolgers, Bracegirdles, Brockhouses, Goodbodies, Hornblowers, and Proudfeet. And, of course, the Sackville Bagginses, Lobelia and Otho, who sat there with permanent scowls on their faces. The dinner was lovely, but everyone was kind of dreading what came after dinner. It was obviously going to be followed by some lengthy speech from Bilbo. He always gave speeches, and they were always lengthy, sometimes diverting into poetry, but always somehow returning to his tales from 60 years ago. The main dinner was completed, and they had moved on to the post-main meal that was referred to as filling up the corners where you were sipping at a drink and nibbling on your favorite bits. I love that term, by the way, that when you're still snacking after a meal, you're just filling up the corners. But the speech did eventually come, and here's how it went. "My dear people," the party erupted with cheers of "Hear, hear." Bilbo looked a little more nervous than he usually did before a speech, but he continued on. "My dear Bagginses and Boffins, my dear Tooks and Brandybucks, Grubbs and Chubbs, Burrowses, Hornblowers, Bolgers, Bracegirdles, Goodbodies, Brockhouses, and Proudfoots." A voice yelled a correction. "Proud feet," it said. The crowd laughed, and of course, my good Sackville Bagginses, Bilbo said. "Today is my 111th birthday. I am 11-1 today." The crowd cheered more loudly, hoping they could encourage him to keep this short. Bilbo shifted his feet as he thought about his next words. "I hope you are all enjoying yourselves as much as I am," he said. The cheers continued. "I shall not keep you long." He states that he has called them there for 3 purposes this day. First, to tell them that he is fond of them all and that 111 years is not enough to live among such excellent hobbits. But then he threw a curveball with the next statement. He said, quote, "I don't know half of you as well as I should like, and I like less than half of you half as well as you deserve." There were a few claps from hobbits who thought this a compliment, and there were plenty of looks between others who were unsure if they'd just been insulted. The second purpose is to celebrate not only his 111th birthday, but the coming of age of his heir and nephew, Frodo, who, now that he is of age, comes into his inheritance that day. There were again claps from some, yells of Frodo from others, but there was an absolute silence from the table of the Sackville Bagginses. And finally, he has an announcement to make. "I regret to announce that, though, as I said, 11-1 years is far too short a time to spend among you, this is the end. I am going. I am leaving now. Goodbye." He stepped back, and there was a flash of blinding light. When their eyes readjusted, Bilbo was gone. 144 hobbits immediately began to whisper to each or gasp in disbelief. Bilbo was acting in an unacceptable manner again. What had he meant he was leaving? While everyone else worked themselves into an uproar about how un-hobbit-like Bilbo was, Frodo, the new owner of Bag End, sat in silence. Bilbo's young nephew, of course, had known about this prank and what came after it, so for a brief moment he was suppressing his laughter at the shock of everyone else's faces. But quickly he turned sad, thinking about what came next. Meanwhile, Bilbo had darted back to his house, or rather Frodo's house, while wearing his magic ring that he used to disappear from the party. He only took it off when he was inside, contented that no hobbit of Hobbiton would ever see him again. You could say he wanted to leave on a high note that would make George Costanza jealous. He had already prepared a lot of his belongings, but ran around gathering a few additional odds and ends. He grabbed his traveler's clothes, hung his sword on the belt, grabbed his manuscript in a large, bulky envelope. He initially put the ring in the envelope, addressed it to Frodo, and set it on the mantelpiece. But as soon as he'd turned his back on it, he whipped back around and shoved the envelope in his pocket. And as soon as it was out of sight, the door opened. Gandalf stooped down to enter the door of Bag End. "I'm glad to find you visible," the wizard said dryly. "That flash was quite a surprise," Bilbo said. "It startled me, let alone the others." Gandalf told him that after having kept the ring a secret all these decades, he had thought it would be better if the sudden vanishing of the Shire's mischief maker could be attributed to a smoke bomb and not some magical tool. "You would spoil my joke," Bilbo said as he scurried around the home one last time. "But I expect you know best, as usual." "I do when I know anything," Gandalf said before pivoting to his real concern. "So what do you intend to do now that you've offended or alarmed everyone in the Shire who knows you?" Bilbo tells him that he needs a long holiday, one so long that he doubts he'll ever return to the Shire. "I am old, Gandalf. I don't look it, but I'm beginning to feel it in my heart of hearts." "Well preserved indeed," he snorted. "Why, I feel all thin, sort of stretched, if you know what I mean, like butter that has been scraped over too much bread. That can't be right. I need a change, or something." Gandalf looked curiously and closely at him. "No, it does not seem right," he said thoughtfully. "No, after all, I believe your plan is probably best." "Well, I've made up my mind anyway. I want to see mountains again, Gandalf. Mountains! And then find somewhere that I can rest in peace and quiet without a lot of relatives prying around and a string of confounded visitors hanging on the bell. I might find somewhere where I can finish my book. I have thought of a nice ending for it. and he lived happily ever after to the end of his days. After Gandalf agrees that he hopes that this is what can be said of the rest of Bilbo's life, Bilbo tells him he's leaving everything to Frodo. It's time for him to become his own master. Everything? Gandalf asked. The ring as well? Bilbo's demeanor changed instantly. Well, yes, I suppose so, Bilbo stuttered. Where is it? Gandalf pushed. In an envelope, if you must know, there on the mantelpiece. Then he paused and felt the envelope in his pocket. No, it's actually here in my pocket, he said gently. Isn't that odd? But after all, why not? Why shouldn't it stay there? Gandalf slowly and calmly spoke as though he was trying to corner an animal that was likely to bolt. I think, he said, you should leave it behind, don't you? You're always badgering me about my ring, Bilbo snapped. I had to badger you. Gandalf spoke of previous ring-related conversations, saying that he wanted the truth, and it was important because magical rings are, well, magical, and they are rare, curious, and sometimes dangerous. I should like to be able to know where it is if you go wandering again, and I think you've had it long enough, haven't you? Bilbo's eyes hardened with anger. What business is it of yours to know what I do with my own things? I found it. It came to me. No need to get angry, Gandalf replied. If I am, it's your fault. It's mine, I tell you. My own. My precious. Yes, my precious. The look on Gandalf's face went from concern to gravity. It has been called that before, but not by you. Bilbo acknowledges that yes, that is what Gollum had called it, but it's not Gollum's anymore, it's his, and he intends to keep it for himself. Gandalf stood up, his stature filling up the room as he had to bend over to not hit the ceiling. You'll be a fool if you do, Bilbo. You make that clearer with every word you say. It already has far too strong of a hold over you. If you want the ring yourself, just say so, Bilbo yelled, but you won't get it. It's mine. His hand slid down to the hilt of his sword. The insinuation that he might resort to violence to keep the ring made Gandalf angry. If you say that again, the wizard said as he reined in his temper, then you will see Gandalf the Grey uncloaked. Now, that is officially my first favorite line from this book. If you say that again, you will see Gandalf the Grey uncloaked, which feels like the Tolkien way of saying, boy, you are about to catch these hands. But after a few more back and forths of Gandalf trying to use logic and Bilbo struggling to see it, the old hobbit finally breaks down a bit, admitting that he feels so odd lately, and that sometimes it feels like someone or something is watching him. I don't know why, Bilbo said. I don't seem to be able to make up my mind. Gandalf, now restored to his calm, wise demeanor, said, Then trust mine. Go away and leave it behind. Stop possessing it. Give it to Frodo and I will look after him. Bilbo reluctantly put the envelope back on the mantel. But with that act done, he immediately perked up and said, Well, that's it. I'm off. He then went to a back room and collected several dwarves who had been hanging out there the whole time, and they set off together. What fun to be off again on the road with dwarves, Bilbo said as he waved to Gandalf. Goodbye for the present, the wizard said. Take care of yourself. Bilbo sang a song as he went down the road from Bag End, a song that hinted at the unknown adventure of travel. He and the dwarves quickly were out of sight. Gandalf sighed and went back into the hobbit hole. Almost immediately, Frodo had come back asking if Bilbo was gone. Gandalf said he had left and that he'd placed a packet for Frodo on the mantelpiece. The young hobbit opened it, found the ring, and said it may be useful to him. It may and it may not, Gandalf said, already reluctant that the ring had an owner once again. I should not make use of it if I were you. Keep it secret. Keep it safe. The next day, Frodo was busy fielding an endless stream of visitors because Bilbo had left many possessions to different relatives and neighbors, and they had all come to claim their goods. I'm not going to spend time on the details of this, which takes up several pages, other than to say that the Sackville Bagginses show up and demand to see the will to make sure that they were really out of the running to be Bilbo's heirs. Within moments of the last hobbit finally gathering their possessions and leaving, Frodo shut the door and started making tea. But a second later, there came a knock. Frodo sighed defeatedly and assumed it must be Lobelia Sackville Baggins just coming to dispute some aspect of ownership with him, so he ignored it. But when the knock repeated and was again ignored, he heard a voice much deeper and more wizardly than a Sackville Baggins say, If you don't let me in, Frodo, I shall blow your door out the other side of your house. Frodo ran to the door, laughing, saying he had thought it was Lobelia, which prompted an immediate forgiveness from Gandalf, and he asks Frodo what he knows about the ring Bilbo left him. Frodo tells him only what Bilbo says in the story, how he found it, how he used it to get away, etc. The wizard warns him not to use it because there could be a lot more to this ring that they cannot comprehend currently. Frodo says he doesn't understand, and Gandalf tells him that neither does he. But that after all these years, it is only now that he has begun to really wonder about this ring in particular. Gandalf again tells him not to use it, but to keep it safe while he's gone. Gone? Frodo asked. I thought you were staying for at least a week. Gandalf says he had intended to, but now he must set off, perhaps for a long while. Expect me when you see me, were his words of parting as he headed for the door. Frodo, sad to be staring down the barrel of being alone in a large house, followed him to the door. He tells Gandalf that he would like to give up Bag End if it meant he could see Bilbo again, and maybe even go off on adventures with him. I love the Shire, but I begin to wish somehow that I had gone too. I wonder if I shall ever see him again. Gandalf smiled sympathetically and said, So do I. Goodbye now, take care, look out for me, especially at unlikely times. I love these cryptic wizard phrases from Gandalf. Expect me when you see me, look for me at unlikely times. But with a wave and a smile, Gandalf was on the road again. Frodo was alone in his giant house, wondering when he would see his wizard friend once more. The chapter ends saying, Frodo did not see him again for a long time. And it ends up being quite a long time, but we'll get to that in a second. Because Bilbo's sudden disappearance was quite the topic of conversation in the Shire for over a year. And the narrator also informs us that the legend of the Mad Baggins, who had vanished with a bang, was a myth among Shire folk long into the Fourth Age, after the true events about Bilbo were long forgotten. The hobbits were wary of Frodo merely because of his association with Bilbo, but he lived an ordinary enough life that they were mostly welcoming to him. Frodo passed the time as often as he could with his closest friends. There was Peregrine Took, who went by Pippin, and Meriadoc Brandybuck, who is most exclusively called Merry. There was also Folco Boffin and Fredegar Bolger, who typically went by Fatty Bolger affectionately. But years went by, and not just a few. We really jump back into the story as Frodo himself is approaching his 50th birthday. So 17 years has passed, and outside of an occasional visit from Gandalf that would never last very long, life continued on fairly normally for Mr. Baggins. And the older he got, the more Frodo felt an itch. An itch like the itch that Bilbo felt, a desire to get out and explore. It is an unusual itch for a Shire dweller to have. Partially, it was just a regret to not have joined his uncle when he had left all those years ago. He began to go on longer and longer walks, flirting with the idea of truly leaving the Shire. Yet every time he had the thought, he would follow it up with, not yet. And in that time, other hobbits couldn't deny that odd things were happening in recent years. There is an ancient road that runs east to west through the Shire, and for many years it saw little traffic from non-hobbit types. But lately, elves had been seen crossing the path to the west and never returning. Dwarves were seen on the road in greater numbers than anyone could recall in recent history. Whispers were heard of an evil presence in the distant land of Mordor. Stories of orcs growing greater in number, trolls moving abroad, and not dull-witted trolls, ones with intelligence, armed with weapons, and there were stories of creatures even more terrifying than trolls. A lot of this exposition is given via a conversation that Samwise Gamgee, the Gaffer's son, is having in the tavern with others. The only additional thing worth knowing from this scene is that Samwise, who in the movies is portrayed as a homebody who is very reluctant to leave the Shire, is in fact a very curious person in the book who dreams of seeing elves with his own eyes. We learn about how in this 17-year window, Gandalf had stopped by randomly to check on Frodo and the ring, but that he'd be off again just as quickly. And the most recent gap had been 9 years since Gandalf's last visit. So it was a welcome surprise when one evening, Gandalf showed up at Bag End once more. All well, the wizard asked with a smile. You look the same as ever. Oh, by the way, there was another rumor that had been spreading around Hobbiton how Frodo was sharing the same defiance of aging that Bilbo had. But Gandalf and Bilbo spend the evening catching up on life in the Shire, and events turn eventually to the ring, but Gandalf says such things are better left to be discussed in the daytime. The next morning after breakfast, Frodo brings up his ring, and Gandalf's smile drops. But he knows that this conversation is important and cannot be put off any longer. In many ways, it is more powerful than I ever dared to think at first. So powerful that in the end, it would utterly overcome anyone of mortal race who possessed it. We then get an entire history of the rings, which is important to the story for sure, but I'm going to give you this history in bullet point form. In an elven city of Aragorn, long ago during the Second Age, and don't worry, later I'll get into the sense of how long these ages of Middle-earth were, but in Aragorn, magic rings were crafted by the elven smiths. These rings were at the time known to give the wearer power, but it was not known that they were just experiments. They were minimum viable products for the ring that would come after them. A mortal who wore one of them would never die, but he does not grow or obtain more life. He just continues existing until every minute is weariness. And furthermore, Gandalf has learned that using the ring to go invisible will over time make the wearer invisible permanently, doomed to walk in the twilight under the eye of the Dark Lord. Sooner or later, the dark power will devour him, Gandalf said grimly. The sounds of Samwise cutting the lawn could be heard from the window in an otherwise silent room. Frodo's first concern was if Bilbo would be all right. Had he known about all of this? Gandalf says he thinks that Bilbo knew more than he let on to, but he definitely was not aware of all of this. The wizard reveals that it wasn't until he saw the dark side of Bilbo that night before he left that alerted him to the power of this ring, and that he had spent most of the time these past 17 years getting to the bottom of its origin. The Grey Wizard says he hasn't even gotten to why this ring in particular is so dangerous. He asks Frodo for the ring briefly, and then tosses it in the fire, much to the hobbit's surprise. After a minute, he stooped down with the tongs and retrieved it, holding it in his hand. Frodo gasped, but Gandalf just smiled, holding it out to him, saying, "It's quite cool, take it." The ring now had some sort of faint but highly detailed script in a language that Frodo didn't even recognize, let alone understand. The letters blazed as a fire but gave no sensation of heat. The letters are Elvish, of an ancient mode, but the language is that of Mordor. I will not utter it here, but in the common tongue it says, "One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them." He then recites the entire verse, which is the epigraph we shared at the start of this book, about the 3 rings to the elves, the 7 to the dwarves, and 9 to mankind, before saying, "This is the master ring, the one ring to rule them all." Frodo was dismayed. "How did this ring come to me?" he said, as he scrunched up his brow in worry. The 9 rings of men had already been fully corrupted, and the wearers had become servants of the evil one, his ring wraiths. The 3 of the elves remained hidden, but the 7 of the dwarves had also either been destroyed or were back in his possession. But the one thing keeping him from fully ascending to his terrible power was looking for this one ring. The ring in which he put part of his own essence. But what matters for us to know is that the Dark Lord will stop at nothing to get this one ring back. We get a brief history of the ring's entire existence up until Bilbo found it. I'm going to make this part very brief because we discuss it more times later in the book, but at the height of Sauron's power in the Second Age, there was a battle for control over Middle-earth, a battle known as the Last Alliance of Elves and Men. The elven king Gil-galad and Elendil, the king of both Númenorian realms and Middle-earth, Gondor and Arnor, led their armies against the terrible might of Sauron. In the fight, both Gil-galad and Elendil were slain, but Elendil's son Isildur, using his dead father's broken sword, Narsil, cut off the fingers of Sauron, including the One Ring, which led to a defeat of the dark forces. Isildur was quickly consumed by the ring, ignoring requests from Elrond to cast it into Mount Doom to destroy it. And 2 years after the great battle, he was killed in an orc ambush in an incident known as the Disaster of the Gladden Fields. Sauron was too weak to be searching for it, and it was assumed to be lost. But at that point, 2,461 years later, 2 small beings, distant relatives to hobbits, were playing by the riverside when one of them, Daigle, caught a hint of something glimmering in the riverbed. He dove in, and when he came back up, he had in his hands a large, beautiful golden ring. It sparkled in the sunlight. Daigle's friend, Smeagol, came up behind him as he admired his discovery. "Give us that, Daigle, my love," Smeagol said. "Why?" his friend asked. "Because it's my birthday, and I wants it," Smeagol said. "I don't care. I have given you a present already, and since I found this, I'm going to keep it." According to Gandalf, no one ever found out what happened to Daigle. His body was never recovered. All that was known was that Smeagol came home that day alone. He used his new ring, which to his delight had magical powers, to let him discover the secrets of others and do naughty things. He eventually became so unpopular and distrusted among his people that he was shunned by them. But not until after they'd started calling him Gollum, because of the gurgling sound he would often make with his throat. So Gollum began to wander in loneliness, slowly becoming more sensitive to and avoidant of the sun, until one day he looked up at the misty mountains in the distance and decided it must be nice and cool and shady under those mountains. So he journeyed there and burrowed into the mountain. Gollum had been in possession of the ring for almost 500 years by the time Bilbo came across him. Perhaps the darkest aspect of the ring is that it has its own desires. It has its own goal of returning to its creator. That is why it managed to remove itself from Isildur's possession, and it's why once it could sense the Dark Lord's power growing once more as the necromancer of Dol Guldur, that it found its way of escaping Gollum under the mountain. It actively seeks to be found. Gandalf expresses his concern that now that the Dark Lord has been alerted to the existence of hobbits, and that he has been tipped off that his great ring is in the possession of one, that he may seek to make the inhabitants of the Shire his slaves, to be miserable forever. Frodo is very alarmed by this. First of all, why would he make us his slaves? To which Gandalf's answer is that he hadn't previously known hobbits existed, and now that he knows about them and realizes his ring has been in their possession this entire time, his malice and desire for revenge was all he needed to make him want to enslave the entire race. That leads Frodo to his second question. How does he know a hobbit is in possession of the ring right now? The answer to that one, and also part of why Gandalf knows so much about Gollum, is that during his searching, he had actually captured Gollum. Gollum had left the mountain long ago looking for Bilbo, but that by the time Gandalf got to him, Gollum had already been captured and tortured by the hosts of Mordor, and he had only told them 2 words, but those 2 words were enough. Shire and Baggins. Frodo sat down and buried his head in his hands. I wish it need not have happened in my time, said Frodo. So do I, said Gandalf. And so do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us. Gandalf says he learned much of this through his own interrogation of Gollum, and that he used many of his friends to hunt the creature, from elves to his friend Aragorn, the greatest hunter in Middle-earth. Gandalf gives a lot more thoughts on Gollum before their conversation ends, but I found this one paragraph most interesting. The murder of Daigle haunted Gollum, and he had made up a defense, repeating it to his precious over and over again as he gnawed bones in the dark, until he almost believed it. It was his birthday. Daigle ought to have given the ring to him. It had obviously turned up just so as to be a present. It was his birthday present, and so on and so on. Isn't that interesting? Even a creature as corrupted and wicked as Gollum still has to deal with the need to rationalize his actions as just, which means his lying little mind has to bend the facts in a way that lets him feel good about himself. But after filling Frodo in on all the details, Gandalf concludes saying, I fear that the long unnoticed name of Baggins has become important. Frodo begins reeling with all sorts of anxious thoughts. At one point, he says it's a pity Bilbo hadn't killed Gollum when he had the chance. Gandalf very quickly points out that it was actually pity that had stayed Bilbo's hand. And mercy, the ability to not strike without need, had rewarded Bilbo well enough in his life. Gandalf attributed that to the fact that his ownership of the ring began not with murder, but with an act of pity. Frodo was unimpressed. I'm sorry, but I am frightened and I do not feel any pity for Gollum. One other detail I forgot to mention is that after being interrogated, Gollum had been entrusted to the wood elves in Mirkwood for captivity and just maybe some attempts at rehabilitation. They then have a lengthy conversation about how the ring cannot be destroyed by anything other than the fires of Mount Doom where it was forged. And Frodo realizes that he is already dealing with some of the side effects demonstrated by his reluctance to actually let go of the ring when Gandalf suggests he try getting rid of it. I do wish to destroy it, cried Frodo. Or, well, to have it destroyed, I am not made for perilous quests. I wish I had never seen the ring. Why has it come to me? Why was I chosen? The wizard tells him no one could know for certain why he was chosen. But here they are. Frodo tells Gandalf several times that he will not take the ring himself, and suggests that Gandalf take it, which elicits a rather emotional outburst from the wizard, saying that he should never take the ring. which finally led to Frodo sitting, staring at the embers of his fireplace, imagining in his mind that they grew to be the fires of Mount Doom. Only Gandalf's voice broke him from the trance. "Well, have you decided what to do?" "No," Frodo said thoughtfully, "or perhaps yes." He then agrees not that he must take it to Mordor himself, but that he must take it out of the Shire for the safety of his hobbit brethren. Even as he said that he would be willing to leave the Shire, a great emotion welled up inside of him, a desire to be brave like Uncle Bilbo and to go off and do incredible things like deal with a dragon or outsmart some trolls, maybe even to see his dear uncle again. This desire was so great that it washed over his fear and left him feeling a sense of determination and willingness to walk that dangerous road. Gandalf smiled in disbelief as he said, "Hobbits really are amazing creatures. You can learn all there is to know of their ways in a month, and yet after 100 years they can still surprise you." Gandalf then gives him a couple tips. He should leave the name of Baggins behind him. He should go by Underhill moving forward to keep his identity safe. And also that if there was anyone he felt he could trust completely, he didn't have to go on this journey alone. That it might actually do him some good if there was someone he could trust. Just then, Gandalf stopped. There was no sound. But that was the problem. Gandalf crept to the windowsill, silent as a mouse, and then after a long pause, he sprung out of the sill, his long arm darting down towards the ground. There was a squawking sound, and when he pulled his arm back in, Samwise Gamgee was in his grasp. "Well, well, bless my beard. Samwise Gamgee, what may you be doing?" Sam was grasping for an excuse. "I was just trimming the grass border under the window, Mr. Gandalf." He was holding his shears up as if submitting evidence to the jury. "It has been many minutes since I heard your shears. How long have you been eavesdropping?" "Eavesdropping?" Sam said with a gulp. "I don't follow you. Begging your pardon, sir." Gandalf isn't having this, and he presses Sam to tell him what he knows. "I heard a deal I didn't rightly understand about an enemy and rings and Mr. Bilbo, sir, and dragons and a fiery mountain and elves. Sir, I listened because I couldn't help myself, if you know what I mean. Lord bless me, sir, but I do love tales of that sort, and I believe them, too. I would dearly love to see them. Could you take me to see the elves, sir, when you go?" Gandalf suddenly broke from his stern face and laughed. "So you heard Frodo is going away?" Sam fell on his knees as if to beg for mercy, but Gandalf said he had some better punishment in mind for him, that he was going to be going away with Mr. Frodo. "Me, sir?" Sam said with a hopeful look on his face. "Me go to see the elves and all? Hooray!" Now, note this difference between book Sam and Frodo and movie Sam and Frodo. In the movie, Sam is quite reluctant to leave. He'd rather stay and try to get Rosie to fall in love with him while not experiencing any adventures. And Frodo is not much different, but he also isn't quite as vocal about his lack of desire to leave. Trust me, I cut out other chunks of him protesting not wanting to go. But in the book, they are actually quite different. Frodo is completely wanting to avoid the call to adventure for a while, until the thoughts of Bilbo bolster him up. But Sam has been dying for the opportunity to get out of the Shire and see the great wild world. Probably one of the biggest character departures in the entire series of movies so far. But let's pay attention to how this impacts Sam's storyline moving forward. But now let's get back to that quote. "I wish it need not have happened in my time," said Frodo. "So do I," said Gandalf, "and so do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us." Now, unlike most of the lessons that I pull out in my episodes, I'm not abstracting anything from this part. The lesson is literally just what Gandalf says. We don't get to decide the things that happen in our time. All we get to do is decide what to do with the time that we have. It's a very stoic, coded statement, and it's very surface level. But what I do want to draw your attention to is the desire expressed here by Frodo. How real is this feeling of wishing things were different, of wishing you didn't have to be burdened with your trials that seemed beyond your choices? While most heroes in traditional storytelling, including some characters in this story, are what I'd call aspirational heroes, Frodo is what I'd call a realistic hero. The difference is an aspirational hero pulls us toward our desired self by modeling the best version of who we could be, and at most they are humanized a little by giving them moments of weakness or doubt, just enough to make us feel like they aren't completely out of our reach to emulate. But Frodo Man, Frodo spends more time doubting himself than he does believing in himself. He doesn't even consider himself someone who wants to be heroic. He feels like he's dealing with someone else's garbage getting sucked into this quest. And he basically never stops expressing his doubt or his desire to not have to deal with the ring. Spoiler alert. But what matters is that when the moments of choice come up where he could give in to the doubts or push forward, he makes the right choice. And that is all it takes to be a protagonist or a hero. It's not about having flawless self-confidence. It's about not taking the easy path when you come to the crossroads. It's about honing in on the few choices that will make all the difference. In the first Deadpool movie, there's a famous scene where Colossus is trying to convince the anti-hero to join the X-Men. His argument is that being a hero comes down to 4 or 5 moments. That people think being a hero means you wake up a hero, brush your teeth like a hero, etc., etc. But in reality, it's just the difference of a single-digit number of decisions that choose to do what's right rather than what's easy. And that is what makes Frodo possibly the most important hero in popular culture. He is not adventurous, he does not seek danger, he actively wishes he could be nowhere near it. But he understands that he has been given the choice to rise to the need of Middle-earth or to cower in the Shire until the Dark Lord finds him. And that is what keeps him going. And if you pay attention, you'll see that Tolkien purposefully creates moment after moment where the choice to go on is laid solely at Frodo's feet. The Fellowship defers to him as the ring bearer if they should keep going. It's as if the author is trying to highlight that it's okay that Frodo is frightened 99% of the time, but it's that in those few moments that really matter that he chooses to see the mission through. I think one of the reasons that The Lord of the Rings is so special is because it has perfect versions of both realistic heroes and aspirational heroes that no matter where you are in life, there's someone that you can draw inspiration from for your own journey. It's okay to wish that you didn't have the problems you have in your life. It's okay to doubt if you're up to the task. All that matters, as Gandalf says, is what we do with the time that is given us. What will we do when those key moments of choice are laid at our feet and we can press forward onto our best self, or we can take the easy path that leads to regret and lack of fulfillment? We're now getting into the traveling parts of the story, and let me just set up some expectations. I will be doing more summarizing in travel-related chapters because although there are some fun adventures, there are also a lot of descriptions of traveling through rough terrain that could be expressed in a sentence or two rather than multiple pages. But I can promise you that I will not only cover the aspects of traveling that are in the films, I will be diving into several subplots that the movies do not cover. So just trust me that the things I do skip are skippable. Otherwise, this episode would be 12 hours long. Gandalf tells Frodo he should leave sooner than later, but that he must be off now and try to arrange for other things they will need in order to destroy the ring. Over the course of several months, Frodo reluctantly prepares to leave. He even sold Bag End to the Sackville Bagginses, which started a wildfire of rumors about how his money must have been all dried up, and now he had to retreat to his mother's side of the family, the Brandybucks, on the eastern part of the Shire. Honestly, you could study the hobbits in general as a perfect example of tribalism, how they have a standard way of living that they like, and any change from that leads to them having to create stories to justify why anyone would behave differently than they do. Not any different than how humans work, honestly, but I think hobbits are great examples because they don't even claim to be open-minded or ambitious. They are just cozy, unchanging little gossipers. But Frodo's friends are helping him prepare to move, but he is waiting for Gandalf. He had said he would be back by the agreed-upon date, which was the day after Frodo's 50th birthday, on September 22nd, but as the date approached, there was no sign of the wizard. Frodo had felt the need to create a story that wouldn't make people as edgy or nervous as Bilbo's sudden disappearance, so he'd actually bought a home in Crick Hollow, which is part of Buckland, where the Brandybucks live in the Eastern Shire. So the day after his birthday, when Gandalf still hadn't shown up, Frodo's cousin and his good friend, Merry Brandybuck, took a loaded cart full of Frodo's possessions to the new home. Fatty Bolger went with Merry, but Pippin stayed behind. He would travel with Frodo on foot, along with Sam. They didn't leave until night was approaching, preferring to travel in the dark, but during the evening, as he was just about to leave, Frodo heard something that made his blood run a little cold. Sam's dad, the gaffer, was talking with someone, but he was speaking in a halted way, unlike him, that made it seem like whoever he was speaking to was making him nervous. "No, Mr. Baggins has gone away. Went this morning. My Sam went with him. I don't know why. He sold the place. It's not my business. Well, yes, I know where he went, but it ain't no secret. He's moved off to Buckleberry or someplace yonder. No, I can't give him a message for you. Good night to you." The tension in the gaffer's voice was odd and unsettling, but also just knowing there were now complete strangers looking for him made Frodo more confident in his choice to not wait for Gandalf any longer. When darkness fell, Pippin and Sam went off with Frodo into the wild world outside of Hobbiton. So maybe not quite wild because they're still in the Shire for a while now. As they traveled along the ancient road, they were wary of bumping into anyone else, and as a reminder, hobbits are great at stealth, and combined with their dark cloaks, they are quite capable of becoming invisible without the use of a magic ring. They walk all into the early hours of the morning until Pippin cannot keep up any longer, and they camp down until sunlight. As they started their next day, Pippin complained about how long this journey was taking. Sam was constantly checking that Frodo was doing all right, offering to shift some of the belongings into his pack if necessary. But as they go along, Frodo can't help but remember some of the things Bilbo used to tell him about the world outside of Hobbiton. Quote, "It's dangerous business, Frodo, going out of your door," he used to say. "You step into the road, and if you don't keep your feet, there's no knowing where you might step off to." At Pippin's request, they had taken a break for some food when Sam's ears perked up. He says he heard a pony or a horse on the road behind them. Frodo's first thought is it was Gandalf catching up with them, but very quickly he had a sense of dread that this could just as well be someone they don't want to encounter. So he encourages them all to get off the road while trying to not alert Pippin to anything because, keep in mind, even though Sam knows the truth of what's up, Pippin just thinks they're going to Frodo's new house in Crick Hollow. Frodo tries to play it off as no big deal. He just says he'd rather not deal with running into anyone. So they all hide in a patch of tall grass behind a tree up above the road. But Frodo peered out cautiously through the roots of the tall grass to see who was coming up behind them. It wasn't a pony. It was a full-sized horse, black as night, and on it sat a large man wrapped in a black cloak. His face was completely obscured by his black hood. The horse stopped right where they had been on the road. The rider seemed to be listening for any signs, and then there was a sound from under the hood, like sniffing. But somehow, scary sniffing, it made Frodo feel sick, and he caught himself instinctively holding on to the ring, which he could feel weighing down in his pocket. Despite all of Gandalf's warnings, Frodo felt an urge to put the ring on his finger, and just as he was about to slip it over the knuckle, the rider sat upright, kicked the horse, and they were off again. He tried to explain to his companions what he'd seen and how he'd felt afraid that it might even smell him. Pippin is confused what a large person could possibly want with them. Sam says he knows because just before meeting up with them at Frodo's house that previous night, he'd run into his dad, the gaffer, who told him about a man dressed all in black with no visible face who had been asking after Frodo. Sam said at first he had thought it was some sort of delusion because his father was getting old, but the description sounded perfectly like what had been described. They continue on cautiously. They have another run-in that same day with the rider, or at least they think it's the same rider. It's hard to be sure. This time, he got off his horse, onto the ground, sniffing. He began to crawl in their direction. But luckily, they avoid him narrowly as Frodo almost put the ring on again until the rider was startled off by something else in the forest. After the Black Rider was gone, Sam excitedly exclaimed, "Elves!" Indeed, there was a group of wandering elves walking through the forest. The hobbits made contact with them. The leader of the group, Gildor Inglorion, invites them to join them for the evening, saying they have a place where they can eat and sleep that night. Pippin is greatly relieved. Sam is speechless in the sight of the elves that he has so long dreamed of seeing with his own eyes. Frodo shows them his gratitude by speaking Elvish to them. Ellen sila lumen omentielvo, meaning a star shines on the hour of our meeting. Gildor laughs as he tells his companions they had better watch what they say, because this one understands their tongue. They have to march some ways before arriving at the elven encampment, which was like a great hall building shaped out of living trees. There was a fire inside and plenty of food. There were elves singing and drinking. The short version of this story is that Frodo talks late into the night with Gildor. Gildor tells him that he can sense the truth of Frodo's situation, that he is intending to leave the Shire and that the enemy is pursuing him, although the elf cannot reason why. Frodo expresses his distress at hearing further confirmation that he is being hunted, and how he wishes he could at least walk through the Shire in peace. Gildor wisely states that the Shire has not always belonged to hobbits, and that there will come a day when hobbits no longer are the masters of the Shire. Quote, "The wide world is all about you. You can fence yourself in, but you cannot forever fence it out." Gildor encourages him to be quick about his errand and to not wait for Gandalf, although he admits it troubles him that Gandalf had not been seen when he had claimed to arrive. "But it is said," quoted Gildor with a smile, "do not meddle in the affairs of wizards, for they are subtle and quick to anger." And that is the truth. We'll see that exemplified in this book. Despite Gandalf's wisdom and patience most of the time, there are several instances where he actually flares up with a temper pretty quickly. Most of them involve Pip and Took, but that's besides the point. Frodo expresses once more his fear and concern about being tasked with such a great and dangerous errand. Gildor tells him that courage is found in unlikely places and to be of good hope. He tells him that he will alert the other wandering companies of elves to be on the watch for both allies and enemies of Frodo Baggins. This news comforts Frodo a little, but he decides he had better get some sleep before continuing his journey the next day. After that night talking with Gildor, Frodo had decided that he should put any dreams he had of waiting in Crick Hollow for Gandalf to bed. He would need to set off on the next stage of his journey as soon as possible, wherever that may be, and he was unwilling to force his friends into doing anything so perilous. He would have to carry out this stage alone. He looked up and saw Pippin a little ways off singing. Yes, that one was too pure and simple to be put in such danger. But when he looked at Sam, Sam was watching him intently. "Sam," Frodo said, "I have made up my mind. I'm leaving the Shire as soon as I can. In fact, I won't even spend a day in Crick Hollow if I can help it." Sam simply gave a nod and said, "Very good, sir." Frodo was shocked at how easily he took the news. "It's going to be very dangerous, Sam. Most likely neither of us will come back." "If you don't come back, sir, then I shan't. That's certain. Don't you leave him," they said to me. "Leave him? I never mean to. Even as he climbs to the moon. And if any Black Riders show up, they'll have Sam Gamgee to reckon with." They laughed at that. "Who are they?" Frodo asked. "The elves, sir." Sam goes on to explain that while Frodo was talking with Gildor, he had been talking with some of the other elves, who seemed to have a sense of what they were up to. "They were wonderful folk, sir, wonderful. Sam's dream had been fulfilled that previous night, and they hadn't even made it to the edge of the Shire yet." "Do you feel any need to leave the Shire now that your wish has already come true?" Frodo asked. Sam stopped what he was doing to ponder how to say what he was feeling. "Yes, sir. I don't know how to say it, but after last night, I feel different. I seem to see ahead in a kind of way. I know we are going to take a very long road into darkness, but I know I can't turn back. It isn't to see elves now, or dragons, nor mountains, but I have something to do before the end, and it lies ahead. Not in the Shire. I must see it through, sir, if you understand me." "I don't," Frodo said with a grateful smile, "but I understand that Gandalf chose me a good companion." The rest of the chapter is going to be summed up very quickly, as we still are in the Shire and there's a whole world for us to see out there yet. Frodo makes them take a shortcut through the woods, mostly to stay off the road and out of sight of any riders. Pippin and Sam are mostly bummed because it means missing out on a tavern that has the best beer in the East Farthing of the Shire. This shortcut outside of the harsh terrain leads to one incident where they hear blood-curdling wails that they thought might be Black Riders in the distance calling to each other. But they make it through okay, and when they get clear of the thicket, they realize they're on the land of Farmer Maggot. Both Pippin and Frodo know him, although Frodo's only got memories of being threatened by his dogs when he was young because of stealing mushrooms. But the farmer is friendly to them and says that a Black Rider has been about, so he offers to take them to the ferry in his wagon. It's dark on their journey, and they hear a horse approaching in the misty darkness. But it ends up being none other than Merry Brandybuck, who was looking for his friends since they hadn't arrived by their expected date. He takes charge of the three young hobbits, and they cross the ferry, making it to Frodo's new house in Crick Hollow. Now, in the book, they aren't chased to the ferry like in the film. It's much less dramatic than that, but once they are across the river, Sam points back to the other side, where they see a Black Rider off his horse, crawling along the dock on the side they had just come from, as if he was trying to pick up the scent. Frodo asks Merry how close the nearest bridge is, which Feels like Frodo should know this since he grew up in Buckland, but Merry tells him that it's the Brandywine Bridge, which is 10 miles north of them. So they hurry through Bucklebury, the main town in Buckland, to get to Crick Hollow, nestled between Bucklebury and the Old Forest, an area of great mystery and intrigue to all hobbits. When they get to Frodo's house, Fatty Bolger is there and he greets them. He and Merry had prepared the house so that they could have 3 hot baths ready for the weary travelers. Pippin is delighted. Sam and Frodo are relieved to be out of the night, even if it's for a brief time. Pippin sings in his tub as he scrubs the dirt away. And you know what? Actually, now is the time to bring this up. Forget the extended editions. I need to get a musical cut of these films because I had no idea there were so many songs in these books. And I don't mean a sentence that describes them as singing. I mean lyrics written out in stanza form on the page, some taking up half a page, other songs are multiple pages long. I don't know if songwriting comes with the territory of philology or the study of language, which is, of course, Tolkien's first and truest passion. Language was the basis for all of his storytelling. And maybe the idea of bending language to rhyme and meter so you can make a song is just something he really enjoyed, because he must have enjoyed it a lot by the number of songs in these books. I actually kept a running total of how many there were, and a couple times throughout this episode, I'll update you on where we're at in terms of the song count. No, I won't be singing any of them for you, and most of them I won't even share the contents, because despite the songs having beautiful lyrics, they add very little to the understanding that we are here for. But there are a few I will at least call your attention to some of the lyrics that I think is important. So by my count, this is already the 4th song in the book. But once these 3 hobbits were cleaned and fed, they were sitting around with the other 2, Merry and Fatty Bolger, recounting the things they'd experienced between Hobbiton and Crick Hollow. At the end of the story, Merry says that if it wasn't for the strange tone in Farmer Maggot's voice, and for the fact that he had seen a black rider with his own eyes across the river, he'd hardly believe the story. Frodo tries to spin it as something that he doesn't understand, but something that must be related to Bilbo's adventures. He hints that he fears that he won't be safe in the Shire, and that nobody could be safe with him in the Shire. The other 4 exchange glances as he says this. Pippin leaned into Merry and whispered, "It's coming out in a minute." Frodo had worked himself up the courage to finally tell the others he was leaving, and he leaned back as he said he didn't know where to begin. But Merry cut him off, saying he thinks he can help. He then goes on to basically tell exactly what Frodo intended to say, that he had to leave the Shire, that this departure had been accelerated by the appearance of the Black Riders, and that he intends to leave at once. Merry says they all know how miserable he's been and that they are all very sad that he has to go through such hard things. Frodo was astonished. The look of stupor on his face made the others laugh. Pippin was the first to speak. "Did you really think you had us fooled? You are not as clever as you think you are." And guys, I thought about trying to do a Scottish accent for Pippin, but let's just say my Scottish accent is not consistent enough to not come across as potentially offensive. So I'm just going to leave Pippin sounding younger than the other hobbits, because that's probably the best I can do. He goes on to say that they've known what he's been planning for months, that they've heard him muttering things like, "Shall I ever look down into that valley again?" as he looked fondly at some of the beautiful vistas of the Shire. All of those closely kept talks with Gandalf, selling Bag End to the Sackville Bagginses. Frodo felt dumb because he had indeed thought he had been very clever at covering up his tracks. Had everyone known what he was up to? Merry assures him that only his friends know, adding that he personally had wondered ever since Bilbo left if Frodo would ever get that itch. But through all the years, there were no signs until this spring, making him look like a flight risk. "You are not going to escape so easily," Merry said with a playful tone. Frodo protested, "But I must go. There's no use in trying to keep me." Pippin was dying to be the one to deliver the news, so he chimed in. "You do not understand. You must go, and therefore we must go too. Me and Merry and Sam. You will need more than one companion on this dangerous adventure." Frodo tries to explain that this is not like Bilbo's adventures, where danger may be a side effect. This quest started with danger, ends with it, and is tainted by it at every turn. Merry tells him that they know the ring is no laughing matter. "The ring?" Frodo gasped. They even knew what this journey was about? Merry lets him in on the fact that he's known about the ring from back when Bilbo was still around. He then tells a story about walking down a road behind Bilbo when from the other direction the Sackville Bagginses were coming into view. To Merry's astonishment, Bilbo vanished without a trace. He was so shocked by the visual that he himself hid from the road, and after the menacing Sackville Bagginses had passed, he saw Bilbo reappear and stuff something gold into his pocket. And after that, he started to notice often how Bilbo frequently seemed to be holding on to a golden ring. But, Merry admits, if you want to be introduced to our chief investigator, we can reveal him. Frodo's eyes darted around as if he expected a completely new person to step out from a closet. "Step forward, Sam," Merry said to Frodo's surprise, and Sam stood up, looking red as a beet. They revealed that he had been spying on Frodo's actions, collecting information, for a while even before Gandalf had caught him. "Well, it seems that I can trust no one," Frodo said with a laugh, unsure if he was grateful, amused, or upset with his friends. "It depends on what you want," Merry said. "If what you want is friends that will stick with you through thick and thin, even to the bitter end, you can trust us." He then heroically adds that, quote, "We know most of what Gandalf has told you. We know a good deal about the ring. We are horribly afraid, but we are coming with you or following you like hounds." Sam adds that Gildor the elf had given Frodo the advice of taking as many as he could trust with him, and Frodo can't deny that. So with reluctance, but also a bit of relief in his heart, Frodo accepted their joining him. Now, if you've been wondering where Fatty Bolger is in all of this and why he's made it this far but wasn't even mentioned in the movie, it's because as much as Fatty loves Frodo, he has zero desire to leave the Shire. So he has elected to stay behind in Crick Hollow at Frodo's place so that if Gandalf comes by, he can update him. Frodo outlines his desires. He must set out for Rivendell. Gandalf had mentioned that to him many times. He says he wants to set out before first light because even though that Black Rider was nearby, there is a gate from the north end where that bridge takes them that will not be open until sunlight. But Frodo says that he will not be taking the ancient road that goes straight to the elven dwelling because that would be more dangerous than staying still. He won't go through that north gate that I just mentioned as being their protection from the Black Rider that night because they would be seen by too many people that might end up being informants. One of his friends gasped and said, "That means the only choice is to go through the old forest. It's just as dangerous as Black Riders." Merry, the only local among them, smiled a little and said, "It sounds desperate, but he thinks Frodo's right," stating that he has kin who go into the forest from time to time. They even know of a private entrance. So it's agreed. They will go to Rivendell through the old forest, even with all the spooky myths and legends. They pack some gear and settle in for a few hours of sleep. Now, I loved how this chapter played out compared to the movies. First of all, the chapter is called A Conspiracy Unmasked, and so I thought it was going to be about Frodo dropping the bomb on them that he was leaving. I was very pleasantly surprised to find that the tables were turned in the other direction, and it was Frodo on the receiving end of the conspiracy. Also, this gives us a more heartfelt appreciation for the bond between these hobbits than the film. Not a critique. I'm sure Jackson would have included more of this if he'd been given the chance, but to have the friends so concerned about him that they have been watching over him for the better part of a year. And then there's that line that Merry said that really hit me. "We know about the ring, we are horribly afraid, but we are coming with you or following you like hounds." Can you ask for better love than that? To have someone willing to face the terrifying things of the world because they care about you? To be willing to sacrifice yourself for another is just a depth and beauty that you only get from the book between these characters at the beginning. And this chapter is an example of why, even though I try to capture the true essence of the books in my episode, I think you should still take the time to read the ones that sound the most interesting to you. The next morning, they set out early and enter the forest around sunrise. Merry talks about the mysteries of the old forest, how people say the trees move. Not only their branches swaying with no wind, but people claim the trees actually moved. Old-timers of Buckland say that one time there had even been a big battle where hundreds of trees had come to the hedge that formed the border between the hobbits and the forest, and the hobbits had to cut down hundreds of trees to stop them from encroaching on their land. And that although the trees gave up, they have become even more unfriendly since. Pippin gulps as he asks if the trees are the only thing that is dangerous in the forest. Merry says there are very odd things that live deep in the forest, as he's been told, but none that he's seen. But basically what happens in this forest is they notice a feeling of the trees shifting in ways that makes them uncomfortable. It quickly feels like the trees are moving to obscure their path, as if they're being funneled in a direction that the trees want them to go. The hobbits get lost pretty quickly and wander for most of the day trying to find a spot of high ground where they can get their bearings, and when they finally do, Merry realizes they have been blown way off course. They find that they have come to the banks of the Withywindle River, which was the exact part of the forest Merry wanted to avoid because that's where the strangest stories came from. But they had made it to the riverbank, and Merry tells the others to wait while he explores a bit. He comes back saying he's found a footpath, and they follow it to the east side of the forest. Pippin comments that with their luck, the path only leads to somewhere more unpleasant, but they follow it anyway for a time until the sun became so hot and they were so dusty and tired, and they all felt a strong urge to take a nap. Frodo's chin drooped to his chest. Pippin fell forward onto his knees. Merry said there was no point in continuing on until they'd had a sleep. But he suggested they go rest under the willow tree in front of them, saying there would be less flies there. Frodo wanted to fight the urge to nap, having the sense to feel like it was dangerous to sleep while in this forest. But as soon as he'd spoken the words, he felt the same untamable desire to sleep for a while under the willow tree. It was large, old, and knotted looking. Its branches reached out to cover the large area around it, and the will-o-wisps swayed in the breeze. Merry and Pippin had already dragged themselves to the base of the tree and propped themselves up against its trunk. Frodo tried to ward off the weariness by wading into the river until he was up to his shins. He was on his feet, but he still felt like he was in a dream state at the same time. The willow tree roots were long and ran into the riverbank where Frodo stood. His feet straddled either side of one root that seemed to be drinking in the cool water. And that is where Frodo fell asleep, standing in the river with his back to the tree. Sam was not immune to the wave of fatigue that others felt, but he had a purpose that had kept him awake this long. He yawned like a cavern and said that he didn't like this tree. He doesn't trust it, and he realizes the ponies have wandered off. Oh yeah, that's right. They have ponies now. That was part of the preparations that Merry and Fatty had been up to while waiting for the others to arrive. So Sam fights his sleepiness to go collect the ponies. He gathers them all by their reins and began to walk back to his friends when he heard two noises. One was very loud, and the other was soft but very distinguishable still. When he got back to the willow tree, he could see Frodo still in the river, but now knocked over, seemingly being dragged down into the water by a tree root that had wrapped over his feet. Sam pulled Frodo by the jacket until his feet slipped free of the sneaky root, and almost immediately once he was on shore, Frodo woke up sputtering for air. "Sam, I think the tree threw me in the water." Sam, not experienced with anything mystical yet, assumes it was just a bad dream. But then Frodo asks where the others are, and Sam whips his head around to see that Pippin was nowhere to be seen, and Merry was being engulfed by the roots of the gnarled willow. He seemed to be unconscious. Frodo and Sam, now completely alert, ran over trying to pull at the roots, trying to get Merry free, but nothing worked, and Merry was only being more and more dragged down as time passed. Frodo cries out that they should never have left Crick Hollow. Sam has the idea to light the base of the tree on fire, so they gather twigs, branches, and dried leaves, and their tinder boxes. But as soon as the flame started and began to lick at the base of the tree, the willow shuddered from root to canopy, and they almost immediately heard Merry screaming. And they could even hear what sounded like a muffled Pippin coming out as well. Merry called to them, saying, "Put it out! Put it out! He'll kill us if you don't! He says so!" Sam stamped out the flame immediately as Frodo asked who he was, but there was no response other than continued screams. Frodo was fully in a panic and ended up running down the path yelling for help. He didn't make it far before he stopped. The wind seemed to be muffling his cries, so he didn't carry far. Until there seemed to be an answer, maybe? Well, it was definitely a sound, at least. As Frodo listened closer, it was a song he was hearing. A deep and joyous voice was singing loud and clear as it got closer. "Hey doll, merry doll, ring-a-dong dillo, ring-a-dong hop-along, fa-lal the willow, tom bomb jolly tom, tom bombadillo." Frodo was still very frightened, but now was also confused. He listened as the voice continued singing about old Tom Bombadil and his pretty lady, the daughter of the river. Frodo and Sam stood there enchanted. The song continued on until finally they saw cresting over the hill the singer. He was a man, or at least so he seemed, but he was larger and heavier than a hobbit, but not quite tall enough to be one of the big people, though he made noise enough to be one. stumping along with great yellow boots on his thick legs and charging through grass and rushes like a cow going down to drink. He had a blue coat and a long brown beard. His eyes were blue and bright, and his face was red as a ripe apple, but creased into 100 wrinkles of laughter. In his hands he carried on a large leaf as on a tray a small pile of white water lilies. Sam and Frodo break out of their trance to call to him asking for help. Their friends had been taken by this tree. "What?" said the jolly fellow. "Old Man Willow? That can soon be mended. I know the tune for him. I'll sing his roots off." The man then skipped to the base of the tree and began to sing in a low voice. He used hushed tones that they couldn't hear what he was saying, but almost immediately the roots began to swell as they loosened. Tom stepped back and now spoke clearly to the tree. "What be you a-thinking, Old Man Willow? You should not be waking. Eat earth, dig deep, drink water, go to sleep. Bombadil is talking." Tom Bombadil then pulled at Merry's feet, and the hobbit was freed from the tree's grasp. And shortly after, a crease in the roots opened up, and Pippin came flying out as if he'd been kicked. The tree immediately began to tighten back up now that its captives were loose, and it settled into itself. The hobbits all thanked the man, but he just laughed and said that they shall all spend the night at his place, and that his Goldberry has already set out a spread that will fill their stomachs. Then, without waiting for a response, he took off again, dancing and skipping down the path at a speed that defied his seeming old age. He sang as he went along. "Hop along, my friends, up the withy windle. Tom's going on ahead, candles for to kindle." The sound of his song in the distance was the only thing that served as their guide. Until, as dusk was setting in, the forest finally opened up into a grassy knoll. It was a lawn and had been recently cut. The path was clearly visible for the first time since that morning, and up on the top of the knoll, they could see the welcoming sight of lights shining out of the house of Tom Bombadil. Tom sang another jingle inviting them up to the house, but this time a second voice, one that sounded as dreamy as the flowing of a river, accompanied him, inviting the four hobbits into their home, the house of Tom Bombadil and the River Daughter. Okay, to prepare you, we are now engaging in the story of Tom Bombadil, one that was unknown to non-readers until season 2 of Rings of Power, I guess, but to those who know and love the books, Bombadil is a character that has a very strong presence for a brief time, as you'll see shortly. Most love him and feel like he's sort of an Easter egg for people who are more fans than just the movies, but some people think he's an unnecessary and even annoying character. You can decide for yourself where you land there, but I'll prep you with this. Even though we learn a lot of details about him, you will still know very little about who he is and how he is what he is, in a way that's frustrating to my mind that wants to make sense of everything around me. There is one aspect that I won't spoil that had me dying to know the answer to, and even after researching a bit of Tom Bombadil, I couldn't find a concrete answer. But that's partly by design. Although he wasn't speaking of Tom Bombadil when he said it, Tolkien believed that a well-rounded mythos needed both concrete legends with all the details fleshed out, but it also needed stories that left you in mystery with unanswered questions. To know everything was to spoil some of the fun of exploring fictional worlds. So we're going to talk about Bombadil, and you'll get a sense of why he's an unforgettable character, but don't for a moment think you're going to come away knowing who Tom Bombadil is. The first thing the hobbits see once inside is a woman seated in a chair. Long blonde hair that rippled down her shoulders, her dress was green like springtime. She wore a golden belt of flowered designs. Her eyes were the palest blue. "Enter, good guests," she said in a voice that sounded like song even when she only used it to speak. "Let us shut out the night, for you are still afraid. Fear nothing, for tonight you are under the roof of Tom Bombadil." She gazed with a smile at each of the silent hobbits until finally Frodo worked up the courage to say, "Fair Lady Goldberry." He then sang a song that he'd known about the fair river daughter, who he had now understood to be Goldberry. Now, I'm going to be real with you. Going back to my song count, things get a little muddy here because it's kind of implied that basically everything Tom Bombadil says is in verse and rhyme, but I'm only counting the ones that are actually written in stanzas. And in that last chapter alone, we jumped from 6 total songs all the way to 10. And that number just keeps growing as we hang out with Bombadil. But they could hear their host singing from the next room, and Frodo, in hushed and somewhat embarrassed tones, asked Goldberry, Who was Tom Bombadil? She laughed with a smile and said, "He is as you have seen him. He is the master." Master is capitalized, by the way. He is the master of wood, water, and hill. "So this land belongs to him?" Frodo asks. "No, indeed. To own it would be a burden. The trees and grass and all living things belong to themselves. Tom Bombadil is the master. He has no fear. Tom Bombadil is master." You see what I'm saying about learning about him without understanding who he is? Tom came into the room now and invited them all to dine. It was a spread that would make any hobbit grin from ear to ear. Cream and honeycomb, white bread, butter, milk, cheese, green herbs, and ripe berries. The hobbits filled their growing stomachs and spent the evening enjoying the warmth of Tom and Goldberry before being shown a room where 4 little beds had been laid out. Tom sat in the room there for a while, and each of them desperately wanted to ask him questions, but they didn't dare. The others drifted towards sleep, but Frodo finally found the courage to ask one question. "Did you hear me calling, Master, or was it just chance that brought you to us in that moment?" Tom started a little, as if Frodo's question had just roused him from deep thought. "What? Calling? Nay, I did not hear. I was busy singing. It was chance that brought me, not some plan of mine, though I was waiting for you, and all paths lead to the Withywindle, so it was only a matter of time." He breaks into another song right then to explain how he'd been there to gather water lilies for his woman, and that the hobbits were lucky because gathering those flowers was the only reason he had to go near Old Man Willow for some time. Frodo was now a little more encouraged and asked him about Old Man Willow, but immediately Merry and Pippin, the ones who had been caught up in the terrible trap, begged to not hear about it until morning. Tom agreed, saying, "Now is the time for resting. Some things are ill to hear when the world's in shadow." When he finally fell asleep, Frodo had another disturbing dream. This time he saw a tall tower, and on its top there stood a man. Below the man, at the base of the tower, there were cries of wolves and dark voices like shadows. The moon cast an eerie light over the scene. Suddenly, a giant eagle appeared and bore the man off the tower even as the wolves and shadow voices continued to yell. Then he heard galloping of horses that felt too real, and he bolted up from his sleep, saying, "Black riders!" But he looked around to see nothing but his sleeping friends. We get insight that during the night, others had scary dreams as well. Pippin dreamt that he was back inside the willow tree. Merry dreamed that the very house they were sleeping in was slowly sinking into the water, and that they were all going to be drowned. And then there's Sam. Quote, "As far as he could remember, Sam slept through the night in deep content, if logs are contented." The next morning, it was raining heavily, and Tom Bombadil said they will not be going anywhere that day. The hobbits were relieved to have a safe place to rest and recover after what they'd been through. "It is a good day for long tales, for questions and for answers, so Tom will start the talking." He told them many tales of the natural things, of trees and flowers, bees and the creatures of the forest, good and evil things, cruel and kind things, secret things too. The hobbits were enthralled and slowly began to feel that they understood the forest in a way that they could never have considered before. How everything in the forest was at home and natural, but that they were strangers who had violated their domicile and had put the forest on the defensive. They came to understand how Old Man Willow was not just some ordinary tree, but how he, like many trees, loathes the things that walk free on the earth, jealous of their ability to move, which leads them to attack anything that sparks this envy. For the many years that this ancient forest had thwarted, hindered, and attacked travelers, it was Old Man Willow at the heart of it all. Suddenly, Tom changed topics to the barrows on the other side from them, the graveyard of forgotten kingdoms of men, how long after the bodies had been buried in the barrows. FYI, if you also didn't know what a barrow was, it's basically a mound of earth to bury bodies in, so like a grave, but piled on top of the surface instead of dug under it. But back to the legend. Tom spoke about how long after the bodies were cold in the barrows, a shadow came from a distant place and reanimated the spirits of those dead souls. Barrow-wights, they were called, and they now haunted the hillside. The hobbits huddled close together during the story because the story of the Barrow-wights had made it to the Shire before, but hearing it now, that they were so much closer to the legend physically, made them nervous. After Tom ran out of stories to tell, Frodo began to feel inquisitive, and he asked, "Who are you, Master?" "What's that?" Tom said, his eyes glinting. "Don't you know my name yet? That's the only answer. After all, who are you, alone yourself and nameless? I am old, eldest, that's what I am. Tom was here before the river and trees. Tom remembers the first raindrop and the first acorn. I was here before man, before little people, and even before the elves passed westward. At this point, they are interrupted by Goldberry for another meal, and after they took that break to eat and remove themselves from the serious conversation, they came back around to the grave topics sitting around the fire. Frodo found himself so implicitly trusting to Bombadil that he told him everything about himself. The ring, Bilbo, and when he mentioned the Black Riders, Tom's eyes fixed on him tightly. "Show me the precious ring," he said. Frodo handed it to him. Tom held it up in his hand, and then with a laugh, he held it up to his eye, peering through the hole of it. His bright blue eyes shined through the ring at the hobbits. He then placed it on his little finger, but to the hobbits' surprise, he did not vanish. He took it off, spun it around a few times, and then made the ring disappear. Frodo cried out, but with a smile, Tom reproduced the ring and handed it back to him. He had only done some sleight of hand. As night grew over the house, Tom turned the topic of creating a game plan for the hobbits' next move. He tells them that if they head north, they will pass by the Barrow Downs and come back to the road just a little shy of Bree. But to be sure to avoid the Barrow Downs themselves, just skirt past them to find the road. He then taught them a song that they can sing if they are ever in need of his assistance, like a bat signal of sorts. Ho, Tom Bombadillo, by water, wood, and hill, by reed and willow. By fire, sun, and moon, hearken now and hear us. Come, Tom Bombadil, for our need is near us. After each of the hobbits successfully sang the song back to him, he clapped them on their shoulders, laughing, and walked them to their bedroom once more. Now, we're not done quite yet with Tom Bombadil, but this is about as much information as we're going to get about him. And do you now agree with me that it is infuriatingly not helpful in painting a picture of who he is? He's obviously a character with tremendous depth, being called the Master. His claims of being here before all other races, the fact that he didn't disappear when he put the ring on. And if you really dive into lore, you can learn a little bit more about the details of him, but it will not satiate your desire any. Tolkien purposefully left Tom Bombadil to be an enigma that shows that no matter how much we learn about Middle-earth in this book or any book, there is plenty we will never understand. But the next morning, they say goodbye to Tom and Goldberry, who watches them until they are out of sight. And if you recall the instructions that Tom gave them, there was a very specific warning. You want to take a stab at what happens? I bet you won't be far off. By midday, they arrive at a hill, and from its flat top, they could see the Barrow Downs off to the right, and what looked to be the tree line of the Great Road to the left of that. It seemed close enough that they decided they could take a couple of hours to enjoy the beautiful sunlight and the grass where they were. Frodo noticed how the downs were indeed covered in green mounds as well as chunks of rock that jutted up from the ground like scraggly teeth. But since it was a much less pleasant view in that direction, he paid little attention to it. And their troubles all came down to a nap again. That may be one of the takeaways from this book, to be honest. Just that bad things happen when you take naps. Because they had been so busy eating food that Tom and Goldberry had given them and busy moving freely in the bright sunlight that they all felt the urge to sleep. Not a planned nap, but they all fell into a slumber only to awaken to a very different world than the one they'd left. The sky was now not only dark, but completely foggy. A thick wall of it obscured their vision in any direction. They jumped up in alarm to realize they were now not only lost, but exposed. To get to the juicy part of the chapter, I'll just say they decide to use their best bet at their bearings to try to find the road. Frodo takes the lead, but at a very haunting point, realizes that he is alone. His friends are not with him, and they don't respond to his calls. To make matters worse, something scared Frodo's pony, and it darted off, leaving him alone in the complete isolation of the fog. At points, he thought he could hear cries off in the distance. It made his heart beat whenever one of them sounded like the word help, or even his name being called. He wandered until he came to a hillside going up that he hoped was the base of the road, and that maybe getting some elevation would give him greater visibility. But his nerves seemed to buzz with fire as he picked out the one shape he most hoped to avoid. A barrow sat off to his right. The mound of earth that allegedly housed possessed spirits of ancient men made cold sweat drip from Frodo's brow. In desperation, he called out, "Where are you?" And from the darkness, a husky voice replied, "Here." And after a pause, "I am waiting for you." Frodo wanted to desperately run, but found himself instead dropping to his knees, paralyzed. He looked up to see a tall, dark figure leaning down over him. He thought he could just make out 2 eyes. They were cold and dull, but slightly illuminated. Just then, a hand with a touch that froze Frodo's heart gripped him tightly, and he blacked out. When Frodo came to, he couldn't remember anything but immediately felt a sense of dread. And as he became aware of his senses, he could tell that he was imprisoned underground in a barrow. He had been taken by a barrow wight, and here Frodo found himself, completely consumed by fear. And yet, there was a seed of something else that was creeping in. He found himself thinking of Bilbo Baggins and his stories. How often had he been completely overwhelmed, only to find a seed of courage in himself that he didn't know was there? Quote, "There is a seed of courage hidden, often deeply, it is true, in the heart of the fattest and most timid hobbit, waiting for some final and desperate danger to make it grow." And here Frodo was, not identifying as fat or timid, but nonetheless finding himself in the desperate danger that was calling upon him to find his courage. He looked around, and there was a pale green light glowing around him. He could see all 3 of his friends, clad in white burial clothes, looking deathly pale and unconscious. There were gold treasures filling the tomb around them. Each of his friends wore chains, rings, and other jewelry worthy of royalty, but the more frightening visage was that above all 3 of their necks hung one unsheathed sword, seemingly suspended in midair. And then the cold murmur of a song started to fill Frodo's ears. It was a thin, haunting voice, the same one Frodo had encountered outside of the barrows. As the unseen voice continued, singing a song about death and the Dark Lord rising, Frodo heard a creaking sound. He looked behind where his head lay and saw a long, mummified-looking arm walking on its fingers towards Sam, who lay closest to the hilt of the sword. Frodo had thoughts of putting on the ring and trying to escape, but luckily for his friends, his inklings of courage were not gone. He could not think of saving himself as his friends met their doom. The arm moved nearer to the sword hilt. The song was boring into his head with a haunting dread. But suddenly, Frodo found a short sword among the treasures near him, and he knelt up, because even for a hobbit, the barrow was only big enough for him to kneel, and he started hacking at the haunted limb at the wrist. The hand broke off just as the hilt of Frodo's sword busted. There was a shriek of pain from the direction the arm had been crawling from, and a snarling noise began to reverberate through the chamber. Frodo instinctively fell down over his friends to try to protect them, and he had one last act of desperation to save them all. He began to sing. He began to sing the bat signal song that would bring Tom Bombadil to them. "Ho, Tom Bombadillo, by water, wood, and hill, by the reed and willows, by fire, sun, and moon, hearken now and hear us. Come, Tom Bombadil, for our need is near us." When he finished the song, the only sound he heard was his own heart beating. But moments later, he could hear the loud and still somehow positive-sounding voice in reply. "Old Tom Bombadil is a merry fellow, bright blue his jacket is, and his boots are yellow. None has ever caught him yet, for Tom he is the master. His songs are stronger songs, and his feet are faster." There was a loud sound of stones being rolled away, and light poured into the hole of the barrow. Tom's face filled part of the opening, feathered hat and all. Tom entered the barrow and finished off the barrow wight, and then invited Frodo to help him remove his friends from their would-be tomb. The 3 hobbits didn't wake from their death slumbers, even being dragged out into the sunshine. So Tom sang another song that stirred them to wakefulness, and they all groggily began to look at their clothes and the jewelry they were all wearing, which felt foreign to them. Sam asked where their clothes were, but Tom was too busy dancing and bounding around them in a circle, as he said, "Your clothes are gone. Clothes are but a little loss if you escape from death." He then encourages them to all doff their burial clothes and prance around naked on the grass to let the sun warm them. Whether being seen naked by your friends was common or not among hobbits, we don't know, but we know that the 3 hobbits were so relieved to be free of that coffin that they followed Tom's suggestion and let the sun warm them up and give them hope of life again. Bombadil slipped away while they were basking, but he came back with their ponies, +1. The other pony's name was Fatty Lumpkin, and he was Tom Bombadil's horse. The ponies had all their gear, so the hobbits were able to find spare garments to wear, but they were mostly the cold weather gear they had packed for later stages of the journey. Tom said they were so good at getting into trouble that he was going to guide them to the borders of his land personally, which made them all very happy. Tom then began to dig through the treasures of the barrow that they had escaped out of, and on top of a couple items for himself and Goldberry, he found 4 long daggers which served as short swords for the hobbits, arming each one of them with a weapon. They ride together until the sun was going down, and just then they approached the junction in a road that meant the town of Bree was nearby. They asked Tom to accompany them further, but he said out east his knowledge fails. But he tells them that just a few miles down the road they'll find Bree, and there they should look for the old inn called the Prancing Pony. Barlerman Butterbur is the proprietor, and he will take good care of them. And then the next morning they should be speedily on their way to Rivendell. After begging in vain a little more for him to come, they parted ways with the master, Tom Bombadil, and they were on their own again, on the road where the ringwraiths might find them. And now that they are outside of Bombadil's country, let's do a little check on our song count. In the 5 chapters leading up to meeting Tom, we had 6 total songs. And now, just 3 chapters later, we are at 19. 19 songs. He was a singer, what can we say? As they rode towards the town, Merry mentioned how there are hobbits that live in Bree, being one of the closer villages to the Shire, and that Bree is a curious mix of little people and big folk. Frodo reminds everyone sternly that he is not Frodo Baggins to anyone outside of their party. He is Mr. Underhill. It was nightfall before they reached the gate of Bree, so they had to knock and be admitted by the gatekeeper, who, although friendly, seemed very curious about what hobbits were doing out on the road so late. He was pretty easy to satisfy with some story about them being from Buckland and that they just wanted to stay at the inn. And as the hobbits sauntered past the gate on their ponies, the gatekeeper watched them out of curiosity, with his back turned to the wall, which was how a dark, hooded figure was able to scale the wall unnoticed, entering Bree unseen. The innkeeper is indeed very amicable towards them and says although being very full, he does have hobbit-sized suites available. Since they dealt with hobbit travelers on a frequent enough basis, there were actually rooms designed specifically for little folk. They dine in their quarters before Frodo, Sam, and Pippin decide to go into the tavern part of the inn to get a drink, maybe socialize a little. Merry didn't feel like it, saying he may go for a walk to get some air. Pippin gives him a quick warning about how they are safer indoors, but just to be careful to not get lost if he leaves. Now in the movie, the tavern dwellers are very cautious to these outsiders and have to warm up to them, but in the book, they're actually very welcoming from the get-go. They are accustomed to little folk and enjoy getting to know outsiders to their lands, being at a junction in multiple roads. Sam and Pippin are engaging in conversation, but Frodo mostly is just sitting in peace with a drink, enjoying the level of safety that he hasn't felt often lately. At one point, he looks across the tavern, and in the darkest corner, he saw a figure sitting in the shadows. The man was smoking a long-stemmed pipe. He wore a travel-stained cloak of dark green cloth, and his head was obscured by his hood. But there was an ever-so-slight reflection in his eyes that showed he was watching the hobbits closely. Frodo asked the owner, Mr. Butterbur, who the man was. The landlord said, "Oh, him. Don't know his proper name, but he's one of those wandering folk. Rangers, we call them. He rarely talks to anyone, and he'll disappear for a year before we see him again. He's known as Strider around these parts." It was at this moment that Frodo realized that this Strider was looking at him, beckoning him to come over. Frodo was cautious, but it was a room full of people, so how risky could this be? As he approached the ranger, he saw more of his features. His shaggy head of dark hair, the pale stern face, and stark green eyes. "I'm called Strider," he said. "I'm very pleased to meet you, Master Underhill, if Butterbur got your name right." Frodo awkwardly said that he was correct. "Well, Master Underhill, if I were you, I would stop your young friends from talking too much. There are queer folk about." Frodo whipped around to see Pippin, the foolish young hobbit, engaged in telling the story of Bilbo Baggins's magical disappearing act at his own birthday party. Frodo was annoyed. He felt it should be obvious that acknowledging anything about knowing the name Baggins was part of why he wasn't going by the name in public. But Pippin had a captive audience and he was reveling in the attention. Frodo was fidgety. Strider leaned over and spoke in his ear. "You had better do something quickly." Frodo instinctively jumped up on a table and began to sing. He felt so foolish, but it was working. The eyes slowly turned towards him, assuming he'd had enough ale to make him act spontaneously like this. Pippin was put out, but he didn't do anything about the sudden loss of attention. So Frodo kept singing. His nervousness made him clutch at the ring in his pocket, not to put it on, but just for a sense of comfort. He broke from the singing to give a speech about wanting to renew the friendship between the Shire and Bree before diving into a song that Bilbo had loved, despite how ridiculous it was. This is one of those songs that I mentioned that takes 2 full pages in the book. The funny thing is that the only detail you need to know from the story is that it borrows from a very familiar nursery rhyme, the one with the line about a cow jumping over the moon and the little dog laughing to see such fun. You know how it goes. There is much more to the song than that, but the reason that line is important is because after he finishes singing, the tavern dwellers enjoyed it so much that they asked him to sing it again. Actually, they demanded it. This time, Frodo was getting into it. He was more animated, more emphatic. He was dancing around the table, and when he got to the part about the cow jumping over the moon, he launched himself in the air with too much vigor. It turned out that he came down hard, banging off the corner of the table and rolling off. The laughs were cut very short by a stunned silence and then whispers, because the singing hobbit had disappeared completely. As they recovered from the shock, the Bree locals began to back away from the other 2 hobbits out of concern. One of them, a shady-looking fellow with a knowing look on his face, quickly slipped out of the front door. Meanwhile, Frodo felt so stupid. He couldn't rightly say how the ring had ended up on his finger during the fall. Had the ring caused the fall? He thought back to Gandalf saying how it had a will of its own. But all he could do was crawl on the ground until he was back in the corner with Strider before he took the ring off. "Well," the ranger asked curiously, "why did you do that? That was worse than anything your friends could have done." Frodo told him he didn't know how it had happened. Strider told him he didn't believe that, but they should wait for the roar to din a bit, noting that he wants a private word with him later. Frodo didn't even notice that the ranger had called him by his name, Frodo. He hadn't spoken it to anyone. He had been Mr. Underhill to everyone at the inn, but he was too busy wondering what the ranger wanted with him in private. The tavern-goers were still whispering about the disappearing hobbit, and after a minute more, Frodo emerged from the dark corner, claiming that he'd been there with the ranger the whole time, that he hadn't actually disappeared, he'd just been embarrassed after falling, so he crawled to where the Strider was seated. No one believed the story, and now that the mystery of where he'd gone was solved, people started to leave the tavern as if the evening had been spoiled. The 3 hobbits decided to go off to their rooms, but first they coordinated with the innkeeper about making sure their ponies were ready early in the morning for their departure. He said they would make sure they were ready to go, but then whispered to Frodo that he would like to have a word in private with him later, that something had just come back to him that he needed to talk to him about. Frodo told him certainly, but as he walked off, he was so confused about why everyone wanted to talk to him privately. Were they friends or foes? The first conversation happened quickly because when they got back to their room, Strider was there, sitting in a chair by the door. Pippin asked him what he wanted, and Frodo reminded Strider that he had promised he may have information that may be useful to Frodo. Strider says that's true, but that he has a price. The hobbits laughed. They didn't have much money with them, let alone enough for someone trying to extort it out of them for information. Frodo chuckles and asks what the price for the ranger's help is. Strider told him it's nothing he can't afford before saying, "Just this. You must take me along with you until I wish to leave you." The hobbits were taken back by this offer, but were not willing to just trust this man on short notice. But the ranger says he would be useful to them and that his skills could help them. And then he explains how he even ended up in this room with them that night. He says he has a gift for being unseen when he desires it, and that earlier that evening, he had been on the road west of Bree when he saw 4 hobbits and old Tom Bombadil coming up behind him. He hid himself and listened to their conversation, but he said the thing he found most interesting was when one hobbit told the others, "Please remember, the name Baggins must not be mentioned." "What is that to you?" Frodo asked. "Simple," the ranger said. "I was looking for a hobbit called Frodo Baggins. I needed to find him, quickly. He is on a secret errand that is of concern to me and my friends, and that is why he stuck over the gate after the hobbits had entered Bree." Yeah, you thought it was a Black Rider, didn't you? I definitely did. Frodo stood up and backed away. Sam stood up in a defensive position between Strider and Frodo. The ranger assured them his interest is in keeping their secret. "But your little accident has made your situation more perilous, and I didn't have the luxury of letting you warm up to me," he said. He tells them that the slippery-looking man who had left the inn after his disappearance was Bill Ferny, a weasel who would sell out his own mother to the Dark Lord if it meant he got paid for it. He tells them there's no doubt word will get to the Black Riders that something peculiar is happening at the Prancing Pony. Frodo tells him they will be all right. They've dodged the Black Riders so far. "Oh, you fear them," Strider said, "but you do not fear them enough. I know more about these riders than you do, and I can take you on paths that are seldom seen by anyone other than rangers." Sam voices his concerns that this Strider fellow doesn't seem very trustworthy, and he doesn't like the idea of letting him lead them off known paths. But Frodo was staring at the green eyes and stern brow intently, saying, "I do not think he is as he chooses to look," meaning he doesn't think he's as rough and dirty as his exterior. "Why do you feel the need to disguise yourself to us? And what do you really know about our business?" Strider laughs and says he will answer some of their questions, but if they don't already trust him, how are they supposed to believe his words? But before he could get into the story, there was a knock at the door. It was the landlord, Mr. Butterbur, saying that the reason he needed to speak to Frodo was he had a letter that was supposed to have been delivered to Mr. Frodo Baggins, who he had been told might be going by the name Underhill. He sheepishly admits that Gandalf the Grey had stopped by Bree 3 months ago and given him the letter, asking him to send it on to the Shire, but that he had been so caught up in his landlord duties he'd forgotten to send it. He pulled out an envelope that was addressed, "Mr. Frodo Baggins, Bag End, Hobbiton, the Shire." It was in Gandalf's hand. Frodo leapt forward and grabbed the letter, tearing it open and reading it to himself. "The Prancing Pony, Bree, Mid-Year's Day, Shire Year 1418. Dear Frodo, bad news has reached me here. I must go off at once. You had better leave Bag End soon and get out of the Shire before the end of July at the latest." Remember, he left September 23rd. "I will return as soon as I can, and I will follow you if I find that you are gone. Leave a message for me here if you pass through Bree. You can trust the landlord, Butterbur. You may meet a friend of mine on the road, a man, lean, dark, tall, by some called Strider. He knows our business and will help you. Make for Rivendell. There I hope we may meet again. If I do not come, Elrond will advise you. Yours in haste, Gandalf. P.S. Do not use it again, not for any reason whatever. Do not travel by night. P.P.S. Make sure that it is the real Strider. There are many strange men on the roads. His true name is Aragorn." And then there's this poem. "All that is gold does not glitter. Not all those who wander are lost. The old that is strong does not wither. Deep roots are not reached by the frost. From the ashes a fire shall be woken. A light from the shadows shall spring. Renewed shall be blade that was broken. The crownless again shall be king." P.P.P.S. I hope Butterbur sends this promptly. A worthy man, but his memory is like a lumber room. Things wanted, always buried. If he forgets, I shall roast him. Farewell. Strider asked him what the letter said, and Frodo immediately asked him why he hadn't said he was Gandalf's friend straight off. The ranger said because he knew nothing of this letter and thought he would have to persuade them without any proofs, and, in any case, he wanted to study them before giving away too much about himself. He adds on at the end that he had rather hoped they would just take him for his word because a hunted man tires of distrust and longs for friendship, but he admits his looks don't help. Sam is still suspicious and asks if he is the real Strider, why didn't he mention Gandalf from the get-go? What if this man had just killed the real Strider? The ranger compliments Sam on his caution, but says the best evidence he can provide is that if he wasn't the real Strider, he would have killed them all by now and been off with the ring. A very dark thought, but one that logically made sense. But with a flare, he flicked back his hood and his cloak, revealing his face and his sword hilt, and he majestically looked at them all and said, "But I am the real Strider, fortunately." His face softened into a smile, and he said, "I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and if by life or death I can save you, I will." Sam still looked uneasy, but he said nothing. Frodo decides that he would have trusted Strider even if the letter hadn't shown up, so it is settled. The ranger will guide them to Rivendell. Just then, Merry came running in, out of breath, saying that he had seen Black Riders inside the village walls. Their suspicions had been confirmed. There were more than one of them. The incident in the thicket before Farmer Maggots had made them suspect it, but they had never seen more than one at a time until now. Strider guesses that the riders will have already talked to that slimy Bill Ferny, and that by now their position is compromised. The hobbits ask if they should expect an open attack, but the ranger says that is not the way of the ring-wraiths. Quote, "In dark and loneliness, they are strongest," he said. Also, because they know that the hobbits are still a long way from their goal, with plenty of road to try to ambush them, but that the closer they get to their goal, the more desperate the wraiths will become. But to be cautious, they still move all of their possessions into a different room in the inn, the hobbits sleeping on the floor while Strider sat and watched, his pipe in one hand. They had made up the beds in the room to look like hobbit bodies were lying in them, but no one knew what might happen during the night. Merry was just getting caught up on Frodo's antics that night and laughed as he rolled up in his blanket, wishing he could have been there to see Frodo Baggins dancing to The Cow Jumped Over the Moon. The hobbits drifted off to sleep one by one, and Aragorn, son of Arathorn, guarded them through the night. Frodo woke after a couple hours and looked up to see Strider still sitting in the chair, his eyes gazing into the slowly dying fire. Knowing he was there allowed Frodo to drift back off to sleep. When morning came, they checked their old room to find the windows had been forced open, curtains flapping in the wind, and all the beds tossed over. The bolsters that had served as fake hobbit bodies were slashed open and lying strewn on the floor. They immediately get the landlord to have him prepare their horses, but to their dismay, all the ponies had been scared off in the night. The hobbits were distressed at the news, but Strider assures them that the ponies wouldn't have been enough to keep them safe anyway, and that their only choice now is to go off-roads on paths that black riders don't know about. The hobbits ask if they couldn't find ponies to buy here in the village, but after the innkeeper sends his employee to do a quick check, they only find one pony whose owner is willing to part ways, and it is the same Bill Ferny who had most likely tipped the riders off to the hobbits. Being the sniveling trash of a man that he was charging triple what the pony was worth. But the innkeeper had felt so bad about everything that he bought the pony for them. It was an old animal who looked even worse than its age, likely because Bill Ferny was a terrible owner. But they used the one pony as a pack animal so they could take supplies with them, because it was not a short journey to Rivendell, even if you were taking the road. The narrator interjects to let us know that Merry's ponies were indeed scared off, but being ponies with good deals of sense, they made their way back to the Downs in search of Fatty Lumpkin and Tom Bombadil, where they stayed until Tom found out that Mr. Butterbur of the Prancing Pony had paid Merry a fair price for his lost ponies, so Tom sent them off to the innkeeper, suggesting that the ponies had actually lucked out, that they no longer had to go on this dangerous journey. This next section is very long and very descriptive, so I'm going to crank up the summary dial a bit because I personally want to get to the Council of Elrond, so I'm going to leapfrog through this section, only stopping to highlight the two specific events that both bear weight to the story, but also movie fans would have my head if I skipped over them. So after days of horrible travel on foot through marshes with bugs and nasty, miserable things, they arrive at a small watchtower on top of a hill called Weathertop, also known as Amon Sul, where Strider says he can see in any direction for a great distance. He hopes to get a sense of what direction may be safest for them to head from at that point. The stone structure of Amon Sul was nearly destroyed from centuries of wear and tear, but legend says it was here that Elendil waited for Gil-galad and his armies to approach before they went off to fight Sauron. Once on top of the watchtower, they find markings that look like a G rune and 3 lines that had been scrawled with charcoal in recent days. It could be a number of things, Strider said, but his gut told him it was Gandalf, saying that he had been there on October 3rd, which was just 3 days ago. But Strider sees something in the distance that makes him tell the others to get low. And just peering over the edge on the watchtower, they could see dark shapes on the road below them. Merry asked if these black riders could see. Strider said their horses can see, and they have spies that can see in the forms of birds, men, and other worse creatures, but no, they themselves do not see the world of light as we do, but that our shapes cast shadows on their minds. Also, he said, the ring draws them. Frodo began to panic. Is there no escape then? Strider put his hand on the hobbit's shoulder, saying there is still hope. They have not necessarily been spotted yet, so they will flee into the woods and try and camp unnoticed. They had come across a cache of firewood at the campsite at the base of the watchtower, and Strider says that these black riders fear fire and they can use this to their advantage. And later that night, while they were camped away from Weathertop, Sam had been a little distance from camp, but he came running back saying that he doesn't know what it is, but he felt something creeping up the slope of the hill towards them. Strider told all the hobbits to stay close to the fire with their sticks at the ready, but there was silence for a time, until eventually the cold chill ran through each of them, and out of the inky blackness of the forest, even darker shadows began to emerge. First 2, then 3, then 4, and then 5. 5 haunting silhouettes stood around the edge of the camp. Frodo could have sworn he heard a faint hiss from under their hoods. 3 of them began to advance. Merry and Pippin couldn't handle it and dropped to the ground immediately. Sam backed up to Frodo, making sure to put himself between his master and the evil visages. Frodo suddenly felt a strong urge to put the ring on. He had never felt the urge this strong before, and no matter how much he tried to remind himself of Gandalf's warnings, he couldn't help but feel a desire not only to put the ring on, but to yield to the darkness completely. He resisted with the might that he had, but it wasn't enough, and even as the wraiths closed in, Frodo drew the chain that held the ring and slipped it on his forefinger of his left hand. His vision changed in one remarkable way. He could now see the figures under the cloaks of the hoods, in spite of all their layers. Of the 3 that had advanced, he saw the white faces burning under keen and merciless eyes. They wore gray robes, and upon their gray hairs were helms of silver. In their haggard hands were swords of steel. Their eyes fell on him and pierced him as they rushed forward. The newly terrifying information snapped Frodo out of his trance a little, and as 2 of the advancing wraiths stopped, leaving the tallest one to actually confront the hobbit, Frodo fell to the ground and started hacking at the foot of the monstrous being with his sword from the Barrow Downs. A piercing shriek erupted from the Black Rider, but a moment later Frodo felt an icy dart of poison pierce his left shoulder. Just as Frodo fell back from the wound, he saw Strider rushing in from the darkness with a brand of wood flaming as he swung it wildly at the wraiths. The last conscious thought Frodo had was to take the ring off and clutch it in his hand tightly. So, picking back up the pace for a bit, Frodo wakes up, still clutching the ring. He's in bad shape. He wasn't just stabbed in the shoulder, it was with a Morgul blade, a corrupted piece of metal that has dark powers infused into it. The wound is more dangerous than just potential infection. Strider says the wound is beyond his healing capabilities and they need to get him to Rivendell ASAP. He finds some athelas, which is a plant that, when applied to the wound, should slow the spread of the poison, but Aragorn says speed is still of the essence. Frodo couldn't walk, so they unpacked all the gear from the pony and let Frodo ride it while they carried everything that they could carry. They travel for days in this state, Frodo seemingly always getting a little worse. His friends are getting more and more worried about him, but Strider is trying to encourage them to not give up hope. Some small events happen that I'm not going to stop to talk about because we're so close to Rivendell I can smell it. But one day, something in the vicinity of 10 days after the attack, they're on the road because at this point the rough terrain was impassable, so they had to risk the open road. And they heard the clippity-clop of a horse running at high speeds. It was moving so fast they barely had time to get off the road before he came into view. But when Strider saw who it was, he smiled. It was no Black Rider. It was an elf. When the rider saw Aragorn, he dismounted and called out to him in Elvish, "I na vedui Dunadan, my Govanen." The elf was named Glorfindel, a kinsman of Elrond. He had been sent out to find Frodo. Ever since Elrond had received worrisome news about the Hobbit, they'd been searching for him, and it is only now, 9 days later, that one has found him. Glorfindel wants to put Frodo on his horse, which is fast and knows the way to Rivendell, so he can have his wounds tended to, but Frodo, even in his deathly state, refuses to leave his friends in danger. The elf assured him that if Frodo was not in their presence, his friends would not be in danger. Frodo had no answer to this, but still refused to be separated from his friends. So they put him on the elven steed and load the gear back onto the pony, so that this way the group as a whole could make better speed. They travel together all that day and camp. The next morning, Glorfindel says he can sense the pursuers are close, and that danger may be waiting at the ford where the river passes between them and Rivendell. Sure enough, it isn't long before the Black Riders begin to come out of the woodwork. Glorfindel orders his horse to fly, and Frodo is carried off at high speeds, barely able to hold on. Before long, Frodo could see the river in the distance. He was barreling towards it, but there were riders both behind him and riders coming from a different angle attempting to cut him off at the ford. Glorfindel's horse was fast enough that the pursuing riders were losing ground, but looking forward, Frodo's heart sank as the flanking riders seemed likely to get there in time. The riders in front had cast off their cloaks and were now visible in their gray robes, kingly helms, and their heads that called to him with demonic voices. Frodo was overwhelmed by the fear he was feeling, and the only thing he could do was cling to the horse's mane and close his eyes. The riders were almost there, but so was Frodo. He could feel the cold sensation that had come any time the riders were close enough to him, but the elf horse beat on faster and faster as if a Pegasus with wings, and with a giant bounding leap, It passed right in front of the approaching rider just before it got in position. Frodo heard the splashing of hooves in the river and opened his eyes to see that his steed had already crossed from one side to the other and was climbing up the bank. He was now close to Rivendell, but not far behind him were 9. Yes, all 9 of the riders were present together for the first time since leaving the Shire. Frodo's hope melted as he saw the hateful looks on all 9 faces. They could cross the river just as easily as he had, and even as he thought this, the foremost rider began to spur his horse onward. Frodo yelled out of desperation, Go back to Mordor and follow me no more!" The riders laughed with cold laughs that sent chills down Frodo's spine. Come back, they called in response. "To Mordor we will take you. The ring, give us the ring." And the leader began to urge his horse forward once more. Frodo's horse began to rear and snort as the rider approached, and that leader of the 9 had almost made it on the other side when a roaring sound filled the air, a rush from upstream. The riders and Frodo all turned to see that from around the bend a plumed cavalry of waves was rushing down to them. Frodo swore he even saw the waves take the shape of white, watery riders on white horses. Frodo's senses began to fail him as he watched riders being washed away by the waves. The last thing he saw before he blacked out was a shining white figure standing on the shore across from him. He heard the cries of horses being swept away and the shrieks from the riders, but with that, Frodo fell from the horse, overpowered by the pain from his wound and the exhaustion from his day. That brings us to the end of Book 1, and no, that doesn't mean we're done with the Fellowship, but if you were to ask Tolkien about Lord of the Rings, he would not say it was a trilogy. He would say it was actually one story with 6 books that comprises its entirety. So each of the books we consider the trilogy actually has 2 books in it, and we have come to the beginning of Book 2. And yes, we are finally in Rivendell. When Frodo came to, he was in a large and comfortable bed. The room was formed of dark beams of rich wood that was ornately carved. Still looking up at the ceiling, Frodo asked, "Where am I? What time is it?" The voice that responded was the sweetest sound Frodo could have asked to hear. "In the house of Elrond, and it is 10 o'clock in the morning on October 24th, if you want to know." Frodo bolted up with a cry, "Gandalf!" The wizard chuckled and said, "Yes, I am here too. And you are lucky to be here too after all the absurd things you've done since you left home." Frodo sat back and fully considered just how off the rails his journey from Hobbiton to Rivendell had been. As he thought back to the latest chapter, he realized he didn't know anything about his traveling companions, and he asked about Sam. Gandalf said Sam had been at Frodo's side almost non-stop since they arrived, that he had just barely relieved the hobbit to go sleep about 30 minutes ago. Frodo asked the wizard where he had been. Why had he not been there to guide them? "I was delayed," was the answer he got for a moment, but he promised in good time he would hear the full story. Frodo begged him for details right now, but Gandalf says that they will discuss the story at the council that will be held the next day. For now, all he will say is that he was held captive. Frodo can't believe anyone could keep Gandalf their prisoner, but Gandalf's reply was too grave to suggest he was joking. "There are many powers in the world for good or for evil. Some are greater than I. Against some I have not yet been measured, but my time is coming. The Morgul Lord and his Black Riders have come forth. War is preparing." They talk about Aragorn, and Frodo is surprised to learn that Aragorn is one of the race of kings from over the sea, aka Númenóreans, and that this war for the ring will be his kind's final adventure, according to the wizard. "I thought he was only a ranger," Frodo said. "My dear Frodo, that is just what rangers are, the last remnant in the north of the great people of the men of the west." Frodo then finds out he has been unconscious for 4 nights while he recovered from the wound. Gandalf said that if they had found him even hours later than they did, the corruption would have likely taken over him completely. All in all, it had been 17 days now since Frodo had been stabbed by the cursed blade. Elrond himself had removed the splinters that were festering in Frodo's shoulders. Frodo asked if they are really that safe from the riders here in Rivendell, and Gandalf assures him that, for now, they are completely protected, but that if the Dark Lord fully rises to power, the elves will not be enough to stop him. Then Gandalf fills in a few details about what happened at the river. Glorfindel, who is not just an elf, but he is an elf lord from the House of Princes, knew that the riders would try to cross the river. which would trigger a flood. It's like a defense mechanism of Rivendell. But Gandalf admits he personally added the flourish of the waves that looked like mounted riders. Frodo rested more that day, but woke that evening feeling good enough to get out of bed and walk around a bit, not to mention get something to eat. Sam entered the room just as Frodo stood up and became his guide around Rivendell. He led him to Merry and Pippin, who were sitting on a porch on the eastern side of the house. And when I say house, it's like a whole settlement, but they just call it the House of Elrond. But they were so much rejoicing to have the 4 hobbits back together again. Pippin laughed as he stood up on his chair and pronounced, "Here is our noble cousin! Make way for Frodo, Lord of the Ring!" Gandalf, who was nearby, yelled at the young Took to keep quiet. Just because evil things do not make their way into this valley is no reason to name them. Pippin shrugs and tells Frodo that the wizard has been saying many cheerful things like this since they got there. They tell Frodo that there is to be a feast starting very soon, because as soon as Gandalf had reported Frodo was awake, the preparations had begun. The hobbits make their way to the Hall of Rivendell, and they took in the majesty of the event around them. Elrond was seated at the great chair at the end of a long table. One side of him sat Glorfindel, on the other was Gandalf. And here we get this description of Elrond. The face of Elrond was ageless, neither old nor young, though in it was written the memory of many things both glad and sorrowful. His hair was dark as the shadows of twilight, and upon it was set a circlet of silver. His eyes were gray as a clear evening, and in them was a light like that of the stars. Venerable he seemed as a king crowned with many winters, and yet hale as a tried warrior in the fullness of his strength. He was the Lord of Rivendell, and mighty among both elves and men. Then we get a description of the beautiful elf woman who Frodo notices sitting at the middle of the table. Young was she, and yet not so. The braids of her dark hair were touched by no frost. Her white arms and clear face were flawless and smooth, and the light of stars was in her bright eyes. Gray as a cloudless night, yet queenly she looked, and thought and knowledge were in her glance, as of one who has known many things that the years bring. Above her brow her head was covered with a cap of silver lace netted with small gems, glittering white, but her soft gray raiment had no ornament save a girdle of leaves wrought in silver. Frodo would later learn that this was Arwen, daughter of Elrond. Arwen's beauty was so fabled that some said she must be the legendary elf maiden Luthien come back to Earth once more. Frodo is then introduced to a rather jolly dwarf named Glowin. And okay, I'm going to be honest with you guys, this was one of those names that I didn't ever hear correctly, and it was only once I started seeing it in writing that I realized it is not Gloin, like loin with a G, but it is Glowin. There's an accent on the O, and the difference of the pronunciation is so subtle that I had thought it was Gloin this whole time, but Glowin is much more noble sounding than Gloin. Frodo hits it off with Glowin when he mentions that he is the nephew of the Hobbit who had served as the burglar to their dwarven quest to reclaim the Lonely Mountain. The feast came and went, and the guests all entered into the Hall of Fire, which was just a large open room that encouraged mingling and talks in groups, while music is performed and drinks are served. But this room is rarely used for such occasions. Normally, it is a place where people go to find solitude and peace. And as Frodo entered the room, he noticed one such person who had been hiding in the room during the feast for the sake of that solitude. "Bilbo!" he cried as he ran for his uncle. "Hello, Frodo, my lad," the old hobbit said with a smile. "So you have got here at last. Why weren't you at the feast? Why haven't I been allowed to see you until now?" Bilbo assures him that he has seen plenty of his nephew. Frodo has just been asleep all of the time until now. He says he skipped the feast because he was sitting and thinking, something that he does quite a bit now. He's been working on a song, but he can't quite get a few lines right. He mumbles about needing to get his friend the Dunedain to help him. "Where is Aragorn anyway?" he asked. Frodo realized that Strider hadn't been at the feast either. While they wait for Aragorn to be located, Bilbo tells Frodo how he's heard about how much fuss there has been about his old ring. "How it's a pity Gandalf hadn't learned of its danger much sooner," he said. "I could have brought it to Rivendell many years ago without so much trouble." He mentions that he has thought of going to Hobbiton to retrieve the ring several times, but Elrond wouldn't let him leave, claiming that the Dark Lord would make mincemeat out of him or something like that. "Have you got it here?" Bilbo asked. His tone made Frodo a tad uneasy, but he said he has it, he just doesn't produce it quite yet. He felt a strange reluctance to show the ring to Bilbo. "Well, I should just like to see it a moment," Bilbo mentioned. The ring was hanging around his neck, and when he'd woken up, he'd found it on a new chain of elven make. It was light, but much stronger than the previous one. He slowly drew the chain out and exposed the ring. Bilbo put out his hand as if to grab it, but Frodo leaned back sharply to keep it out of reach. To his horror, the face he was now looking at was not his loving uncle, but the shadow of a wretch, the face of hunger and grasping, desperate hands. Frodo felt a desire to strike him. The room around them came to a hush, but Bilbo's face returned and acknowledgement washed over him. "I understand now. Put it away, my boy. I'm sorry. Sorry you have come in for this burden. I'm sorry about everything." Bilbo tried to move past the moment by asking for news of the Shire. The room returned to music and lively conversation, so the hobbits talked in relative privacy about all the things that had happened to the locals in the last 17 years. Soon, Strider showed up and reported for duty to Songmaster Bilbo. Bilbo is amused that he is called Strider, which, remember, is the name he's known by in Bree. But Bilbo knows him through the elves, who call him the Dunedain, meaning the man of the West, or the Númenórean. Bilbo asked why he hadn't been at the feast. After all, Lady Arwen was there. Aragorn spoke in low tones, saying he was well aware, but that often he must put mirth aside, because Elrond's sons, Elladan and Elrohir, had returned from the wild, and he needed to be briefed on the findings of their searching. Bilbo is more than happy to leave it at that and tells him he needs help finishing off a song, and Strider simply smiled and said, "Come then, let me hear it." Now, I love this duality to Aragorn. He is a man who considers his duty so faithfully that he skips out on a feast where a beautiful elf maiden who is being hinted at as the romantic interest was in attendance, but now that his duty is fulfilled, he's not such a bruiser that he can't be involved in some songwriting. Better believe we'll be exploring that idea in his character analysis. But Frodo hangs out with Sam, Merry, and Pippin for a while until Bilbo announces his song is ready. He then sings it for the crowd. It's the longest song in the book. I think it is 3 full pages. What is interesting to me, though, is that the elves aren't listening to be entertained. They're listening to judge its merit as a song. They immediately ask to hear it again, but Bilbo says he's too tired, and they tell him they can't give him an honest answer about the song, only hearing it once. But the night continues with more song and drink, but eventually it's time for bed. Frodo had been alerted that on the morning there would be a great council held to determine what to do with the ring. Sam and Bilbo take Frodo back to his room and make sure he's taken care of. As they leave, Bilbo stops with a smile and tells his nephew it has been very good to see him again. That there are no folks like hobbits when it comes to having a really good talk. The next morning, after the most restful sleep Frodo had had since Tom Bombadil's, he was led to a council room and was shown a seat by the side of his host, Elrond. Frodo looked around the room and saw a few faces he recognized, but many he did not. As he took his seat, Elrond addressed the room, saying, "Here, my friends, is the hobbit Frodo, son of Drogo. Few have ever come hither through greater peril or on errand more urgent." Frodo looked around. There was Glóin the dwarf and his son Gimli. He saw multiple elves from Elrond's realm, including Glorfindel, but he saw another elf dressed in more drab green and brown tunic, who turned out to be the son of Thranduil, king of the northern elves of Mirkwood. His name was Legolas. Close to him was seated a tall man with a noble face, dark hair, gray eyes, and a proud demeanor. He was dressed in noble garments lined with fur, and he carried a great horn connected to his belt. He was watching Frodo and Bilbo with a degree of amazement. Elrond introduced the man as Boromir from the south. He had come seeking counsel, and he will get his answers here. Now, that's actually an interesting thing to point out. The Council of Elrond is far more important in the book than it's portrayed in the movie. This is not just a council where everyone has been sent for to discuss what they should do with the ring. Each member has actually come independent of Frodo's mission to deliver their own piece of news that informs just how bad the situation is, and then they discuss what to do with the ring afterwards. So before we get to talking about the ring, let's see what everyone has to say. Glóin goes first, saying that sometime in the past year, a messenger had come from Mordor to Dain, the current king under the mountain, with an offer of friendship from the Dark Lord, and an offering of rings of power like the dwarves of old had had. In return, the messenger asked for any information concerning hobbits. The messenger then laid out Sauron's full request, that they hunt down the thief and either take willingly or by force the little ring he has in his possession, claiming it's nothing but a small trifle that Sauron fancies, and in exchange for the errand, Dain would receive 3 rings from the old dwarven kings, and the realm of Moria would be his forever. If they only found news that leads to the capture, they would still be able to count on Sauron's friendship. But if they refused, well, they didn't want to refuse. Glóin said that the breath of the servant came out like a hiss of snakes. Dain told the messenger that he needed time to decide, but the messenger had already come twice more seeking an answer, claiming that the next time will be the last. So Glóin had been sent to seek counsel from Elrond. Elrond tells him that he was wise to come and to not lose hope. The dwarves do not stand alone. But before we hear from Legolas or Boromir, Elrond decides now is the time to give the full history of the ring up until Isildur was killed, for some reason. But we've already covered it, so let's just give a really quick refresher about how Sauron was powerful enough to challenge the remaining powers of elves and men in the great battle where the last alliance stood against him. Elrond was there. He says he was the herald of the elven king Gil-galad, and he was on the field of battle when the 2 kings fell, and Isildur took his father's broken sword and cut off the ring. Like an impatient child, Boromir interrupts at this point to ask what became of the ring, because if the story has ever been told in the Southlands of Gondor, it has long been forgotten. Elrond continues unhindered, saying that Isildur took it, and Elrond had advised Isildur to cast it into the fire and be rid of its evil forever. But Isildur had said that he would take it as a wergild, which I had to look this word up. It's an Old English word that translates to mean man price. So he was saying that the ring would be his recompense for his dead father, and apparently a brother that died too, or we have never heard of him until right here. So Isildur took the ring, and as we know, he was killed at the slaughter of Gladden Fields. Only 3 of Isildur's men survived the attack, including the squire who brought the news of the killings to Rivendell, as well as the shards of the broken sword Narsil. Elrond reflects back and says the victory of the last alliance was fruitless with the ring remaining. Sauron was diminished, but not destroyed. He further says that the league between races will never happen again because men have become far more in number and elves, or firstborn as he calls them, are diminished in number. And that of the men of Middle-earth, the race of Númenóreans are decayed. Then, for the sake of the reader, we get a little exposition about the Southlands, how they are the first defense of man against Mordor. We learn about how there used to be a chief city of Gondor, Osgiliath, and 2 fortresses on either side of the valley. There was Minas Ithil, the Tower of the Rising Moon in the east, and Minas Anor, the Tower of the Setting Sun in the west, where the white tree was planted with the seed that Isildur had brought from across the western sea. And how nearly 1,000 years ago the eastern tower, Minas Ithil, which was basically on the other side of the mountains from Mordor, so it was the closest thing to the Dark Lord, it was taken over by the Nazgul, the Ringwraiths, and had become known as Minas Morgul, the Tower of Dark Sorcery. At that point, Minas Anor was renamed Minas Tirith, meaning Tower of Defense, or Tower of the Guard, because it remained the last bastion of defense that Gondor had against Mordor, because at some point that I didn't piece together when, the city of Osgiliath had also been sent to ruin, so Minas Tirith is all that is left of Gondor, essentially. And now that this history of his own land has been shared, Boromir feels the need to speak. He feels the need to correct Elrond's statement about the valor of Númenor decaying, claiming that the men of Gondor still hold on to that lineage, and that by their blood the forces of Minas Morgul and of the wild folk of the east are kept at bay. But the constant battle with the orcs of Minas Morgul is not what troubles him. It's that the smoke is rising once more from Orodruin, which is commonly known as Mount Doom, stating that their defenses have been pushed back by a renewed force from Mordor, but it was not the sheer number that made them more powerful this time. There was a new power that had not been seen before, a dark shadow under the moon, and that wherever the dark creature came, a madness filled the foes of Gondor, making them fight like it never seen before. They had only survived because in their last stand among the ruins of Osgiliath, the former capital of Gondor, they destroyed the great stone bridge in the city, which was the only means of crossing the river. He says that the people of the West are quick to praise Gondor for their valor, but slow to offer aid in the fight. Indeed, only Rohan ever provides soldiers to fight back the darkness. But he makes it very clear that he has not come to Elrond asking for allegiances in war, but for interpretations of a dream that his brother Faramir has had multiple times. In the dream, the eastern sky, which is the direction of Mordor to them, was dark and thunderous, but there was still a faint light in the west that lingered, and then he would hear a voice cry out the same verse, quote, "Seek for the sword that was broken, in Imladris it dwells. There shall be counsels, taken stronger than Morgul spells. There shall be shown a token that doom is near at hand, for Isildur's bane shall waken, and the halfling forth shall stand." He had asked his father Denethor for an interpretation, but the only thing that Denethor could tell him was that Imladris was the old name for the region where Rivendell now exists. So Faramir desperately wanted to come to Rivendell seeking answers. But since the way was so perilous, being the older brother, Boromir took the quest upon himself. And here he finds himself seeking answers. Aragorn, in what cannot be described as anything more than a power play but also a boss move, says, "And here in the house of Elrond, more shall be made clear to you." And with that, he put the broken pieces of the blade Narsil on the table. Boromir asks who this ranger is who claims to know the dealings of Minas Tirith. Remember, both Gondorians and the Rangers are of Númenorian descent, but at this point they're very different people, and Gondor feels kind of superior to the Rangers in a way. Elrond makes the formal introduction that he is Aragorn, son of Arathorn, direct descendant of Isildur, and chief of the Dúnedain of the North. Frodo is stoked at the direction this conversation has taken, and he is quick to say the ring clearly belongs to Aragorn, and he moves as if to give the ring to the ranger. Aragorn calmly tells Frodo it does not belong to either of them, but that Frodo has been the one ordained to hold it for now. Gandalf then tells Frodo to bring the ring forward. His excitement to part with it changed suddenly to a reluctance to show the treasure to this council full of strangers. But as he slowly lifted up the chain, Elrond announced, "Behold, Isildur's bane!" Boromir's eyes shined with amazement as he muttered, "The halfling." Remember, the last line of the verse said, "Isildur's bane shall waken, and the halfling forth shall stand." Aragorn and Boromir get into a bit of a tit-for-tat that ends with Boromir staring doubtfully at the ranger, wondering how he could be the heir of Isildur. Bilbo, who hadn't said a word until now, was visibly annoyed on his friend's behalf. Aragorn smiled at Bilbo and turned back to the Gondorian, saying that he forgives his doubt. Quote, "I am but the heir of Isildur, not Isildur himself." He assures Boromir that his life has been just as dedicated to fighting the powers of darkness as the men of Gondor, and that the servants of the enemy are found in many places outside of the south, and that rangers receive even less thanks than Gondorians. Saying rangers are received with scowls and scornful names. Quote, "Strider I am to one fat man who lives within a day's march of foes that would freeze his heart, or lay his little town in ruin. If he were not guarded ceaselessly, yet we would not have it otherwise. If simple folk are free from care and fear, simple they will be, and we must be secret to keep them so. That has been the task of my kindred, while the years have lengthened and the grass has grown." Boromir seems to find a bit more respect for the ranger, even if he still does not welcome him as the heir to the throne of Gondor. And Elrond moves the conversation on, having Bilbo explain his tale discovering the ring, followed by Frodo telling the entire tale of traveling from the Shire to Rivendell. So now everyone present has the entire story of the ring, from its creation all the way to how it now finds itself in their presence. But several members of the council look at Gandalf saying that he still needs to explain what happened to him. Also, why is Saruman the White not here with them? Gandalf sighs slowly before saying that the answers to both of those questions are intertwined, and he begins his account. He reminds the council about the time years ago when he, Gandalf, had ventured into Dol Guldur in the Mirkwood and confirmed that the necromancer was indeed Sauron, basically planning his comeback tour. But he reminds them at the time, Saruman had discouraged them from taking open action against the Dark One, and that Saruman had been the one who was so emphatic about, quote, "the One Ring never again to be found in Middle-earth." And Gandalf admits he was lulled by the words of Saruman the Wise to put off the threat. So he gives a brief summary of how, after that night at Bilbo's birthday party, when he had just seen how dark of a hold it had over him, he began his mission to discover the origin of the ring. How he found an ancient scroll in the halls of Minas Tirith that had been written by Isildur between the war when he took the ring and his death. A scroll that even Denethor, steward of Gondor, did not know about. Gandalf supposes only himself and Sauron had ever read it. In the scroll, written by Isildur, he notes that the Great Ring will go north with him, which is obviously when he was killed. But it is what he wrote afterwards that became the most important information Gandalf had found. Isildur described that when he first took the ring, it was white hot and much larger than the finger of a man, but that now the ring had cooled and shrunk to the size that is more normal. But it is just as beautiful, and he states that when he first claimed it, there had been writing upon it as red as flame. It had faded as the ring had cooled, and he does not speak the language of it, reckoning it to be the tongue of the Black Lord. But he traced the writing on the scroll for record. He ends saying that he supposes that maybe heating the ring up might reveal the script again, but he dares not risk damaging his precious prize. Gandalf says the words of the ring are known without needing to say them. The elven legends tell of Celebrimbor, the forge master of the rings, hearing Sauron speak it from a distance, which revealed his evil purposes. It was on Gandalf's way back from Minas Tirith that he bumped into Aragorn, who had captured Gollum, and they grilled him with questions to fill in the holes of the story about how he had the ring in his possession. So with that half of the story done, he reinforces that this ring does reveal the markings of the dark language when placed in the fire, and he proceeds to speak the writing. And I'm going to try my best here, so stick with me. You already know what it says in English, so might as well try doing it in the language of Mordor. Ashnaz durbatuluk, Ashnaz gimbatul, Ashnaz thrakatuluk, Ashkburzumishi krimpatul. How's that for a voice of darkness? Elrond gets upset with Gandalf for using the dark tongue in his house, but Gandalf brushes it off, saying, if they don't act quickly, that tongue will be the only language used in all of Middle-earth. Gandalf then tells them how Gollum had been handed into the care of the Elves of Mirkwood for imprisonment, but hopefully for rehabilitation as well, and it's at that point that Legolas clears his throat and says that that's actually why he has come to Rivendell, to report that their efforts to rehabilitate Gollum seemed to be making progress, and that they'd begun to take him outside so he could climb trees under guard, and for a time that seemed to do wonders. But one day he refused to come down. The guards stood at the base, not wanting to pursue him up the tree, and they stood there until night fell, and a band of orcs came through, killing the guards. And when the bodies were discovered, Gollum was nowhere to be found. A murmur arises among the crowd, but Gandalf says they have no time to hunt him down, but he may play a part yet in what is to come. Once they had calmed down, one of the elves reminds Gandalf that he still hasn't explained why Sauron is not there. Gandalf then tells the other half of his story, the one that Frodo has been interested in. Gandalf's last visit to the Shire had ended when he had heard rumors of Gondor's defeat and the dark, shadowy figure that had led the orc forces. But he had made it no further than Bree when he bumped into an old friend, Radagast the Brown, another of the wizards that walked Middle-earth. Radagast was frazzled with stories of the Nazgul riding from Mordor in search of a land called the Shire. Radagast said he learned this from Sauron and that the White Wizard had given Radagast instructions that if he saw Gandalf to tell him Sauron will aid him, but he has to come to Isengard at once. Gandalf takes off for Isengard, which, one of my many, I didn't realize that moments, came when I learned that Isengard is not the tower. Isengard is the land which the tower is in, but the Tower of Sauron is actually named Orthanc. So Gandalf sets off quickly for Orthanc, leaving a message with Mr. Butterbur at the Prancing Pony for Frodo before heading off to Isengard. He then tells the tale that makes the hearts of the council run with fear. How when he first got there, Sauron was different. He spoke in a mocking sort of tone to his old friend. How he made a comment of Radagast being a simple fool, but that he had played his part in luring Gandalf to Orthanc. Sauron pronounced himself as Sauron the Wise, Sauron Ringmaker, Sauron of many colors. And when Gandalf looked closely, indeed his white robes were no more, but his robes were woven of all colors in a way that shimmered as he moved. I like to think of it as like a disco ball, but I know that's not accurate. Gandalf, now concerned, but not frightened yet, makes the comment that he likes white better. White, sneered Sauron. White is a beginning. White cloth may be dyed. A white page can be overwritten. White light can be broken. In which case, Gandalf replied, it is no longer white. And there's one key difference in this scene between the movie and the book. But from what I know, there's a deleted scene that actually contains this, so it's just what the final edit ended up doing that makes it different. But Saruman does not reveal himself to simply be a servant of Sauron in the book. He reveals his desire to claim the ring for his own and stand against Sauron. If we could command the ruling ring and the power would pass to us, that is the truth why I brought you here, for I believe that you know where the precious thing lies. Whereas the movie just makes it sound like Saruman has teamed up with the Dark Lord and is now like his lieutenant. But Gandalf saw the powerful lust in his friend's eyes as he spoke. He reminds Saruman that only one hand can control that ring, and anybody that believes to the contrary is just falling victim to part of Sauron's ability to entrap the minds of others. He turns down the formerly white wizard's offer to be his number 2 in a New World Order, which is met with a comment of, "Yes, I did not expect you to show wisdom, even in your own behalf." He was then overpowered and imprisoned on the pinnacle of Orthanc, in the very place Saruman used to watch the stars at night. From that viewpoint, Gandalf could see into the darkness that had overtaken Isengard. Open pits and forges run by orcs to destroy the forest in the name of industry. Wolves roamed the land as well in the service of the White Wizard. In that lofty prison he remained, where he notes his hope was not strong because, quote, "For my hope was found on a fat man in Bree, and my fear was founded on the cunning of Sauron." If you recall, Frodo had seen this in a dream, and now he just realizes the connection. In short, Gandalf's saving grace was that he'd instructed Radagast to send him messengers with any news that had been found. And he just so lucked out that one of those messengers was one of the great eagles of the mountains. The eagles had been searching for him with news of the orcs and the Nazgul. And it was one of the great eagles, unbound to the gravity of land, that found Gandalf on top of Orthanc and gave him safe passage to Rohan. Once in Rohan, Gandalf takes the best horse in the land to ride to the Shire, where he finds Frodo is gone. He then rode to Bree, where he learned he just missed the hobbits. He rode straight to Weathertop, where he fought against some Nazgul. So, yeah, Aragorn was right, thinking that he had been there just before them. But he had to flee because he was fighting way too many Nazgul by himself. And so he rode his horse, Shadowfax, which we'll talk about Shadowfax later. But Shadowfax was up to the task. So despite taking the long way to Rivendell, he still reached it before the hobbits. And looking at Frodo, he says that closes his account. So this has been a lot of info that much of it isn't shown in the movie, and that's why I wanted to take the time. But it does mean that I feel like we should summarize the more well-known part, which is about how the Fellowship is formed. Now that all of the info is out in the open, Elrond says that they must decide what to do with the ring. It's suggested that Tom Bombadil take possession of it since he is both magical in his way and seems to not be affected by the power of the ring. But Gandalf says Bombadil isn't a safe guardian because he would at some point forget the ring or throw it out. Such things have no hold on his mind, he says. The elves say that they don't have the power left to fight off the coming forces and yada yada yada. Finally, it's decided the only real hope they have is to destroy the ring in the fires of Mount Doom. Because anywhere they could take it would eventually be recovered by the Dark Lord. Gandalf states that to attempt to delay the Dark Lord by hiding the ring is only saving the lives of a few men, meaning the current generation, while dooming the lives of those to come. When some balk at the idea of having even the faintest hope that they could possibly get the ring into Mordor, calling it folly, Gandalf points out that the only folly is to assume you know the end with certainty, and that folly may be their cloak because in all of Sauron's wisdom, he would never guess that someone would dare to march the ring into his own realm to destroy it, because his mind only understands power, and he could not comprehend that anyone would be willing to destroy power. "So who will take the ring?" Elrond asked. There was silence until Bilbo said he would take it, claiming that it appears obvious he has more chapters to fill in his book, and that since he found the ring, he should take it. Boromir began to laugh, but was quickly silenced when he saw that every other face in the room showed nothing but respect and admiration for the old hobbit. Gandalf smiles and tells him that he has fulfilled his part in this story. The council fell silent again, much different from the movie where they're all fighting over who to trust with the ring. In the book, everyone understands the gravity of the assignment and no one was eager to assume the responsibility. As Frodo looked around at the faces, a great sense of dread filled him, as if he had predicted this moment but had been hoping it would not come to this. He desperately wanted to remain with Bilbo in Rivendell and just eat and rest and write songs, but the mission seemed to be branded in his heart, and he could not resist the call any longer. He stood up straight to address the council and said, "I will take the ring, though I do not know the way." Elrond quickly agrees that he believes Frodo is fated to this mission, saying that this is the hour of the Shire folk. For centuries they have been hidden in their quiet fields, but on this day none of the wisest could have predicted the role that the little folk could play. He then turns to Frodo, saying he cannot make him take the ring, but that if he chooses freely to accept it, he will be honored among the greatest elf friends in memory. Sam, who had not been invited to the meeting but had been spying on his master like he was so gifted at doing, came running out saying, "Surely you won't send him alone?" Elrond leans back with a smile saying, "Of course not, because it seems impossible to separate them, even when Frodo has been summoned to a secret council and Sam has not." But Sam was barely paying attention to the elf. He was busy sitting down next to Frodo, his face flushed, and saying, "A nice pickle we have landed ourselves in, Mr. Frodo." Here are the minimum details we need to know about this next bit to get to the next juicy part of the story. The rest of the Fellowship is formed with Gandalf, Aragorn, Gimli, Legolas, Boromir, and then Merry and Pippin rounded out, which Elrond felt it was worth noting that the Fellowship should be the same size as the Black Riders, being 9. But he initially wanted to have the last 2 spots filled with elves from his house. When Pippin exclaims that there wouldn't be room for he and Merry if that was the case, Elrond is kind of like, yeah, it's pretty obvious you're not going. But when the hobbits protest, Gandalf points out that although elves would be more physically suited and better travelers, no one knows what lies ahead, and that in some cases, trust and friendship are more valuable than wisdom. Initially, Elrond says he'd be okay with Merry going, but the younger one is just not up to the task. But when Pippin protests, saying that they'd have to tie him in a sack and send him home to keep him from following the group, the Elf Lord sighs and relents. But they don't set out right away. They stay in Rivendell for several weeks while they gather intel in the time that they're waiting. As they wait, Bilbo gifts Frodo with some of his useful tools from his adventuring days. Sting, his elven blade that glows blue when orcs are nearby. But more impressively, he pulls out a small suit of chainmail that shimmered. "It's made of mithril," Bilbo said. "Supple as linen, but harder than steel." The piece looked beautiful, but Frodo says he'd feel awkward wearing such an ornate thing. Bilbo laughs and tells him it goes on under his clothes and that he won't even notice it, but it will protect him from almost any blade. Frodo tells Bilbo that he can't thank him enough for not only these gifts, but all his past kindnesses. Bilbo just smiles and says, "Don't try." It was the end of December when they finally left Rivendell, and they start straight down along the Misty Mountains on the west side. There are 3 potential paths to get where they need to go. They can go all the way south through the Pass of Rohan, cross the mountains at the Pass of Carhadras, or go through the mines of Moria. Gandalf says Rohan is too dangerous because it's too close to Isengard, and also that the Dark Lord has more influence in Rohan than they may suspect. He proposes they go through Moria, the dwarf mine that the last word anyone had heard from it was about Balin living there 30 years ago. But Aragorn is strongly against this. He and Gandalf actually debate it quite a bit, but at Aragorn's behest, they finally decide to attempt the mountain pass of Carhadras, despite it being wintertime. And this part plays out pretty much like the movie with one key difference. I'll explain what happened for anyone who doesn't know the films. They get up onto the mountain and it begins to snow a lot, like suspiciously so. And the movie portrays it as Saruman casting a spell to hinder them, but he's not really involved in the book, at least not explicitly. Much like Old Man Willow, Carhadras is believed to be a mountain with a will of its own. And we come to understand that the mountain has more likely been what cast this storm to deter the travelers from thinking they could just pass through him. There is one line about a fell voice on the air that some may interpret as being Saruman casting a spell, but the point is we never get a clear answer. But I do personally like the Carhadras explanation because a common theme, and one that we'll touch more on here in another chapter, is that Tolkien builds this world to be so much more than just one force for evil, aka Sauron, and one force for good of the elves and men and hobbits, blah, blah, blah. There are forces at play that are independent of these two sides, primordial forces that do not respond to the desires of man, elf, or dark lord. And that's an element we just don't see too often, but it paints a much richer portrait of this world. But during their struggle on the mountain, there are three things I want to point out. First, as far as visuals go, we do get that scene where Aragorn and Boromir are using their brawn to try to break down the drifts of snow that are taller than the hobbits. Meanwhile, the light-footed Legolas just walks on top of the snow so he can scout ahead. Secondly, while suffering from exposure on the cliffside during the ceaseless snowstorm, Frodo finds himself drifting off into a dream of being home, of just giving up on this mission and going back. But he has an imagined conversation with Bilbo that changes his mind, essentially. He envisions Bilbo telling him that he doesn't think much of his diary, meaning Frodo's account of his journeys, saying snowstorms on January the 12th? There was no need to report back that. And in his dream, Frodo says that he just wanted to rest and sleep, but that he was immediately woken from this dream by Boromir lifting him off the ground and shaking him to wakefulness. So there's this element in him where he doesn't want to shame Bilbo by not being as brave as he was. But Boromir waking him from sleep, which, it's kind of hinted that he may have been going off into that sleep that people don't wake up from when they're in the cold for too long. But Boromir waking him up actually is the third point. I think it's the most important character development we get in this section of the book. Because in previous chapters, what we've seen from him is his pride for Gondor and his inability to not think of the future of his people regardless of anyone else. But in this chapter, we see that his duty and honor is greater than just Gondor. He is a true guardian, if we're using my character analysis framework. He's a man who acts with heroism to protect from pain, and he is concerned not only with his own welfare, but of the welfare of the people he cares about. And in the short time that they've been on this journey together, the hobbits have become people that he cares about. We'll see more of this moving forward, but in this moment where he keeps Frodo from possibly dying in his sleep, he calls to Gandalf saying, this cold will be the death of the halflings, and they have to do something about it. They try several things, but it becomes increasingly more obvious that they are not going to make it over this pass, and the only action they have is to go back down and either risk Rohan or the mines of Moria. Gandalf gives a look to Aragorn as if he's seeking the answer he needs before giving the order. But before they decide which path they should take, Gandalf acknowledges that he needs the decision of the ring-bearer and leaves it to Frodo if they should just return to Rivendell and postpone the day of their doom, or if they attempt darker paths to Mordor. The other hobbits look to Frodo almost hopeful that he would say they should just give up, but likely with that dream still on his mind of Bilbo telling him that getting caught in a snowstorm wasn't much to call an adventure, Frodo summoned his courage and said, if there is a way, then we must go on. And so, much to Sam's displeasure, they headed off for their next attempt. And when they get down to the bottom of the mountain, there's still debate if they should go to Moria or not. For the most part, they are leaning towards Moria, but there are still holdouts saying that they don't want to commit to going through those mines because they've heard some pretty creepy stories. And although Aragorn was the most against the mines, he was not the only one with hesitation. Boromir says that the place has a name of ill omen, and Gimli is keenly aware that Balin, the dwarf, who reclaimed Moria decades ago, has not been heard of in 30 years. But Gandalf says on top of the inherent dangers of passing by Isengard through the Rohan Gap, they are running out of time, and the extra journey might be their downfall. They have to risk the mine. Boromir says he won't go unless the rest of the company all votes to risk it. The other hobbits are reluctant to go, saying they do not wish to enter the mine, and Gandalf says, of course you don't wish it, who would? But the question is, will you follow me if I lead you there? Gimli was the first to say he would go. Aragorn seconds it, but gives a final warning that he says is not for the others or even about the ring, but it's a warning for the wizard. If you pass the doors of Moria, beware. But after a wolf attack in the middle of the night, everyone agrees the mine is their best shot. It takes them some time to find the old pathway that leads to the entrance of the mine. But between Gandalf and Gimli, their collective memories led them in the right direction. The entrance to Moria had been in a stone wall on the far side of a small, shallow valley that was encircled by the foothills of the Misty Mountains. When they finally found the valley, it was not an empty valley any longer. The valley was now filled in as a lake, a dark and murky lake that gives the area an unwelcoming note. But on the far side of the lake, the wall was unmistakable as being where the door to Moria would be, so they skirted around the edge of the lake. At one point, they had to cross the water. Gimli noted that it was only about ankle deep at the place that they crossed, but Frodo shuddered at the touch of the water on his bare feet. The water felt unclean. And when they got to the location of the door, it was not to be seen. But this was a magical door, so that was not a surprise to many. The spot was marked by 2 large trees, bigger than any around. They stood as sentinels on either side of where the door would be. Gandalf walked up to the rock wall, muttered some words no one could understand, and slid his hands across the rock surface. He stepped back, and slowly the moonlight casting down the rock began to illuminate lines in the rock face. Slender lines formed an archway, as well as ornate details that depicted the tree of the High Elves and the star of the House of Feanor, as well as Feanorian script that Gandalf translates for the others, saying, "The doors of Durin, Lord of Moria, speak friend and enter." Gandalf interprets the phrase to mean that if you are a friend of Durin, you only need to speak the password and the doors will open. So they stand by while Gandalf tries a number of different passphrases in different languages of Middle-earth. Boromir interjects at one point asking if he does not know the word, when the wizard said, "No." Boromir cried out, "What was the point of bringing us to this accursed spot? You'd told us you'd passed through the mines before. How could you if you hadn't known how to enter?" Gandalf's patience was growing very thin with the implied insult, but he took a deep breath and said, "You may ask what is the use for my deeds when they are proved useless." In other words, and I loved this line, don't complain about my plan until we know for sure it won't work. He further states that he passed through the mines going east to west the previous time, not west to east like they are now. These doors only open from the inside mechanically. From the outside, you must have the magic passphrase. Pippin, young, dumb, and curious, unskillfully asks the wizard what he intends to do. And with that, Gandalf's patience was gone. "Knock on the doors with your head, Peregrine Took, but if that does not shatter them, and I am allowed a little peace from foolish questions, I will seek for the opening words." He proceeded to continue trying more words and passphrases, even ones that seemed too obvious, like simply commanding them to open in Elvish. In his impatience, Boromir grabbed a rock and threw it into the lake. The rock sank with the normal glurg that stones make when they hit water, but there was an unexpected swish and a bubble that broke the surface as well. Frodo asked Boromir why he did that. This place makes him frightened, not just what's in the mine, but what is in this pool. He asks the Gondorian to not disturb the water anymore. Gandalf had been sitting on a rock in frustration at this point, thinking, when his eyes suddenly perked up, and he stood, saying, "I've got it." He took his staff and walked up to the doorway and confidently spoke the word, "Melon." The star at the top of the markings blinked brightly before fading, and instantly the creases of the door became visible in the rock. They rumbled as they began to turn outward. Gandalf said his mistake was in overcomplicating the instructions. They said, "Speak friend and enter." Melon is the Elvish word for friend. Gandalf stood on the first step of the entryway into Moria, and the others began to move towards him. But in that moment, something seized Frodo by the ankle, knocking him to the ground. Sam leapt after Frodo as he was being dragged towards the pool's edge. The others turned to see what looked like a host of snakes climbing out of the edge of the lake, but they realized they were in fact tentacles, green and luminous and wet. Sam was slashing at the one around Frodo's leg with his knife. The arm let the hobbit go, but 20 more came flying out of the water. The water seemed to be boiling under them, and there was a foul odor in the air. Gandalf yelled to the hobbits to get in the gateway before the creature recovered. They rushed to the steps and made it inside just as the tentacles reached the entrance, slamming the doors shut, and from what it sounded like, tearing the trees down to block an exit from that door. The travelers had made it inside the mine and now had no choice but to go through. The entire party sat in the darkness catching their breath from yet another close call. "Well, well," the wizard said as the first one to speak. "The passage is blocked behind us. There is only one way out now, I fear." Frodo was hysterical and began to cry out, saying he'd sensed there was something evil in the water from the moment his foot had touched it, and he wonders what the monster was. Gandalf says he does not know what it is, but the arms seem to be guided by a purpose. "There are older and fouler things than orcs in the deep places of the world," he said. He kept it to himself that he thought it no coincidence that the thing had gone for Frodo out of anyone in the party. Now, a quick call out to this creature known as the Watcher in the Water is an example of what in Tolkien lore are called nameless things. We got to talk about them because they are such a cool little side fact of understanding the lore of Middle-earth. So nameless things are monsters and creatures that dwell in the darkest depths under the mountains, in the pools and crevices that no man ever sees. They are evil entities, but they are not servants of Sauron. They outdate him. They have been around since the dawn of time, kind of like Tom Bombadil, and represent part of the unorganized evil that simply exists. They neither serve nor fear the Dark Lord, but they are just as wicked. So Gandalf pointing out how it went after Frodo is less about the Watcher in the Water being a servant of Sauron and more just about how all dark things feel the pull of the ring itself. But the other thing I want to point out about these monstrous, nameless things, which if you've watched Rings of Power, there is an encounter with another such creature when Isildur gets eaten by the giant worm-looking thing. But the lore behind how the nameless things came to be is a fascinating story. Because in the mythology of Middle-earth, and I'm not going to get into the whole creation myth, but just one little piece of it is that the earth was created by an angelic group called the Ainur. They used music to express their thoughts, which formed the world. So the song of the Ainur is basically the story of how the world was created. But there was one among the Ainur, Melkor, who sought to alter the creation to his own mind, and he tried to alter the song in a way that created discord in the music. So the belief is that these nameless things were created in the discord that came from the song of the Ainur, which is why they outdate Sauron or even Morgoth. Just evil in nature, but apathetic to any struggles of any races of men, elves, or orcs. Anyway, not much value to the story right now, but I just think it's too fascinating to not bring up. Gandalf casts a spell that makes his staff illuminate a little bit, not too strong that would call attention to them, but enough for them to at least see where they're going, and they begin to move forward into the mine. Gimli walked up front with Gandalf as they consulted on the directions to go, but the rest of the company simply followed in silence. Frodo had mentally moved past the terror of the Watcher, just barely, but the longer they marched, the more Frodo was certain he heard footsteps that were not like their own. Soft, bare feet, never making much noise, but it always kept on for a step or two after the Fellowship had stopped walking. He had ruled it out from being an echo at this point. They walked for hours until Gandalf came to a point where the passage broke into 3 directions. The wizard talked with Gimli as he looked at the options before saying that he has no memory of this place, and that he is clearly too exhausted to think, and he assumes everyone else is as well. There was another doorway to a room next to this fork in the road that Gimli says must have been a guard room at one point. The room was fairly empty except for a well at one end of the room, a well that one of the hobbits almost stepped in. The members of the group began to settle in and try to get some sleep, but Pippin felt a compulsion to check out the well. He was fascinated by it. He peered his head over and felt a cold chill of air blow against his face. On impulse, he grabbed a loose stone and dropped it in. Seconds passed before he heard anything, and when there was a sound, it was like it had fallen into deep water. Gandalf noticed what had happened at this point, and he snapped angrily at Pippin. "Fool of a Took," he said. "This is not a hobbit walking party. This is a serious journey. Next time, throw yourself in, and at least then you will be no further nuisance." The party fell silent to hear if anything happened after the stone. They heard some distant knocks like a tap, tap, tap off and on for a few minutes, but then it fell silent again. Gimli said that was definitely the sound of a hammer if he'd heard one. Gandalf agreed and said maybe it had nothing to do with Peregrine's foolish stone, but it was likely something had been disturbed that was better off not. He then made Pippin sit on first watch as punishment for his thoughtlessness, but an hour later the wizard relieved the hobbit, saying he couldn't sleep, so Pippin might as well get some rest. He ended up staying up thinking and smoking his pipe for 6 hours before waking everyone else. Nothing had happened during the night, but he had finally decided the path to take, saying he doesn't like the feeling he gets from the middle path, and the left path gives off a smell that he doesn't trust. So the right path is the best bet, because if there's one thing we know about Gandalf, he says follow your nose. But in general, it sure feels like Gandalf is adventuring off of vibes at this point, but when you have no better information, vibes may be the best you can get. They marched for 20 miles through the darkness until the hobbits were about at the end of their strength for the day, when suddenly the tight walls of the cavern opened up into a great hall with a roof far above their heads. Gandalf smiled, saying he had chosen the right path and they were now in what had been the habitable parts of Moria when civilization used to thrive. He says they must be quite a ways above the Dimrill Gate, which would be their way out, but that they shall rest here for the night and journey to it in the morning. Gimli elaborated on Gandalf's comment, saying that this had been the great city of Dwarodelf, and it used to be full of light and song, and then he proceeds to sing his own song about the realm of Durin, which, by the way, let's do a little song count check. We are in the 16th chapter of the book, and we have had a total of 28 songs so far. When he finishes, Sam is enchanted, saying he would like to learn that song sometime. He asks if there are stashes of jewels and gold inside the mine, but Gandalf says orcs pillaged all of that long ago. So he asked what the dwarves had come back for, referring to Balin's group that hadn't been heard from in 30 years. And the answer came back that it was Mithril. The wealth of Moria was not gold and jewels, but the unique resource known as Mithril to the elves, or what is called by others true silver. Now, if you've been watching Rings of Power, you are very familiar with the desirability of Mithril, but to those who aren't, it's the most valuable resource known to Middle-earth. Not for its trade value, but for its properties. Remember, it's the same thing Frodo's chainmail is made of, which is lighter than metal, but it's more durable than any kind of armor. It was greed for Mithril that led the dwarves to go deeper into the mountain until they uncovered Durin's Bane, the monster that they awoke from underneath. Now, this Durin's Bane is not a nameless thing, but we'll get to him in a bit if you don't already know it's coming. Frodo had first watched that night, and he was haunted by the vision of two pale points of light in the darkness, almost like glowing eyes. He told himself he must have fallen asleep on his watch, but when it was his turn to sleep, that vision of the two dull orbs glowing in the darkness haunted him. After breakfast the next morning, they crossed the giant cavern and found a new corridor on the other side. They continued their march for most of the day without event until they noticed something odd in their path. There was a door just off to the side. It was a stone door, still on its hinges but swung half open. The dust was thick on the floor, but the room actually was lit by a window carved into the mountainside. The shaft of the light fell on a stone slab table in the middle of the room. There were engravings on the surface. Frodo said it felt like a tomb. Gandalf bent over to look at the engravings, saying these are Darin's runes, such as were used of old in Moria. He said before translating, Balin, son of Fundin, Lord of Moria. He is dead then, Frodo said. I feared it was so, Gimli said mournfully, covering his face with his hood as he spoke. And I guess that's one difference the movie does that I want to point out. In the movie, Gimli thinks that Moria is going to be thriving. He thinks it's going to be popping, that it's like great, and he's excited to see his cousin or uncle Balin again. And then once they get inside and see all of the death, he's just like, oh no, like what happened here? In the book, he very much assumes that the dwarves being wiped out is a possibility because they haven't heard from them in 30 years. So it's quite different. He has way more realistic expectations going into Moria. But until he saw this tomb, he had been holding out that Balin was alive somewhere. They looked around the room and noticed that there was more than just a tomb to make them uneasy. There were skeletons, axe heads, broken shields, and helms, but not all of them were dwarven. There were orc scimitars with black blades among it. Gandalf found a book of records that was blood-stained and partially destroyed, but he began to read what he could. It begins with the dwarves taking Moria back from a band of orcs over 30 years ago. Skipping forward pages, he finds mentions of Balin being the new Lord of Moria, how they found Mithril again. The script suddenly changed to Elvish. Gimli mentions that must be Ori's hand. Gandalf first reads it in silence and then warns that the record is grim, and that the ending of these dwarves was cruel. We cannot get out, he reads. They have taken the bridge in the second hall. The wizard skips more smeared lines but picks up saying, the pool is up to the wall at the west gate. The watcher in the water took out Owen. We cannot get out. So note that this record is where we even get the name the Watcher in the Water, and that Owen, who is Gimli's uncle, was killed trying to escape the west gate. The last words, written in the record, said, the end comes. Drums, drums in the deep. And then the script got more frantic and scratchy as it said, they are coming. So trapped between the orcs in the east and the Watcher blocking the western escape, this place had been where the final stand of Balin's dwarven kingdom stood. Gandalf raised his head from the book and called the attempt to retake Moria valiant but foolish. The wizard then says they should go back to the hall from this room, but that this visit to the tomb was not in vain. They now know where they are, the chamber of Mazarbul. Gandalf proceeds to explain in greater detail than I'll share that knowing where he is now means he knows exactly how to get to the gate. But no sooner had they moved to leave the chamber than the walls began to rumble with the echo of a noise that froze over their hearts. Boom came the sound from below in the depths of the mine. They rushed for the door as the sound continued. Doom, doom. The walls themselves seemed to be drums the way they were reverberating the sound. Then a horn rang out, which led to more horns answering the call. "They are coming," Legolas yelled. "Trapped," Gandalf sputtered, cursing that he delayed to read the book. Doom, doom. The drums continued to shake the walls. Aragorn immediately began to issue orders to slam the doors and barricade them shut. Now, there was another door on the other side of the room, and they thought they could escape through it. But they didn't dare run until they had tried to kill enough orcs to make the rest hesitant to follow, because otherwise they would just be running away as targets to the archers. Boromir slammed his body against the door, but Gandalf told him to wait a moment. He called out, demanding to know who dared to disturb the rest of Balin, Lord of Moria. There was a wave of crude laughter from outside. Doom, doom, doom. The drums kept beating. Gandalf sent a flash of light through the corridor to get a sense of what they were up against, before stepping back and letting Boromir barricade the door. "There are orcs, very many of them, as well as some large and evil black uruks of Mordor, and something else. I think it was a cave troll." Aragorn confirms that the other door still shows no signs of orcs, but says they will first make them fear the chamber of Mazarbul. Aragorn felt the edge of Anduril as he prepared for battle. You know what? I just realized I forgot. In my rush to get the Fellowship on the road, I forgot to mention that the elves did reforge the broken blade Narsil, but it is now renamed Anduril, or the Flame of the West, which means Aragorn is now on his way to fulfilling the prophecy about the King of Gondor returning to take his crown. But he's first got to get out of this chamber alive. As the sounds of heavy footsteps approached the blocked door, Boromir threw himself against it with all his weight. And I love this because it's another proof that Boromir is a noble spirit and a true guardian archetype, putting himself at the front of the peril without hesitation. The door began to beat with the blows of some large force outside. It was great enough that even against the wedges and Boromir's efforts, the door began to slowly slide open. A huge arm of dark green scales squeezed through, and then a toeless foot shoved its way in as well. Boromir jumped and with all his might brought his sword down on the arm, but it bounced off. The force knocked the sword from his hand, and as he fell to the ground, it showed the blade had been notched. Suddenly, Frodo raised the battle cry as his heart blazed. "The Shire!" he yelled as he ran to Boromir, stabbing the ugly foot with Sting, the orc-killing blade. The foot jerked back in pain. Frodo barely pulled Sting free, while black drops of blood dripped from the tip. Boromir returned to blocking the door. Aragorn yelled himself, "One for the Shire!" But there was little time to celebrate because the door began to be battered with rams until a chunk fell in, revealing an opening into the room. Blind arrows zoomed in and clattered harmlessly off the wall, but another horn blast and the ugly cries of orcs filled the air. The Fellowship began to cut them down just as quickly as they could enter, Legolas dispatching them with arrows to their throats, Gimli chopping them down at the leg with his axe. Boromir and Aragorn slashed them down with swords. They had slain 13 of the first wave before the rest backed away out of fear, to enter the death pit. The only injury so far to the group was a cut on Sam's head from a close call. Gandalf said now was the time to flee, but even as they began to retreat, a huge orc chieftain, almost as tall as a man, covered in black armor, jumped into the room, with his soldiers filling the doorway behind him. His eyes burned like coals, and he carried a large spear and a shield that he used to block Boromir's blow. He dove under Aragorn's attack and charged straight at Frodo, lunging his spear, which caught the hobbit on his right side and hurled him, pinning him against the wall. Sam cried out and hacked at the spear shaft until it broke. The chieftain began to pull out his scimitar, but Aragorn brought Anduril down on the orc's head first, breaking through the helm and dispatching him. The orc followers backed away again out of fear, and the Fellowship began their flight out of the back door of the chamber, Aragorn carrying Frodo. All the while the drums kept sounding. Doom, doom. Frodo said to put him down and that he could walk. Aragorn couldn't believe that he was not dead. Gandalf stayed behind on the other side of the door, saying he was going to hold the door to buy them time. Aragorn protested, but the Grey Wizard ordered him to go down the stairs and wait, saying, "Swords are no more use here." The group fled down several flights of stairs and then waited for Gandalf as he'd instructed. They could hear him yelling incantations mixed with orc cries and, of course, the drums. Doom, doom. Then there was a flash of white light, a dull rumble, and a heavy thud before the drumbeat broke out more intensely. Doom, boom, doom, boom, and then stopped altogether. Gandalf shortly came flying down the stairs, saying he's done all he can do, but he's met his match and had nearly been destroyed. They ran after Gandalf through passage after passage. The sounds of pursuit were silent now that they felt they might have made an escape. They got down low enough that Gandalf thought they must be close enough to the gate that with no signs of pursuers they could stop to catch their breath. Gimli asked what the wizard had encountered up there. Gandalf says he doesn't know, but it was not something he'd ever come up against. He tried to use a shutting spell on the door, and he could hear orcs, not understanding what they were saying, until all of a sudden they started chanting one word, Gash, which meant fire. Then he felt the presence of something enter the chamber, unseen but on the other side of the door. The orcs had fallen silent, and then Gandalf felt a counterspell begin to struggle with his. They wrestled for control without seeing each other until Gandalf resorted to speaking a word of command that burst the door into pieces and made the chamber collapse in on itself. But before it collapsed, he caught a glimpse of something dark as a cloud inside. He says he almost didn't make it, but at least the passage behind them is completely blocked. And then he turns to Frodo, saying, "I must say, I don't think I have ever been more delighted than when I heard you speak after that spear. I was certain you were gone from us." Frodo just shrugged and said he was bruised and in pain, but alive. Aragorn is still in disbelief, saying that thrust was enough to skewer a wild boar. Frodo just says he feels like he has been caught between a hammer and an anvil, but he's okay. Gimli interrupts the pleasantries to point out there is a small dot in the distance that looks like daylight, but it cannot be because it is red. And they all watched as the light moved closer and closer, reflecting off the stone walls around them. Gandalf ran to an archway to get a better view, and immediately he stepped back, saying, "There is some new devilry here." But luckily, they were close enough to the gates that Gandalf knew his way around, saying they could go by a different route to a bridge that would lead them to the hall nearest to the exit. They all sprinted in the direction that Gandalf had pointed, the red light still growing behind them, and what's more, the drums had returned. Doom, doom, doom. They sprinted across the hall, the patter of too many orc feet audible in the distance. Arrows began to blindly sail over their heads. "Look ahead," Gandalf yelled. "The bridge is near. It is dangerous and narrow. Indeed, it is a black chasm, the depth that they could not know of, and there was a single bridge too narrow for more than one to cross at a time, with no railing or curb. It was an ancient defense tactic the dwarves had used in case the first hall was ever taken. The enemy would have to cross the bridge single file, making them easy targets. Gimli crossed first, with Merry and Pippin behind him. Arrows still flew out of the darkness, most missing, but one bounced off of Frodo, again, Mithril. The other pierced Gandalf's hat, making it look like a black feather. The drums grew louder. And now, I'll be honest, I've struggled to get one aspect of the logistics of the scene right, because at some point, it's pointed out how there is actual fire separating the orcs from the Fellowship, like a barrier between them. I tried going back, but I just didn't see where the description was clear enough. All I know is at one point Boromir laughs at how the orcs hadn't anticipated them coming out on this side of the fire. And now in this present moment, Legolas lets out a yell as he sees two giant trolls drop slabs of stone onto the fire, creating a path that the orcs could go through. But the orcs didn't advance. They seemed to be making room for something else that they themselves didn't want to be too close to. Once the travelers could see it, they couldn't tell what it was they were seeing. It's described as, quote, "It was like a great shadow, in the middle of which was a dark form. A man's shape, maybe, yet greater, and a power and terror seemed to be in it and to go before it. The being jumped over the fissure of fire, and the black smoke swirled in the air as the flames wreathed around it. It was like a shadow on fire. In its right hand it held a blade like a stabbing tongue of flame, and in the left hand it held a whip." Legolas was the first to speak. "It's a Balrog!" Gimli's eyes went wide. "Durin's bane!" he cried. Gandalf just muttered to himself, "Now I understand. What an evil fortune, and I am already weary." The last of the travelers had crossed the bridge, leaving only the wizard to follow. "Fly!" he yelled. "This foe is beyond any of you!" Aragorn and Boromir did not run, but stood at the far side of the bridge ready to aid Gandalf. The wizard was halfway across the bridge as the Balrog reached the edge of the chasm. And you know what? I'm just going to read the next passage from the book because I don't think I can summarize it in a way that does it justice. Quote, "The Balrog reached the bridge. Gandalf stood in the middle of the span, leaning on the staff in his left hand. But in his other hand, Glamdring, that's his sword, gleamed, cold and white. His enemy halted again, facing him, and the shadow about it reached out like two vast wings. It raised the whip, and the thongs whined and cracked. Fire came from its nostrils, but Gandalf stood firm. 'You cannot pass,' he said. The orcs stood still, and a dead silence fell. 'I am a servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Anor. You cannot pass. The dark fire will not avail you, flame of Urun. Go back to the shadow. You cannot pass.' The Balrog made no answer. The fire in it seemed to die, but the darkness grew. It stepped forward slowly onto the bridge, and suddenly it drew itself up to a great height, and its wings were spread from wall to wall, but still Gandalf could be seen, glimmering in the gloom. He seemed small and altogether alone, gray and bent like a wizened tree before the onset of a storm. From out of the shadow a red sword leaped, flaming. Glamdring glittered white in answer. There was a ringing clash and the stab of white fire. The Balrog fell back, and its sword flew up in molten fragments. The wizard swayed on the bridge, stepped back a pace, and then again stood still. 'You cannot pass,' he said. With a bound, the Balrog leaped full onto the bridge. Its whip whirled and hissed. 'He cannot stand alone,' cried Aragorn suddenly, and he ran back along the bridge. 'Gondor!' cried Boromir as he followed Aragorn. At that moment, Gandalf lifted his staff, and crying aloud as he smote the bridge before him, the staff broke asunder and fell from his hand. A blinding sheet of white flame sprang up. The bridge cracked. Right at the Balrog's feet it broke, and the stone upon which it stood crashed into the gulf, while the rest remained poised. Quivering like a tongue of rock thrust into the emptiness, with a terrible cry, the Balrog fell forward, and its shadow plunged down and vanished. But, even as it fell, it swung its whip, and the thongs lashed and curled around the wizard's knees, dragging him to the brink. He staggered and fell, grasping vainly at the stone, and slid into the abyss. 'Fly, you fools!' he cried, and he was gone." The orcs were stunned. The fellowship was dumbstruck with horror as they stared into the pit. Aragorn and Boromir barely made it back off the bridge before the remaining parts crumbled and fell into the abyss. Aragorn, a man of military discipline, did not give in to his sorrow and said, "Come, I will lead you now. We must obey his last command." Aragorn and Boromir led the way, the elf, the dwarf, and the hobbits fumbling behind them. Frodo and Sam were weeping as they fled. Aragorn's vision was also blurred with tears. But the doom, doom, doom of the drums had picked back up. They followed the directions that Gandalf had given them before the Balrog had shown up, and eventually they saw an opening where daylight pierced through. Arrows began to fly in their direction as the orcs had found another way to the hall. The doors to the mine were broken open, and so the 8 surviving members of the Fellowship made it out into the bright sunlight before any of the Dark Lord's servants could catch them. They didn't stop running until they were safely out of range of any orc archers from inside the shadows of the mine. The eastern side of the Misty Mountains lay before them. The golden light welcomed them for the first time in days, and based on the position of the sun, it was not long after noonday. They kept looking back at the gate, but saw no pursuers, as they would expect, since orcs and dark servants cannot bear the light of day for long. That's something we'll talk about more at a later time. But for now, just know that it being noon was about the luckiest break they could have asked for, because now that meant they had many hours to distance themselves from Moria. Eventually, the doom of the drums was too distant to hear, and the group collapsed in wails and cries to feel the grief at the loss of their leader and their friend, Gandalf the Grey. Whew. Now, I don't want to take away from the heavy, heavy moment by getting too into the weeds of nerdy lore, but I did want to point out one thing about Balrogs that makes the confrontation very interesting, in my opinion. Because in the hierarchy of Middle-earth godhood, essentially, there is Eru Ilúvatar, who is the One. He is basically the equivalent of the Christian God the Father. And beneath him, the Ainur, who created the world, are divided into two groups. There's the Valar and the Maiar. Wizards like Gandalf are actually Maiar, kind of like angels who have been sent to Middle-earth to make sure it doesn't go off the rails. But what adds extra depth to the confrontation on the bridge is to understand that the Balrog, even though they're described as being these monsters, and the visuals we see, especially in the movies, make them out to be just giant demons, like creatures we chalk up to being nothing more than a monster or a nameless thing. But Balrogs are much more interesting. They are also Maiar, at the same level of Gandalf in terms of their lineage, essentially. But Balrogs are Maiar who were corrupted in the First Age by Morgoth, aka the big baddie before Sauron became the big baddie. But what is interesting is being a Maiar, that means this Balrog, the Flame of Udun, as he is named by Gandalf, was present for the creation of the world with Gandalf. So we don't get any specifics of like if he and Gandalf knew each other before he was corrupted, but just knowing that they were essentially on the same team at one point. But he has now long been a servant of darkness, and also that the Balrog is not just a big brute like a troll, but a highly intelligent, magical being like the wizards, or Istari, as they're called. Anyway, there's so much more lore you could dive into about Balrogs, but I think that one aspect is very fascinating to consider. The survivors enter the forest at the base of the mountain, seeking the elves that live in Lothlorien for help. Gimli is resistant because the dwarves have beef with elves in general, but these elves and the dwarves of Moria have some special tensions between them. Once they reach the edge of the forest, they quickly tend to the wounds of the party, which is when they finally realize that Frodo is packing mithril, which is why he's alive. They are found by scouts of the elves of Lothlorien and are brought up into their tree huts, maybe you'd call them. This is not the city, but they are structures that give them a place to sleep out of reach of the orcs who will most definitely be pursuing come nightfall. Frodo wakes in the night to the sound of orcs running through the forest, but they are safe up in the trees. While he remains awake once the orcs are gone, Frodo hears what sounds like a hissing breath through closed teeth. And as he peered over the edge of their loft, he saw a small creature climbing the tree with two pale eyes that locked with his, never blinking. But after a moment, it turned and ran away. The next morning, the elf scouts prepare to take them to see the lord and lady of the elves of Lothlorien, but they had one condition. The dwarf must be blindfolded. It is a rule that no dwarf learns how to travel through their lands. Gimli is incensed and says he'd rather turn back than be humiliated in this way, saying he is no more likely to betray them than Legolas. Haldir, the lead scout, says he believes him, but this is their law. The tensions grew to the point that Gimli grabbed his axe, and all the elves drew their bows pointing at the dwarf. Aragorn diffused the situation, saying he is the leader of the company, and he orders that if the dwarf must go blindfolded, they all shall go blindfolded. Gimli laughed at the idea and said he would be contented if only Legolas was forced to join him, which made the elf prince upset, but Aragorn insisted they all do it together, which is honestly a masterclass move in diffusing tension and looking for unthought-of solutions to problems. Partway through their journey, word comes from Lady Galadriel that the dwarf need not be blindfolded, so the entire company removes their blinds and are immediately taken by the beauty of Lorien. Even Legolas has only heard tales of how indescribable the trees were. Frodo is invited to climb to a high viewpoint where he can look over the land to where he can even see Mirkwood, the land that Legolas hails from. It's not super close, the view was just that expansive. Also in the distance, Frodo could see a hill with many mighty trees, or maybe it was a city full of towers because there seemed to be lights coming from the trees. And it turns out that is where they were headed next. The group is led to the gates of Caras Galadhon, the city that served as the home of the Galadhrim, the name of the elves that lived in Lorien. Home of the Lord Celeborn and Lady Galadriel. They are guided to a throne room of sorts, where seated in the center were two elves who held themselves like a king and a queen. They were both grave and beautiful at once. Lady Galadriel's hair was golden while Celeborn's was silver. Neither of them showed signs of age except maybe in their eyes. Eyes that had seen centuries, if not millennia, of sorrow. They are invited in. Legolas is greeted warmly by his distant kin. Gimli is even welcomed, more warmly than he would have expected. After all had been welcomed, Celeborn asked why there are only 8 when he had been told that 9 had set out. Where is Gandalf? No one spoke as the wound was still too fresh in their hearts, but Lady Galadriel could sense that he hadn't crossed their borders, and she asked where he was. Aragorn spoke haltingly, stating that he fell to the shadow in Moria and did not escape. Every elf in the room cried out in sorrow at this news. Celeborn called it an evil tiding, the most evil thing to be spoken in that hall for long years. They demand to hear the full tale of their journey since Rivendell. When they got to the part about the bridge in Moria, Aragorn described it as an evil he had never seen before, a creature of both shadow and flame. Legolas fills in the details. It was a Balrog of Morgoth, the most deadly of all elf-banes, save the one who sits in the Dark Tower. Gimli chimes in that it is his great sorrow that he has now seen Durin's bane with his own eyes. Celeborn seems annoyed, saying that Gandalf should have known better than to enter Moria needlessly, and that he now regrets letting a dwarf through his borders, knowing that once again his kind have stirred up the great evil under the mountain. But his wife cuts him off, saying it would be folly to say anything that Gandalf did was foolish. He has never done a needless thing in his life, and that they cannot know his mind and purpose. She also chastises her husband for rebuking his welcome to the dwarf, saying that you cannot blame anyone for longing to see their homeland, that if Celeborn had been without seeing Caras Galadhon for many years, he would desire nothing more than to see it again. She said this while smiling at the dwarf, and Gimli changed in that moment. It was like he looked in the eyes of an enemy but found only love. He bowed to the lady and said, "Yet more fair is the living hand of Lorien, and the Lady Galadriel is above all the jewels that lie beneath the earth." Celeborn apologizes to Gimli and says he was just letting the troubles of his heart get to him. Galadriel addresses the company now that they are without their wizard, saying she can sense that their quest is on the edge of a knife, but that hope remains as long as the fellowship remains true. She slowly took in each member, staring into their eyes. Most turned away their gaze after just a moment. Only Aragorn and Legolas could bear it. Then they are all released to eat and rest from their travels. As they relaxed, the 8 of them discussed what they had just experienced with the gaze of Lady Galadriel. Sam says he felt like he had nothing on, but that he felt as if she was asking him without words if he would take leave of the fellowship and return to the Shire if she were to provide him with his own house and a plot for garden. Merry said he'd experienced something very similar. Each of them agreed that the gaze had seemingly tempted them with the idea of leaving their quest to destroy the ring and return to a world that they longed for, to see how determined they were. She had been testing them, but many of them agreed they'd experienced the test without divulging what their temptation was. The group stayed in Lothlorien for some days, recovering from their wounds and their fatigue. The sun shone gloriously except for brief periods of rain that left the earth feeling clean and fresh. And now I'm going to address something that kind of messed with one of my plans for covering Lord of the Rings, if I'm being honest. While most of the group stayed pretty close to their rooms for their stay, Legolas, feeling more at home among tree-dwelling elves, was often out on little adventures, and he didn't even sleep with the rest of them most of the time. But he would come in and have meals with them and talk, and then he'd be off again. And it says that oftentimes he'd take Gimli with him on his little adventures, making the others wonder what had changed. And we get no more explanation than that. Now, as I stated, I intend to do multiple character episodes at the end of this series because there's so many characters that we get great depth from and we dive into. And I knew that Gimli and Legolas get more screen time than they do, I don't know if we call it page time, if that's a thing. But I knew they weren't as big of a deal in the book as they are in the movies. But I thought that I'd do an episode that analyzed the 2 of them together and looked at how they overcame their biases towards each other to eventually become friends. But guys, this change happens overnight. I've skipped over the very few times in the book so far that the tensions are mentioned between them. The first one being the fun fact that Glóin, Gimli's father, at one point had been imprisoned by the elves of Mirkwood. That's enough to make you not like someone. And there are a couple back and forths where they kind of blame each other's race for their race's troubles, but there's very little interaction between them. And then we get to this passage that pops up and just says that they're going off on little adventures together with no explanation. I was kind of bummed because I was hoping for much more of a buddy cop style, like the movies, honestly, where they slowly develop a friendship, but it is what it is. But eventually they have recovered enough and it's decided that they must leave soon. The final night before their departure, Sam and Frodo were talking when they saw Lady Galadriel approaching. She didn't speak, but she beckoned them to follow her. They arrived in a little alcove surrounded by trees, with a pedestal in the center that had a basin on it. "Here is the mirror of Galadriel. I have brought you here so you may look in it if you will." She explained that the mirror shows to some what they desire to see, to others things that are forbidden, to others maybe futures untold. It is different for everyone. They hesitate to answer her, so she explains that this is what their kind would call magic, which confuses her because they use the same word for the deceits of the Dark Lord, but if it helps them understand, they can call this the magic of Galadriel. Sam was first to say that he wanted to look, and what he saw was basically changes in the Shire that he didn't like. Ted Sandyman was cutting down trees that he shouldn't, and the old mill had been replaced by a large brick building, etc., etc., and made him angry and makes him want to go home. "There's some devilry at work in the Shire," he said. He'd even seen his own father having to move off of Bagshot Row to make room for these changes. "I must go home," he said. Galadriel said that he can't go home without his master, can he? Also, there's no way to know for sure if these things have actually happened. Sam regretted his choice to look in the mirror regardless. Now he was bothered, but he couldn't do anything about it. He was committed. "No, I'll go home by the long road with Mr. Frodo, or not at all," he said. Galadriel now looked to Frodo to see if he wanted to look into the mirror. He finally spoke, asking if she advised him to look. And in true elf fashion, she would not give him a firm answer, seeing it as both good and perilous. "Yet I think, Frodo, that you have courage and wisdom enough for the venture, or I would not have brought you here. Do as you will." He stepped up to the pedestal and gazed into the water. The cloudiness in it cleared, and he saw visions similar to the dreams he'd been having. In one, he saw a figure that reminded him of Gandalf, but he was dressed in white, not gray. He could see no face. Was it Saruman? The vision changed and he saw glimpses of Bilbo looking old and feeble as he frittered around Rivendell. But then the mirror went completely black, and in the abyss, Frodo saw an eye appear. It was yellow, like a cat's eye, but rimmed with fire. The black slit of the pupil gazed out. The eye began to rove, searching for something. Frodo had a sickening feeling that it was himself it sought. He could sense the eye was looking for the ring, but it could not find him unless he willed it to. The ring suddenly grew heavier and slipped out from under Frodo's shirt, the chain pulling his head down towards the water. Galadriel warned him not to touch the mirror, and then the vision faded. Frodo stumbled back and gazed into the cool starlit sky to take his mind off the burden he felt. Galadriel tells him that she knows what he saw because she sees it too. The Dark Lord seeks her as well, and then she lifted her arms to the sky, pointing to Eärendil, the brightest star in the night sky that all elves treasure. The night seemed to sparkle off her hands until Frodo realized it was because she was wearing a ring as well. She saw the recognition on his face and confirms that she and Elrond bear 2 of the 3 elf rings, but that they stay concealed to all except other ring bearers who can see through the spells that hide them. She tells him that she bears Nenya, the ring of adamant, and she is its keeper. She asks Frodo if he can see how him coming to them is a signal to the elves of their doom one way or the other. If he fails, the Dark Lord will take over the entire land. If Frodo succeeds, the rings will lose their power, and Lothlorien, which is upheld by the power of her ring, will fade, and all elves will have to depart into the west. If you've been watching Rings of Power, you have an idea of why this is. Frodo did understand the predicament and asked her what she wished him to do. Very stoically, she says that she only wishes for what shall be to be. The elves love their works on Middle-earth more deeply than the sea, but they would rather leave them behind than submit to Sauron. She then tells him he is not responsible for the fate of Lothlorien, only to his own task. But that does not keep her from wishing the One Ring had never been created. Frodo offers to give her the ring. Notice this trend. Frodo accepts the burden, but he's always trying to pawn it off on someone that in his mind is more capable or powerful. Whether it's self-doubt or just wanting to go home, it's honestly both, if we're being real. But Galadriel only laughs, saying that she knows her limits. but does not deny that the desire has come over her in the past. For many years, she pondered what she would do with the great ring, how she could use it to crush Sauron. And here you are, offering it to me freely. In place of the Dark Lord, you would set up a queen, and I shall not be dark, but beautiful and terrible as the morning and the night, fair as the sea and the sun and the snow upon the mountain, dreadful as the storm and lightning, stronger than the foundations of the earth. All shall love me and despair. As she said this, her hand had lifted up with her ring, and the great light filled the alcove. She seemed to grow to a much larger size, appearing both beautiful and terrifying to Frodo. Then she lowered her hand, and everything returned to quiet darkness. There she was in her simple white gown with her soft voice. I passed the test, she said with a smile. I will go into the west and remain Galadriel. Frodo asked her a question he'd wanted to ask Gandalf. If the rings are connected, why can he not see the others and know their thoughts like they can with him? She tells him that the power of the ring is something that has to be learned and exercised, but that he must not attempt this because that comes with the corruption of the ring. But she points out that just by being the ring bearer, he has changed. His sight is keener. He has the ability to intuit the thoughts of others without explicitly reading their minds. And she points out that he was able to just see the ring on her finger. And for proof, she asks Sam if he can see a ring on her finger, which he says he can't. The ring has changed Frodo, but how much more will it change him? We're getting close, my friends. A couple more chapters that we can bounce through before the final confrontation of the Fellowship, so let's get to it. They begin their preparations to leave the next day. Celeborn gifts them boats to sail down the great river, in which will make their travels much faster. Elven boats, much like everything elven, are special in that they will not sink even if capsized, but they are lightweight enough that even hobbits can carry them over their heads. There was a little contention in the party of where exactly they were heading next, to Mount Doom or Minas Tirith. You can obviously guess who was leading the Minas Tirith conversation. Boromir says that if they only seek to destroy the ring, then Minas Tirith won't help them, granted, but that if they desire to actually destroy the Dark Lord, they should join him and use their might, along with the power of Gondor, to fight off the evil one. He says it's a fool's errand to walk into Mordor with the very weapon the enemy seeks, but ends saying that may just be his opinion, but it's obvious he does not really think it's just his opinion. He still thinks that the ring should be used against Sauron, but he didn't know how to convince anyone else at that point. It was decided that since they would travel for some time down the river Anduin for either destination, there was no need to make a decision yet. The elves packed them to the nines with gift after gift. Gray cloaks of the Galadrim that will make them very easily camouflaged, elven ropes, lembas bread that will fill your stomach with a single bite. The boats were loaded up and they set off on the Silver Lode, which is a tributary to the great river Anduin. But no sooner had they gotten familiar with the feel of those boats than they were invited to a picnic downstream with Celeborn and Galadriel for a parting celebration. They took to the shore and proceeded to be gifted items from Lady Galadriel herself, one by one. To Aragorn, he was gifted a sheath for his sword, Anduril. It is an enchanted sheath that any blade inside of it will never be stained or broken. But she asks him if there is anything else he desires from her. And he softly says, Lady, you know all my desire and long held in keeping the only treasure I seek. Yet it is not yours to give. Maybe this will lighten your heart, Galadriel said as she produced an object saying it had been sent to her to give to Aragorn. It was a stone of green set in a brooch shaped like an eagle. I gave this stone to my daughter, Celebrian, and she gave it to her daughter, who now gives it to you as a token of hope. Okay, the details are all technically on the table at this point, but I'm just going to make this very clear. In fact, if you're a fan of the movies, you've probably been thinking, why hasn't Arwen been in this book, at all? The truth is, she has a very small part in the Fellowship book. Other than one scene that I skipped in Rivendell where Frodo notices Arwen and Aragorn standing with each other, we don't get much at all on top of what I've said. But here, Galadriel has just explained that this stone is Arwen's, who has now gifted it to Aragorn. But did you catch that detail? This is something that fans of the movie alone wouldn't piece together. Arwen is Galadriel's granddaughter, which means Galadriel is Elrond's mother-in-law, and that makes their relationship in Rings of Power feel kind of weird. But the family tree gets even weirder if you dive into the lore beyond this book. Here's the shock value version. Aragorn and Arwen are first cousins. Like 60 times removed because, elves. The short version is Elrond had a brother named Elros. They were both technically half-elves, but weirdly not because one of their parents was mortal and the other elf, but because both their parents were also half-elves. But through a series of events that we won't get into, Elrond and Elros were given a choice by the Valar to become either fully mortal or fully elven. Elrond chose the elf life, and Elros chose the fate of man. And it is through his line that Numenor was founded, and the Númenóreans became a race of mortals with lifespans and abilities greater than other races of man. So you go down the line by dozens of generations, and you get Aragorn, making Elrond his great-great-great-great-great-great, etc., uncle, which is why when Arathorn died and Aragorn became orphaned, Rivendell took him in and raised him. And that makes Elrond's daughter, technically, his first cousin, 60-plus generations removed. But, I wouldn't worry about it. But back to Galadriel's gifts. Boromir gets a belt of gold, Merry and Pippin get silver belts, Legolas gets a longbow of the Galadrim, which is more powerful than his short bow of the Mirkwood elves. Sam got a patch of soil from Lorien that she tells him will make anything grow once he's back in the Shire. When she gets to Gimli, she asks him what a dwarf would ask of an elf. Gimli initially says nothing, that it is enough for him to have met the lady of the Galadrim. She announces to all the elves present to take notice that dwarves may no longer be called ungracious or greedy, but she turns back to him and says she knows he desires something, and all he must do is name it. He stammers a bit until he blushes beet red, and finally says that if it was permitted of him to ask, he would have but a single strand of her hair. She smiles and says it is told that the skill of dwarves is in their hands, not their tongues, but this is not true of Gimli, for none have ever made a request of her so bold and courteous at the same time. She gives him 3 strands, which he carefully protects under his armor close to his heart. And finally to Frodo, she gives a small vial of crystal, saying that inside it is caught the light of Eärendil's star, and may it give him light when all around him is dark. Now that they've completed their parting, they get back in their boats, and the elves sing to them as they set off on their journey down the river. Once they're out of earshot, Gimli and Legolas, who are basically BFFs at this point, and are sharing a boat. Boromir and Aragorn have 2 hobbits in each of their boats, so it's Gimli and Legolas together. Gimli says that he has looked upon the fairest thing in the world, so now he shall call nothing else fair. He put his hand to his heart, where the hairs of Galadriel are guarded, and he asks Legolas to remind him why he came on this quest. He had no idea that the greatest danger he would face would be coming to know what light and joy was like, only to leave it behind. Legolas laughs and tells Gimli he should count himself lucky that his greatest loss comes from his own free will, because it meant that he had not forsaken his companions, and that would be a blessing upon his head. The river moved quickly, and they passed through endless trees on either bank. This is one more moment where they could feel that they had passed yet another point of no return. This next chapter, it's not without useful information, but in some ways it feels like the most boring chapter in the book. I don't know if it's because it genuinely is slower paced, or if it's just because we're so numb to crazy things happening at this point that it doesn't match up. And I know there's someone out there that is going to say, well, actually, this is the most profound chapter in the entire series. And to that I say, you're welcome to try to explain to me why, but I'm not going to agree with you. So I'm going to give you the bulleted list of what I do think is necessary to understand. First of all, they make it to the great river of Anduin without issue. The biggest change is that the land quickly becomes just ugly brown emptiness on both sides. The next thing is that Pippin notices Boromir staring at Frodo from time to time in a way that makes him uneasy. At one point, Sam says he thinks he's seen a creature floating down the river holding onto a log. He and Frodo, for the first time, vocalize what we've been thinking all along, that Gollum, the very creature that desired nothing more than to retrieve the ring, has been on their tail since at least Moria. They start getting attacked by orcs at one point from the side of the river, so they have to bail out on the opposite side. Like I said, it's not that nothing happens, but it's just like, oh, just normal orcs. We've seen that enough times to become desensitized to it at this point. After escaping the orcs, they run into rapids that makes them have to carry their boats down the water a bit. But this disruption leads to Boromir once more suggesting that they go to Minas Tirith, in which case they wouldn't need the boats any longer. Aragorn tells him that they haven't decided where they're going yet, and even if they do go to Minas Tirith, the path Boromir is suggesting is more treacherous, telling him that he intends to get them all to the high seat of Amon Hen before making a decision where they can go. Boromir does not agree, but when he sees Frodo will follow Aragorn anywhere, he says he will not abandon his friends in need and that they will need his strength to make it to Amon Hen. But at that point, he will head home, whether or not they reward him with their companionship. And the final real thing that happens in this chapter is one of the most majestic visuals of all Middle-earth. You've seen it in the movies, you've seen pictures of it drawn by 100 different artists. The band floats through the monument of Argonath. The river goes from flat lands into a very high canyon quickly, but on either entrance of the canyon are carved 2 giant statues of men in armor. Tall and sheer and ominous is how they are described. We get no size estimations in the book, but every depiction makes them feel hundreds of feet tall. "Behold, Argonath!" Aragorn declares proudly as he gestured his arm toward the statues. The silent figures were depictions of his forefather Isildur and his brother Anarion. The left hand of each was held aloft in warning. Each held onto an axe in his right. They were weather-worn from many ages of wind and storms, but they still held your attention as one of the true wonders of Middle-earth. The power of the former kingdom seemed to radiate from the symbol of these statues even existing. All were in awe. Even Boromir bowed his head as they passed. And at length they arrived at Tol Brandir, the peak jutting out of the river, and on either side of it on the shores were Amon Law and Amon Hen, the ancient watchtowers where men kept watch, and just beyond these is the mighty waterfall of Rauros. They were 10 days out of Lothlorien, and now they must finally make a choice of where they are going. Aragorn led them to the right bank of the river under the feet of Amon Hen, and they set up camp. During the night, while Frodo was on watch, Aragorn came and talked with him because he couldn't sleep. Some pending evil was weighing on his mind. He asked Frodo to pull out Sting, and to their disliking, it had a faint glow, meaning orcs weren't upon them, but they also were somewhere in the vicinity. Maybe it was just a roaming spy, and hopefully they were on the other side of the river, as the ranger had never heard of orcs coming through Amon Hen before. After breakfast, Aragorn holds a council with the members of the Fellowship, saying they finally have reached the day where they must make a choice. Will the company continue as one? If so, will they go to Gondor or turn east to the fear and shadow of Mordor? Or will they break this company and go off their separate ways? Whatever they choose, they must be quick, because he fears the orcs already know their location. No one spoke, and Aragorn turned to Frodo, saying that he fears the burden is laid upon him as the bearer of the ring, appointed by the council. And although Aragorn has tried to lead the company since Moria, he says he is not Gandalf and cannot counsel as he would have. Frodo fidgeted for a moment before saying that the burden is heavy and he knows he must hurry, but he needs an hour to think. The Dunedain acknowledged the request and said he could go off to be alone, but to not stray too far. Sam noted that while most of the others stared at the fire or off into the river as if in deep contemplation, Boromir's eyes followed Frodo into the forest. Frodo wandered aimlessly up the foothills of Amon Hen, only stopping when the view opened up to Tol Brandir sticking out of the river with birds circling its towering peak. The sound of the waterfall was loud but soothing. He sat down on a rock and his mind raced with everything that had happened since Bilbo left the Shire. He tried to remember every last word that Gandalf had told him. Suddenly, something snapped him out of his pensive state. It was as if unfriendly eyes were watching. He turned quickly to see Boromir coming up the hill towards him. He had a smile on his face, and he said that he had been afraid for him, because if Aragorn was right about the orcs, then he shouldn't be alone. And then as casually as he could muster, the Gondorian asked, "Since I'm out here now, can I talk with you? It would comfort me. Where there are so many, all speech becomes a debate without end, but two together may perhaps find wisdom." Frodo thanks him for his concern, but says he does not think conversation with him will help at all. He knows what he has to do, but he's afraid of doing it. Boromir stood silently for a moment and then spoke, asking if he really thinks he need suffer alone. He only wants to help by counseling in this hard choice. Frodo cautiously says that he thinks he already knows what counsel Boromir would give him, and that it would sound like wisdom to his ears, but his heart warns him against it. Warning? Boromir sounded offended and asked what sort of warning the hobbit could be feeling. Frodo said warning against delay, warning against what seems easier, against the refusal of the burden that has been laid on him. But most of all, he pauses before he says it, against trusting in the strength and truth of men. Boromir says the strength of men has gotten him this far, and the valor of his people has protected the world from evil for many years, and that as long as the walls of Minas Tirith stand, there is hope. Frodo says that there is no hope as long as the ring exists. Ah, yes, the ring. Boromir's eyes glinted as he said the words. Is it not a strange fate that we should suffer so much fear and doubt for so small a thing? Boromir asks if he can see it again, as he only caught a glimpse of it in Rivendell. Frodo looked up as a coldness took him. The gleam in Boromir's face was one that had become all too familiar to Frodo since he'd become the ring-bearer. It is best if it stays hidden, he told Boromir. The warrior had a forced smile on his face as he tried to act casual, saying, As you wish, I care not. But he continued to discuss the ring, asking why Frodo can only ever think of the ring in terms of the power it has in the hands of the enemy. Why can't he see how it could be used as a power against the enemy? You were at the council, Frodo said. Elrond said it cannot be used by anyone but the Dark Lord without turning them evil. Boromir began to pace anxiously, showing that he didn't fully buy into the warnings from Elrond or Gandalf about the corrupting nature of the ring. All he could see was the raw power it held. True-hearted men, he said, they will not be corrupted. The men of Minas Tirith have been valiant in the face of evil for centuries. We only desire to defend ourselves. Is that not a just cause? I say the ring is a gift to the foes of Mordor, and it would only be madness not to use it against the enemy. Boromir began to verbalize his thoughts, thinking what a great warrior would be capable of with the power of this ring, what Aragorn could do as a leader, or, if he refuses, himself. Yes, why not Boromir? The ring could give him the power of commanding men to drive out the hosts of Mordor, and how men would flock to his banner. Frodo watched all of this with increasing anxiety. Surely you will see it, my friend, Boromir asked. You say you are afraid. If it is so, the boldest should pardon you from this quest. But is it even fear, or is it just your good sense that revolts at the idea of destroying the ring? Frodo shakes his head slowly and says, no, it is absolutely fear, but that now his mind is even clearer of the path he must take. So you will come with me to Minas Tirith, Boromir asked hopefully. You misunderstand me, Frodo said as he took a step back from the hulking Gondorian. Why are you so unfriendly? He asked Frodo. I am not a thief. I give you my word that I do not desire to keep it. Will you not at least lend me the ring? He took steps toward the hobbit as he spoke. Frodo cried out, No, the council laid it upon me to bear it. Any facade of patience on Boromir had worn out at this point, and his anger showed, saying, They shall be defeated by their own folly, calling Frodo a fool for running willfully to death. The men of Númenor have the only real claim to the ring, not some halfling. It should have been mine, he said as he lunged at Frodo. The hobbit dodged him, and Boromir switched to a softer voice, saying, Why not be free of the burden? Tempting him with his desire to not carry the ring any longer. You can tell them I took it from you, that I was too strong for you. But when Frodo didn't take the bait, the fire returned to his eyes, and he jumped at him again. Out of instinct, Frodo avoided danger the only way he knew how, when up against someone multiple times his size and strength. He slipped the ring on. He ran off farther up the hillside as the yells of Boromir came from behind. Miserable trickster! You will take the ring to Sauron and sell us all! Curse you and all halflings to death and darkness! As he raged, Boromir tripped over a stone that sent him sprawling onto the ground. The impact seemed to wake him from whatever frenzy had taken him. Tears filled his eyes as he realized how monstrously he'd been acting. What have I said? What have I done? Frodo, come back! A madness took me, but I'm back! Frodo! But there was no shot that Frodo was going back. He climbed until he reached the high seat of Amon Hen, where he could look out over the Southlands below him. He still wore the ring, which enhanced his sight not only in terms of perception, but in a sense it gave him visions of what was going on around him. And everywhere he looked, he saw signs of war. Orcs crawling out of 1,000 holes. A cloud of smoke rose over Moria and Lorien. The horsemen of Rohan were galloping across their lands as wolves emerged from Isengard. The eastern men were also moving in great numbers. He saw Minas Tirith with its beautiful white walls, which gave him hope, until he also took in Minas Morgul with its terror. And beyond that, the land of Mordor and Mount Doom and Barad-dûr, the fortress of Sauron. When suddenly he felt the eye at the pinnacle of the Dark Tower, which did not sleep. It roved endlessly over Middle-earth, searching. He could feel that it was searching for the ring, for him. A voice in his head began to yell to take it off, while another voice encouraged him to submit to Sauron, telling him to walk into Mordor as a deliverer of the ring, not its destroyer. The eye was close to locking in on his position, but finally he yanked the ring off just in time. He felt exhausted, but his will had never been more set. I will do now what I must, he said to himself. It had become too clear that the ring had too much power over the hearts of men, and he could not trust any to not give in to the temptations. He must go alone. His heart ached at the thought of leaving his companions, especially his hobbit friends and Aragorn, but Boromir's falling to evil was just the beginning of the potential corruption of the Fellowship. He'd made up his mind. He would continue alone. Meanwhile, back at camp, the others were beginning to wonder where Frodo was. He'd been gone for a while, and they hadn't noticed that Boromir had wandered off. The rest were discussing the options they had before them, and they all agreed that if Frodo chose to go to Mordor, they would go with him. Legolas summed up their feelings when he said, "It would be faithless now to say farewell." Only Sam could see that Frodo's debate wasn't about which path to take. He's just afraid. He's terrified, actually. He's just avoiding starting down the path he knows he must take, and he knows we mean to follow him. Sam knows that Frodo will at some point try to go alone, and that their biggest struggle will be to convince him not to. Aragorn acknowledges that Sam is the wisest of them all to see this. Boromir returns at this point with a disgruntled look on his face, and when he's asked to account for where he's been, he actually admits to finding Frodo and trying to persuade him to go to Minas Tirith. He then kind of sugarcoats the truth by saying that Frodo used the ring to disappear and he got angry and that he left him. So he's acknowledging his wrongdoing, but not the full extent of it. The group all began to dash up the hillside, even as Aragorn said for them to go in pairs. He looked back at Boromir and told him he did not know what role he'd played in this mischief, but that he had better follow Merry and Pippin and guard them. Legolas and Gimli had taken off together, so Aragorn followed Sam. Both were running at full tilt, and so Aragorn, because he's so much bigger, very quickly outpaced Sam and was beyond his sight in his attempts to find the ring-bearer. When he was out of breath from trying to keep up, Sam paused a moment and told himself to think. He realized Boromir wouldn't lie, but he obviously hasn't told them everything. It's apparent something has scared Frodo significantly. Where would he go? He comes to the conclusion that Frodo would have decided to set off east at this point on his own, even without Sam. And since Frodo can't fly or jump down waterfalls, his only course of action would be to take one of the boats, so Sam immediately turned and bolted back to camp. He moved with such reckless abandon that he fell and cut his knee, but that did not slow him down. When he reached camp, he saw no one. But as he stood still, he noticed that one of the boats curiously began to drag out to the water's edge of its own volition. Sam took on after the phantom boat and yelled, "I'm coming, Mr. Frodo! I'm coming!" He jumped in the river, grabbing at the boat, but missed it by a yard, and he slowly began to sink under the water. There was a cry of dismay from the empty boat, and just in time, Frodo grabbed Sam by his curly hair and pulled him up to the surface. Frodo's voice told him to take his hand, but in his panic, Sam yelled that he couldn't see the hand and he was drowning. Frodo guided the hand so it could grab onto the boat while he paddled back to shore. Once Sam caught his breath, Frodo told him that of all the confounded nuisances, he was the worst. Sam was quick to say that what's worse than that is him trying to leave without him. "It would be the death of you to come with me, Sam. I couldn't bear it. I am going to Mordor." "I know that," Sam said. "Of course you are, and I'm coming with you." Frodo said he didn't have time to argue. The others would be back soon, and he must leave at once. Sam didn't dissuade him from going, but said that he was going too, or he'd knock holes in all of the boats. Frodo laughed against his attempts to be serious. The loyalty of Samwise Gamgee seemed to be the only thing Frodo could trust until the end. He tells Sam to grab his gear if he's coming, and he waits by the boat while his gardener runs to grab his pack and gear. "It is no good trying to escape you," Frodo said, "but I'm glad, Sam. I cannot tell you how glad. It's plain we were meant to go together. May the others find a safe road. I don't suppose we'll see them again." "We may yet, Mr. Frodo," Sam said hopefully. "We may yet." So Frodo and Sam set off on the last stage of the quest together. Frodo paddled away from the shore, and the river bore them swiftly away down the western arm. And past the frowning cliffs of Tol Brandir, the roar of the great falls drew nearer. Even with such help as Sam could give, it was hard work to pass across the current at the southward end of the island and drive the boat eastward towards the far shore. At length, they came to the land again under the southern slopes of Amon La. There they found themselves a shelving shore, and they drew the boat out, high above the water, and hid it well as they could behind a great boulder. Then, shouldering their burdens, they set off, seeking a path that would bring them over the gray hills of the Emin Mull and down into the lands of shadow. Whew, what a way to go out, huh? Now, unlike fictional series these days, if you were reading this at the time it came out, the good news is you wouldn't have had to wait long for the next release because Tolkien did most of the work for the entire story before the first book was published, meaning that the sequels were published in pretty rapid succession. And for movie fans who have not read the books yet, that thing you were expecting to happen, it doesn't happen until the beginning of The Two Towers, so just hold on. We're going to get to my favorite takeaways from Fellowship here in a second, but first, two things. Now, first is the only ad that I run on this show at this point, which is asking you to support the show by, on other platforms, giving it 5 stars, but on YouTube, all the good stuff. Like, subscribe, comment, share. Just do those things that help boost the show if you can. Be part of the BTMC gang and support the show's success with $0 and even less than a minute of your time. I'd really appreciate it. Secondly, I told you at the top of the episode that I would describe how you could win a free year of BTMC Premium, and this is how you can do it. Post about the show, share a link, and describe why you like it so much to your friends and family, and make sure to tag me because that's how I'll figure out the winners. I have accounts on Instagram, X, and TikTok. The handle on all 3 is @BecomingMain. That's @BecomingMain. You don't have to write an essay about why you like the show, but just posting a link with no explanation won't count. I'll check every day for tags, so if you post it as a story, I won't miss it. But then I'll draw a random winner and announce who the winner is at the beginning of the Two Towers episode. And let's just say that if enough of you post about it, I'll up the number of winners, but I'm not going to commit to more than one until I see the response to this promotion. So if you want to win a free year of premium with all the extra scenes, show notes, contextual pieces, takeaways, and character analyses, just post about why you like BTMC and tag @BecomingMain so I can make sure to count your entries. Okay, now it's time for the final takeaway from this book, and then premium listeners stick around because we've got a lot more to talk about. But as I paid attention to the recurring patterns of behavior and thought in the story, one became very evident to me. The thing that really stood out through the whole book is how often Frodo found himself thinking of Bilbo in moments of need. There are many moments where he does this, but I'm going to highlight 3 key ones and show how influential his uncle was in Frodo even going on the mission. The first example, in the 17 years that he lives in Bag End after Bilbo leaves, there is a slowly creeping itch to go off like Bilbo had and have an adventure. Not a desire enough to make him act, but since he was so close to the old hobbit and saw his excitement in reliving moments of his adventures, reading his book, and hearing the details of the great big world outside the Shire, and finally dealing with that curiosity of why he would leave again. All of these things imprinted on Frodo's mind in a way that made him the most likely hobbit to leave the Shire because nobody else felt any sort of itch like that. Well, Maybe Sam, but that's because he had to be a foil to Frodo in the story. The second example is that when he finds himself trapped in the Barrow Downs and the White is singing its death song, Frodo is swimming in fear until he finds himself thinking of Bilbo. Quote, "But though his fear was so great that it seemed to be part of the very darkness that was round him, he found himself as he lay thinking about Bilbo Baggins and his stories of their jogging along together in the lanes of the Shire, talking about roads and adventures. There is a seed of courage hidden, often deeply it is true, in the heart of every hobbit, waiting for some final and desperate danger to make it grow. But the thought hardened him. He found himself stiffening as if for a final spring. He no longer felt limp like a helpless prey." In his darkest moment so far, it was thinking of the stories of Bilbo and how he himself had to dig deep during his adventures to access courage he didn't know he had that sparked something in Frodo and led to him saving his friends from the Barrow-wight. And third is when the Fellowship is on the cliffsides of Caradhras, the mountain which is attacking them with endless snow, Frodo is drifting off to sleep, maybe the kind of sleep he wouldn't wake up from, and he has a dream where he has to confess to Bilbo that he turned around because he was tired and wanted to sleep. And he imagined Bilbo reading his diary of the adventures and seeing that they turned around after encountering a snowstorm on January the 12th, which he didn't think was enough to come back to report. So there is a level of shame in some ways associated with his desire to be like Bilbo, where he imagines the shame he would have if he turned around 2 weeks into the journey. But it's a fascinating theme throughout the story. And as we discussed near the beginning, Frodo is what I'd call a realistic hero because of how he doubts himself more than he believes in himself. But we also discussed how it only takes making the right decisions in key moments to be heroic. And then you can doubt yourself all the rest of the time if you need to. I don't encourage you deal with that much suffering if you can help it. But it's almost as if Frodo just needed a bracelet that said WWBD. What would Bilbo do? And that is why my biggest takeaway from the Fellowship of the Ring is the power of modeling your behavior after your heroes. There are many reasons for this. I'll go into a few of my favorites. First, it simplifies decision-making when under pressure. Let's look at the Barrow-wight example again. Frodo was swimming with fear, and the clock was ticking as the Barrow-wight slowly reached for the sword hilt. He didn't have time to weigh pros and cons of choices, to consider the larger implications of his mission and what would happen if he failed in that moment. There was not time for rational thought. But by simply thinking, what would Bilbo do, based on his own adventures, that really simplifies the process. Second, similarly to how choosing your favorite founder to model can make you hone in on limiting distractions while you build your business, or how choosing to try to be like your grandparent, who was the kindest person you know, will help you hold back from saying the hurtful thing to the person you love. Modeling after someone you admire makes it simple to determine the action you want to take in a tough situation. You know, there's this other podcast called something like The Way to Conquer the Planet or something like that. Of course, I'm just kidding. Our friend Ben over at How to Take Over the World covers this all the time. Caesar wanted to be Alexander. Napoleon wanted to be Caesar. These people who were known for the things they accomplished were all chasing a model of someone they wanted to be like. I read about how in neuroscience, our neurons fire similarly when we perform an action as they do when we watch someone else perform an action, leading to this idea that we are in a way programmed to model behavior. Seeing other people behave in a certain way is almost making our mind primed to know how to behave in a similar fashion. I'm not going to hinge my argument too much on that because I don't feel like reading enough scientific literature to prove it, but it's an interesting idea to consider. What is, I believe, more worth spending my time discussing is how modeling has a psychological effect on us because of our desire to identify with the person we model. Because if I want to be a great storyteller like Tolkien and I choose to model my behavior after him, and then I read his letters and biographies and other literature that shows how obsessed he was with his craft even when it was painful or monotonous, as long as I really desire to be a great storyteller, I will see that pain and say, okay, I need to be all right with feeling that pain as well. Whereas without the model figure, if I set out to become a great storyteller, when the pain and boredom and monotony hits, having no model to compare with, I'm left simply asking, is this worth it? We all want different things in life. Luckily for us, there are also innumerable examples for us to model, both in the real world and fictional. You may even find yourself choosing Frodo as a model after this because you identify with his desire to not have to deal with the pain you're going through, but you still manage to find the determination to make the right choice anyway. That is one of the greatest powers of fiction on the whole, is modeling behaviors through the characters and identifying which characters resonate with us and our desires and the way we think. Each book you read is basically window shopping for a new model that you can use to help guide you through your life. Maybe you already consciously have models you're using, maybe they're at a subconscious level, but I'm here to tell you reaching your desired destination will become much easier when you find someone who has already been there that can be your guide along the way. And that does it for the Fellowship of the Ring. Guys, even though I'm doing each book individually, I'm treating these next couple months as one big project, so we're continually analyzing the characters throughout all 3 books of the trilogy, and then at the end, we'll discuss the arcs of our heroes from start to finish. And because of that, I want to give you a heads up that the production schedule is going to temporarily shift, because there's no way I can keep up this pace of doing as much as I'm doing for these books on a 2-week timeline. So for the rest of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, I'm probably going to be releasing one every 3 weeks. But trust me, that is what's necessary for me to be able to do them justice. So I appreciate your patience. This wraps up the main episode, but for premium subscribers, they've got more to hear about, both this book and Tolkien. So don't forget, if you want a chance at a free year of premium, post about the show and tag @BecomingMain sometime in the next few weeks, and I'll announce the winner or winners, if we have enough entries that I feel generous, at the beginning of the Two Towers episode. But for now, thanks for listening to Becoming the Main Character. I'm your host, Jameson Olson, saying thanks for tuning in, and may the star of Ariandel guide your path. Until next time.